Hey guys, tonight we invite you to ride a quiet tide in a small Breton hamlet. You can feel the salt air on your face, hear the gulls calling as the sun paints the waves silver. You might expect a smooth story, but you probably won't survive the Kettle's secret alone. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with your city and your time so we can sync the sunrise together. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You trudge along the cobblestone pier, where ancient stones whisper stories of fishermen. The harbor breathes, a slow rhythm between the sea and the shore. Each footstep resonates like a drumbeat in a forgotten village. You see a small, unassuming kettle resting on a rickety wooden dock, its metal catching the first blush of dawn. The kettle sits patiently, waiting for another soul to awaken it. It is warm, almost alive, and it waits to speak. You pause, letting the quiet settle, and you hear a faint whistle from the kettle, as if it knows you. Your mind drifts, imagining the kettle telling stories of the sea, of storms and calm. An old fisherman would have called it the soul's companion, while he mended nets. You notice the kettle's lid is adorned with an old compass rose, a relic of a time when sailors feared the unknown. The compass points not north, but toward the heart of the island. You remember how the wind carries salt spray, and how the night sounds were once a lullaby for sailors. The kettle begins to whir softly, a gentle hum that vibrates through your bones. You lean in, and the kettle's steam curls like a silver dragon around your ear. The sound feels like a promise, a slow wave of reassurance that you shall rest. You hear the kettle sigh, a sound like the ocean's distant sighs. The whisper is almost a question, a gentle invitation to listen deeper. You breathe slowly, matching the kettle's steady breath, feeling each inhale and exhale become one. A small bird flies overhead, gliding on the rising breeze. Your senses open, the world shifting, the sea stretching, the horizon expanding. You imagine the fishermen of centuries past, who would have tied nets at dawn, listening to the kettle's chant. There is a feeling, a memory that lingers like a feather on the water. They are still whispering to each other in the salty air, like two lovers sharing secrets. Your mind drifts back to a fact you might know. The first lighthouse on the French coast was built in the 12th century. You wonder how the builders lit it, and whether the sea responded. You sense the kettle, too, as a tiny guardian of the tide. You wonder if the kettle might be holding a secret recipe for a dish that is said to melt into your taste buds. It is a quirky tidbit that the locals say the sea whispers recipes of forgotten dumplings. Your curiosity grows, and you feel the kettle's steam rise, filling the air with ancient aromas. The kettle continues to hum, each note a gentle step in a dance. You are wrapped in the sound, and it is the perfect lullaby, the kind that is sung by a giant sea turtle. You picture the sea's surface as a canvas, with the sun painting colors as it rises. You feel the pulse of the harbor, the heartbeat that carries the rhythm of fishermen. The kettle's whistle rises, a soft exhale like a sigh, encouraging your heart to slow. You hear the water splash softly against the dock, a subtle applause to accompany the kettle's song. The world is alive with the subtle music that only the sea can create. Your breath matches the kettle's rhythm, easing you further into the hush of the dawn. The kettle's steam curls higher, turning into swirling patterns around your shoulders. You notice how the kettle's rim is coated with salt, a reminder of the ocean that has always been nearby. The wind carries the scent of seaweed, fresh and briny, and the kettle seems to breathe it in too. You close your eyes briefly, feeling the warmth of the kettle and the coolness of the sea on your skin. Your head begins to bob lightly as you watch the sunrise paint the sky. The kettle's voice seems to soften, a calm lull that settles into the quiet. You feel the water's rhythm echo in your heart, a steady pulse aligning with the kettle's sigh. The kettle's steam eventually condenses, forming a thin mist around the dock. You notice the mist drifting over the water, mingling with the first light. The small village around you is filled with wooden houses, their roofs angled in typical Breton fashion. You sense the history of the place, feeling the weight of centuries. A fact that might surprise you. Historians still argue whether the ancient megaliths were built for astronomical purposes. You wonder if the kettle was once part of those rituals, its gentle voice echoing as a signal. You can almost hear the ancient drums that resonated over this shore. The kettle hums, a steady, comforting sound that lulls the mind toward calm. You feel a sense of belonging as you hear the gentle splash of waves against the stone. The sounds merge like a choir, the kettle's hum as its conductor. You can feel your shoulders ease and your heart slow to a steady beat. This moment feels like a secret doorway, opening to the world of relaxation. You hear a distant gull cry, a call that has been heard for generations. It is a reminder of how the sea has always watched over the village. You continue to watch as the sun pushes higher, bringing subtle warmth to your back. The kettle's whisper continues, a low, mellow tone that seems to hold memories of the sea. You feel a warmth that spreads through your limbs, relaxing your eyes and your ears. Your breathing becomes a companion, gentle and deep, syncing with the kettle's rhythm. You sense the tide, the gentle rush, a whisper of movement that is part of nature's voice. The kettle seems to listen, humming a line that echoes through the water. You sense a gentle lull that feels like a soft blanket covering your mind. The rhythm of this kettle can be compared to a quiet ocean drum, and it is all around you. You feel the presence of the wind, the sound in the trees, and the gentle hum of the sea. You are drawn into the flow, into the gentle embrace of this quiet dawn. You hear a faint hum of the distant fishermen preparing for the day, perhaps sharing stories. The kettle's hum seems to sync with the sound of the waves, creating a subtle harmony. The sense of peace extends to your fingertips as if they were touching the sea itself. The story feels gentle, yet it is a powerful anchor, pulling you into the calmness of the day. You close your eyes fully, letting the kettle's voice guide you. You imagine the waves gently rocking the little boat that lies near the dock. The small boat creaks softly, a sound that adds to the calm of the morning. You begin to feel that you are floating on the water, slow and safe. You think about how the kettle might have held wisdom from the old times, telling stories about lovers and fishermen. You see the sea as a mirror, reflecting back, echoing what your heart feels internally. You feel like a small part of a larger whole. You sense the kettle's quiet presence as you breathe, a steady beat that is almost a prayer. You imagine the kettle as a lantern, a small fire glowing with the hopes of sailors. The sea breathes, the kettle whispers, the island listens. You feel your mind quieting, thoughts drifting away like small seaweed. You sense the ocean's pulse through your ears, your heartbeat aligning with it. You are no longer in a video. You are part of a story that plays in your mind. The kettle continues its soft hum, telling a story that is gentle and simple. It seems to pull your thoughts away from the noise of everyday life. You find yourself listening to the rhythm, like a gentle lullaby that invites rest. You feel the calmness of the water flowing around you. The kettle's voice continues, as if inviting you to surrender to the tide. You sense a small wave, a small ripple, like the breath of a sleeping creature. The sound of the kettle matches your breathing, and you are entranced. You feel your mind start to unwind like a slowly drawn rope. You close your eyes again, feeling the rhythm on your chest. Your mind is a quiet lake, reflecting the sky's colors. The kettle gives you the soft sound that is part of the dawn. You feel a sense of wonder, a feeling that the world is full of stories. You might think that the kettle contains a memory of a great storm or of a calm morning. You are surrounded by the silence that is broken only by water's gentle sigh. You feel the light rising, the sky painted in warm colors, and the horizon glowing. The kettle hums, a note that is like a promise that everything is okay. You are carried into a dreamlike state, like a gentle tide taking you where there's peace. You see a picture that you can hold in your mind, a small, bright place. In that place, time slows, the sea breathes. You feel a sense of contentment, an ease that has come from the kettle's voice. The kettle does not shout, it whispers, a sound that flows like a gentle current. You let your mind settle, as if floating on the surface of a calm sea. There is no rush, no hurry, only the rhythm of the day. Your thoughts begin to quiet, a wave gently pulling down the noise in your mind. The kettle hums softly, as if a lullaby that has been passed through centuries. It is as if the kettle has become a vessel, holding the spirit of the sea. You sit with the kettle, breathing in harmony with its low notes. The sound feels like a gentle song, a tune that has the power to ease your body. You hear a distant whistling that was once used by fishermen to signal the direction of the wind. You feel the wind whispering against your cheek, reminding you of an old time. The kettle's steady presence keeps you grounded as the world hums around. You notice the water's ripple, a small pattern that looks like a quiet heartbeat. The sea's breath is almost a lullaby, a story of waves that never stops. The kettle's hum continues, a single note that rings through waves. You hear the sense that the entire sea might have a voice. When you listen carefully, you are left with a sense that you are part of that voice through the kettle. You feel the weight of the day lift, thanks to the kettle's comforting sound. The kettle remains a steady presence while the sun climbs higher. You start to remember that you are surrounded by the quiet of the harbor. This quiet sound is all you need. You hear waves, and they sound like a gentle prayer. Your mind slowly drifts further as the kettle's whisper keeps it. The kettle is a conduit, a small lantern made of metal. You can sense a strong anchor through its humming. You close your eye further, feeling the rhythm settle deeper. The kettle's sound seems to travel through your body like a soft wind in your temples. You can feel the pulse of a calm sea inside you. The wind, the tide, the kettle, they are all in harmony. A chorus that calms your mind. You feel the calmness grow, slowly turning your thoughts into soft water. You remain in this moment as the sun continues to rise. Your body is relaxed, in a gentle state. You feel a sense of lightness that is like a feather. You smile inwardly at the sound, at the sense that you are safe. You are ready to let go. You hear the kettle hum, a steady sound that draws you deeper. You feel a feeling of being carried along with the gentle waves, a peaceful tide of thoughts. In this quiet, you trust that the kettle will hold you safe. You continue to listen, to breathe, to feel the harmony. The story of the kettle carries you through a soft, gentle wave. You surrender to the rhythm and let it guide you. Your heart beats at the same pace as the kettle's hum. You feel the light in your chest grow brighter. You feel the warmth rise from the kettle, spreading to your shoulders. The kettle's hum is a melody that lingers, like a calm song. Your mind now floats with the sound of waves, guided by the kettle. You feel a deep sense of peace that is almost as if you were sitting beside the sea. You can hear the rhythm of the water moving. The kettle keeps humming gently, a lullaby for the night. You trust the sea's song and the kettle's tune. Your thoughts are calm and ready. You let yourself sink into the sound, deeper and deeper. The kettle is still humming, steady. You let its hum carry you in a gentle swirl, a perfect lullaby. You feel your mind ease into a dream with the sea as its guide. The kettle's voice continues, as if telling a secret of the sea that is only for those who listen. You feel the presence of time slowing down. You hear the gentle hum, the quiet breath of the sea. It feels as if you are inside a warm, quiet cabin with the kettle as a lullaby. You feel your body surrender with each breath. The sound of the kettle becomes a gentle echo across the water. You feel the calmness of the harbor. Your breathing sinks fully with the kettle's hum. You remain, listening to the whisper that brings the sea closer. You feel a sense that a gentle voice is watching over you, calming your body. You keep breathing, your mind sinking deeper in peace. Your heart, chest, and mind become one with the quiet sound of the kettle. The quiet night in this harbor becomes your own personal lullaby. You are guided by the steady hum that remains in the quiet air. You close your mind to the worries of the day. All is calm. The mist curls over the harbor like a shy, translucent blanket. You feel a cool dampness settle on your cheeks, tugging at your coat. A kettle sits on the pier, its silver shell gleaming in pale dawn light. It hums a gentle note, almost soundless, like a heart sighing in sleep. You pause, listening to the quiet rhythm that seems to echo your own breathing. The village stretches around you, cobblestones slick with night's last drizzle. Shadows of gulls flit between lamp posts, their calls muffled by fog. Children's laughter ripples on the breeze, a fragile thread of joy. You remember someone once mentioned that the harbor once hosted a secret meeting of smugglers. You shrug, amused, and think how this kettle would laugh at their old stories. You step closer, feeling the faint heat from the pot's iron belly. The kettle's steam curls like a question mark in the morning chill. You close your eyes, inhaling the scent of salt, seaweed, and hot tea. The sound of distant waves is muffled, replaced by an internal chime. You recall that the first printed book in France appeared in 1474, a little too early for this place. A fish in the water glints like a silver coin and disappears. You wonder who writes the quiet narrative when you're not looking. You notice a patch of moss on the pier, soft as a nap cushion, glowing faint orange. The moss houses tiny, living ecosystems that whisper tiny secrets to those who listen. You chuckle softly, thinking how a kettle might gossip with moss. The kettle's whisper seems to echo that old whisper of moss. A curious feathered bird lands on the side of a barrel nearby. It flicks its tail, sending a small ripple in the water. You feel a sudden warmth, as if the kettle's steam had become a blanket. You think about the old fishermen who taught themselves to hear the water like living music. The kettle continues, gently humming, as if urging you to drink. You reach out, feeling the cool steel handle, which is warm from its own breath. The handle creaks a single note as your fingers slide over it. You sip a few drops of cool water, tasting the mineral crunch of the sea. The kettle's hum slows, mirroring the slowed rhythm of your pulse. A breeze stirs the cloth of the nearby sail, fluttering softly. You hear a distant crack of an old oar, a reminder of the village's maritime past. The villagers in their boats are beginning to wake, a hum of activity rising. You find a quiet patch of sand beside a stone, small and inviting. You lean back, letting the day's soft lull you into wonder. You feel a subtle vibration of the earth, resonating through the soles of your shoes. The kettle starts to whistle again, a small trill that rings in the fog. You wonder if the sound could guide lost sailors back home. You remember the time a sailor claimed that a dolphin signed the contract for the town's fishing rights. Laughter ripples through the air, tinged with disbelief, yet hopeful imagination. You consider the absurdity of a dolphin with legal agency. The kettle sighs that are almost as audible as the gulls above. A fisherman in a worn coat steps closer, eyes crinkling at the corners. He greets you with a nod, as if he and the kettle are old friends. You exchange silent nods, both familiar with the calm that the kettle brings. He shares a story of a storm that never left the harbor's mouth. He mentions that legends say the ghosts of sailors roam these waters. You feel the kettle's steam curl, making the air feel like a soft blanket. The old man laughs, his voice rustling like dry leaves. You wonder which tale is more plausible, the ghost or the living. Historiologists still argue whether the ghost of a lost ship haunted the harbor. You smile at that phrase, noting the intrigue in old debates. The kettle's hiss becomes a lullaby, an invitation to listen deeper. You close your eyes and let it guide your thoughts. You taste the faintest mineral note, as if the kettle is a mirror. A distant bell rings, perhaps from the church, signaling the start of a new day. You hear the church bells ring, a soft toll that vibrates the air. You feel the kettle's warmth, its steady heartbeat in the dampness. A small wave rises near the pier, swallowing your reflection. You glimpse a silver fin through the mist, an image of a lost fish. You chuckle, imagining the fish telling stories in its own language. The kettle hums again, a gentle reminder that life continues. You hear the sound of crabs scuttling across wet stone, a tiny percussion. The crab's tiny feet create a steady tick-tock, a symphony of small life. You breathe in, feeling the cool air carry the scent of brine and pine. The kettle's voice is calm, inviting a mental drift into peaceful sleep. You become aware of how the small noises create a lull in the world. In the distance, a gull circles, looping in a perfect arc. It sounds like an unspooled thread, weaving a tapestry in the sky. The kettle whispers, "Let the waves cradle you into soft rest." You inhale deeper, feeling each breath pair with the kettle's hum. You feel a sense of belonging as the village breathes around you. A soft wind carries the faintest scent of fresh bread, baked right before dawn. The scent rises from a little bakery near the harbor, stirring a memory of pastries. You think of how bread binds people alike. The kettle offers a quiet echo, as if it is sharing knowledge. The aroma blends with steam, and the air becomes warm but not oppressive. You realize that this kettle, which has seen countless suns rise, has a kind soul. The kettle's sound has shifted to a steady, comforting vibration. You feel a rhythm in your chest that matches it. You watch as a fisherman loads a net, the rhythmic motion a gentle drumbeat. You feel the heat rise from the kettle, but it is soothing, not scorching. You see a rooster's crow in the distance, a sharp, sudden bright note. You wonder if that crow will end up in a breakfast. The kettle's hum slows again, as if the day moves on. You feel tired in the best way, like a cloud of cotton pressing your head. You realize the kettle's whisper is like a lullaby that eases the mind. You close your mouth to take a sip, and you taste a hint of sweetness. The sweetness is similar to the warm honey that feeds the village's children. A cat wanders by, rubbing against your leg, purring softly. You notice the kettle's steam still swirling in the air like a gentle dance. You laugh, thinking this kettle is a tiny, wise owl watching over. You feel the kettle's steam cool your cheek like a soft, whispering hand. You sense a presence in the air, as if the whole harbor holds its breath. You feel a small smile and think about the little jokes that make life lighter. You observe a fisherman's hat perched on the side of a wooden crate. You wonder if the hat contains stories of a distant sea. You think the kettle might be a quiet witness to all of them. You hear a low sigh of wind brushing through the reeds beside the shore. The reeds sway, a soft rustle like a distant choir. You breathe in, and the steam from kettle mixes, forming a gentle fog. The kettle's hum becomes a thread that stitches together these small sounds. You feel your body relax with each pulse of the kettle. You imagine the kettle as a small, living drum, filling the air with calm. You notice that the kettle's heat is constant, a steady pulse. You begin to feel the rhythm of your own heartbeat matching that. You realize that the kettle's hum is a part of this village's soul. You notice a gull landing on the nearest wooden post, eyes bright. The gull looks at you, as if saying, "Come on, enjoy." You notice the kettle's steam glistening, tiny drops that sparkle like small diamonds. You imagine each drop catching the morning sun for a brief moment. The kettle's hum becomes a promise of warmth when the cold touches your skin. You feel the heat of the kettle's iron as both comfort and support. You think of how this kettle has seen countless stories in its time. You think of how each morning is a new story in an old tale. You notice a little child tugging at a fisherman's sleeve. The child looks up, eyes gleaming with curiosity. The kettle's hum deepens, almost like applause for the innocents. You feel the weight of the kettle's warmth rest upon your shoulders. The kettle appears to carry the village's collective breath in a single note. You sense that the mist will clear slowly throughout the day. You hear a distant boat creak, the wooden frame groaning under the water. The sound blends into the kettle's soft tone, creating a layered lullaby. You breathe calmly, the rhythm of your lungs matching the kettle's hum. You feel a deep sense of peace settle in your mind like a soft blanket. You think of how stories are born when the kettle whispers. The kettle's hum becomes a gentle call, urging all to rest. You realize this is the kettle's true purpose, to soothe the villagers. You notice a flock of birds taking flight, their wings flapping like tiny drums. Their rhythm is echoed by the kettle's steady hum, a quiet duet. You feel your thoughts slowly slow, as if you're letting the day slip away. You notice the smell of fresh fish, the salty tang of the sea. You inhale the scent, and it becomes a part of the kettle's soundscape. The kettle's whisper becomes a reminder that every day is a new beginning. You feel the warmth of the kettle spread across your chest, radiating calm. You notice the old wooden beams of the pier, each one creaking softly. You feel the age of wood, a memory of many feet that have touched it. You imagine the kettle as a silent observer of this quiet. The kettle hums, a sound that feels like a gentle hug. You close your eyes, feeling the kettle's vibration against your jaw. You realize the kettle has a lullaby voice that keeps the night away. You think of the kettle's steam that rises gradually, like a slow sunrise. The kettle's whisper is a promise to keep this village safe in its quiet. You feel the kettle's warmth wrapping around you, a comforting embrace. You notice a small sea star floating in tide, glimmering in the mist. The sea star seems to pulse in sync with the kettle's hum. You feel a moment of awe, as if you're witnessing the universe in miniature. You hear a faint whisper from the wind, a distant voice that shares the kettle's tone. The wind seems to agree, making the whole harbor hum in harmony. You feel the kettle's heat steady, a constant friend. You recall a time when the kettle was a tool of the town's baker. It warmed dough, and then it warmed your breath in the morning. You feel the kettle's hum as a gentle reminder that we're all connected. You notice the gentle rhythm of the tide, moving in and out, ebbing away. The tide's rhythm pairs with the kettle's steady hum, a calming song. You think of the quiet joy that this kettle brings to each day. You are grateful for the small warmth that steadies your mind. The kettle's hum continues, a small yet profound force. You feel the kettle's warmth and let it guide your thoughts slowly to rest. You think of the gentle night that will come after today's hum. You notice that the kettle's heat is enough to keep your spirits from drifting. You notice the sea, with waves rolling gently over the pier. The sea's sound intertwines with the kettle's hum, creating a new lullaby. With every breath you take, the kettle's hum feels like a soothing tide. You feel the kettle's gentle vibration against the skin of your shoulder. You are thankful for this simple moment as lightness rises. You think of how the kettle had been used for centuries, now still whispering the same. You feel a sense of continuity, the kettle's hum linking generations. You feel your body relax deeper, like a stone settling in a riverbed. The kettle's warmth rises in the air, comforting and steady. You feel the kettle's hum as a lullaby that keeps you grounded. You sense the day is not yet over, and the kettle will keep humming. You notice a gull calling as someone waves from a small boat. The gull's call blends with the kettle's sigh, a small chorus. You feel the kettle whispering a promise of calm and peace. You feel the kettle's heat around your chest, creating a small cocoon. You recall that the first printed book in France appeared in 1474, an early story in the harbor's history. You think of the silly rumor about a dolphin signing fishing rights. You hear the kettle's hum and feel it ease your focus. You feel the kettle's steady pulse keep your thoughts in alignment. You're relaxed, and the kettle reminds you not to hurry. You notice the village's rhythm, its heart beating gently within its walls. You feel a small warmth spreading from the kettle to your toes. You feel the kettle's hum guiding you, a quiet beacon of tranquility. You feel the kettle's warmth settle like a blanket over your head. You recall how the kettle is a witness to all the stories that unfold. You feel the kettle's hum as a gentle reminder that all days have a sound. You feel the peace that follows the kettle's steady vibration. You notice the dawn slowly pulling back the fog, revealing a new day. The kettle's hum stays soft, a lullaby against the sunrise. You think that maybe the kettle will keep humming all day until the night. You feel the comfort of the kettle's warmth against your skin. You see how each small sound in the harbor is a note in a larger song. The kettle's hum is the foundation, strong and unchanging. You feel your mind slowly becoming quiet, aligning with the kettle's rhythm. You notice a small fish jumping out of the water, a splash echo. The splash blends into the kettle's steady hum, a gentle reminder. You feel a small smile on your lips as you listen to the kettle. You feel the kettle's heat soothing, making you feel at home. You notice the sound of the tide and the kettle, a gentle lullaby. You feel the kettle's presence, like a guardian that keeps you calm. You feel yourself drifting, the kettle's hum guiding you to restful ease. You feel the kettle's steady warmth under your chest. You feel peace grow within you, a steady rhythm as the kettle hums. You think of the night that will come and how the kettle keeps its calm. You notice a distant shout of a fisherman, a call to gather the crew. The shout fades into a quiet as the kettle keeps humming. You feel the kettle's hum as a steady backdrop to the day's events. You feel in this space a small sense of belonging. You feel the kettle's warmth like the sun's gentle embrace. You notice a small ripple on the surface, a wave. The ripple sinks with the kettle's hum, a gentle flow. The kettle's hum is a promise that the village will remain calm. You feel yourself becoming more relaxed, like a tide pulling in. You feel the heat of the kettle settle in, a soft cocoon around your mind. You let the kettle's sound echo within you, letting your thoughts flow. You feel your breathing align with the gentle hum, like a soft tide. You feel the kettle's hum guiding you toward calm, a gentle lull. You feel the kettle's light warmth as a beacon of comfort. You note that the world around you is filled with small sounds. You feel each sound as a part of a larger whole. You feel the kettle's hum is the heart of that stillness. You feel the kettle's gentle vibration resonate in the corners of your mind. You think of the days that will come, all shaped by the kettle's steady hum. You feel your body easing into a tranquil lull. You feel the kettle's warmth like a quiet guardian. You feel the kettle's hum keep you grounded. You realize the kettle is the village's quiet heart. You feel a sense of harmony grow as the kettle hums. You notice a faint wind through the reeds, a gentle sigh. You hear the kettle's hum echoing the wind's lullaby. You feel in this moment the kettle's hum as a steady guide. You feel your mind gently drifting toward a calm hush. You feel grateful for the soft rhythm that the kettle brings. You feel ready to let this calm settle deep within. You feel the kettle's vibration, a gentle, soothing pulse. You remain present, the kettle keeping the village peaceful. You step onto the pier, feeling the salty breeze tickle your ankles. The tide laps softly against the wooden boards. Your feet are the only sound. Fish line the pier like silver ribbons, shimmering beneath the rising sun. You watch each glittering body move, one after another, a living parade. The kettle on the lower rail whispers, its breath a tiny lullaby. Its gentle hiss harmonizes with the waves, a soothing soundtrack for early explorers. Historians still argue whether that sound marked the first secret meeting of pirates. The rumor says a smuggler once slipped a map into a soup pot. You grin. The kettle seems to chuckle at that tale. The sea glistens, fish shadows flicker, painting silver streaks on wet wood. You feel the rhythm of the water echoing the kettle's cadence. The kettle hums a low note, like a dolphin in a glass. Quirky rumor, a gull once delivered a lost sock to a fisherman. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. The kettle laughs, almost like a wise old seaweed. You pause, chuckling, as if the bird practiced laundry techniques. The fish jump higher, breaking the surface in a synchronized splash. You lean closer, ears open to the kettle's whispered song. Your breath mixes with steam, forming a tiny cloud beside you. The kettle sighs, a breath of the sea captured in metal. You feel a gentle tug in your chest, aligning with the tide. The water stirs a soft song, the fish turning into notes. The kettle continues humming, a thread weaving through the pier. You hear the clinking of a small bell, a distant church. The bell's tone rings alongside the kettle, a duet of dawn. You imagine the bell and kettle as old friends sharing secrets. The kettle's voice is soothing, like a hand brushing your back. You chuckle, imagining the kettle texting about a lost sock. Its steam feels like a misty hug, light and comforting. You breathe in, feeling the air cool against your face. Your body relaxes, muscles unwinding like tangled fishing line. The kettle's melody softens, a lullaby woven from steam and sand. You imagine the kettle speaking in stories of whales and tides. It sings a tale of a mermaid who traded pearls for songs. The story flows, flowing like a gentle lull. You smile, hearing the kettle's steam rise like a sigh. The sound swells, filling the air with soft reverberations. The harbor glows, a mosaic of reflected steel and ocean. You feel a sense of belonging, part of this living symphony. The kettle's hum slows, a quiet breath at the edge of night. You listen, every sound a thread in the quilt of rest. A bird circles above, its wings fluttering like tiny bells. The bells chime softly, echoing the kettle's steady whisper. You exhale, letting the sound carry you into a dream. The kettle emits a low note, a promise of calm. Your eyelids grow heavy, like sand dunes at dusk. You sink into the rhythm, the sound turning into a lull. There is a quiet echo from the kettle, a lullaby that holds you. You close your eyes, letting the kettle's sigh wrap you like a blanket. The harbor hums on, a steady background for a sleeping village. You feel the warmth of sea and kettle blend into one sound. The kettle's breath grows softer, like a moonlit tide. You sense that every wave carries a note from the kettle's lullaby. You smile at the idea that your mind is a ship anchored in sound. The tide pulls back, revealing a path of polished stones. You walk along the stones, each step echoing the kettle's rhythm. The sound lingers, a soft whisper in the air. You pause, feeling the hush settle like a gentle blanket. A faint breeze carries the kettle's steam, dancing over your skin. Its steam curls around your fingers, humming like a quiet lull. You breathe deep, absorbing the quiet of the harbor. The kettle's sigh is soft now, a lull that keeps you close. An old fisherman pats your shoulder, offering a hand of gratitude. You feel warmth spread, like a sunrise over quiet water. You return to the pier, the kettle waiting as always. Its steam rises, a soft promise of dreams to come. You sit, allowing the kettle's voice to lull you deeper. The harbor listens, the breeze whispers, the world sleeps. You sense the kettle's melody is a lullaby that never ends. You close your eyes again, floating on the sound like a cloud. The kettle's hum becomes a soft heartbeat of the night. You breathe slowly, aligning with the gentle rhythm. The world fades. The sound holds you in its tender embrace. You drift further into the quiet, a calm tide taking you. The kettle's voice whispers, "Rest, dear traveler, the sea sings tonight." The kettle's steam whispers, "Send me a selfie sometime." A silver flounder glides beneath, its scales shifting like distant stars. The kettle's hum adapts, reflecting the fish's smooth glide. You feel a subtle vibration under your feet, echoing in the stone. A breeze lifts a fallen feather, dancing with steam. The kettle sighs, a soft exhale matching the feather's drift. You watch the feather land in a small puddle beside the pier. It ripples, spreading silver reflections across the stone. The kettle's steam curls like a ribbon, entwining with the feather. You imagine the feather is a messenger from a distant gull. The gull's whistle cuts across the air, a bright trill. The kettle hums a counterpoint, creating a duet. A small cat lingers near the kettle, its coat damp. It nudges the kettle gently, pressing its head against the handle. The kettle responds with a soft wobble, almost a nod. You smile at the cat's curious antics. The cat meows, and the kettle's whistle rises in reply. The sound fills the pier, mingling with the sea. You feel the kettle's vibration brush against your collarbone. The waves grow rhythmic, like a metronome set to morning. The kettle's heartbeat syncs with the tide's pulse. A tiny shrimp darts beneath the surface, leaving a silver trail. You follow its path, noting the subtle ripples. The kettle continues humming, steady through the ebb. You feel the quiet weight of the harbor settle. The kettle's steam mingles with the scent of salt and fish. A wind gust lifts your hair, scattering the steam. The kettle responds with a gentle puff, smoothing the air. You close one eye, feeling the sensation deepen. The harbor's rhythm steadies, a lull that embraces all. A small fisherman calls across the pier, greeting the kettle. He taps the kettle lightly, testing its resonance. The kettle vibrates, producing a crisp note. The note drifts into the sky, blending with gulls' cries. You feel a kinship with the fisherman's simple touch. The kettle's steam curls, creating a delicate halo. A breeze carries the steam up into the sunrise. The kettle hums a lull, a promise of calm. You breathe in, feeling the dawn's promise. The kettle's melody tightens, a gentle tug toward sleep. The sounds settle into gentle resonance. A distant boat creaks, announcing the day's start. The kettle's hum deepens into a steady bass. The harbor remains quiet, with only the kettle's voice. You let the sound cradle you into sleep. A faint echo of distant bells remains. The kettle whispers, "Good night, friend." The harbor sighs, releasing all tension. The breeze cools as you drift toward dreams. The kettle's steam lingers, guiding your mind. You feel warmth rise under your skin. The kettle's hum rises, like the rising sun. You feel a sense of safety. The kettle's voice carries you deeper. You imagine the kettle in a dreamscape, swirling. The dream's color blends with steam. The kettle sings, a lullaby of waves. You feel the kettle's pulse matching your heartbeat. The breath deepens, easing every muscle. The kettle's breath becomes a soothing wave. You surrender to the quiet. The kettle's melody fills empty spaces. The harbor's story continues. The kettle keeps humming. The world fades into a gentle night. The kettle whispers, "Rest, traveler." You step onto the pier, feeling the salty breeze tickle your ankles. The tide laps softly against the wooden boards. Your feet are the only sound. Fish line the pier like silver ribbons, shimmering beneath the rising sun. You watch each glittering body move, one after another, a living parade. The kettle on the lower rail whispers, its breath a tiny lullaby. Its gentle hiss harmonizes with the waves, a soothing soundtrack for early explorers. Historians still argue whether that sound marked the first secret meeting of pirates. The rumor says the sea, like a patient teacher, whispers lessons. You grin. The kettle seems to chuckle at that tale. The sea glistens, fish shadows flicker, painting silver streaks on wet wood. You feel the rhythm of the water echoing the kettle's cadence. The kettle hums a low note, like a dolphin in a glass. Quirky rumor, a gull once delivered a lost sock to a fisherman. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. The kettle laughs, almost like a wise old seaweed. You pause, amused, asking the fisherman if he's found it yet. He shrugs, smiling at the absurdity of a sponge guarding treasure. The kettle emits a soft hiss, echoing the wind's gentle tease. Historians still argue whether ancient trading routes were guided by stars or instinct. He says warmly, you feel the echo of that debate swirl around the old wooden hull. He pulls a ragged scarf, weaving it around his wrist. It smells like salt, pine, and the faint memory of diesel. The smell makes you think of a kitchen where no pot ever boils. The kettle whistles again, a steady lull for your brain. You picture the old fisherman's life on a boat, chasing horizons. Behind him, the sea is vast, a mirror reflecting sky. He tells you about a storm that saved his life and broke a mast. All the wind sang through the torn rigging like a choir of crickets. You laugh at the image of crickets on a mast during a tempest. The kettle emits a gentle puff, as if breathing a sigh into the fog. The old man's eyes twinkle, a subtle hint of mischief and wisdom. You feel a gentle pull in your chest, the memory of waves. He leans closer, lips forming a soft, steady hiss like a spoon stirring sugar. The kettle replies with a faint, metallic note, a dialogue between steam and rust. You listen, realizing the kettle keeps the village's secrets in its shell. The old fisherman chuckles again, saying he once swapped a jar of seaweed for a gold coin. You wonder if the coin still gleams in the moonlit waters. He nudges the kettle gently, as if inviting it to share more. The kettle's steam curls like a question mark, trailing off into the horizon. You feel a soft warmth against your shoulder, the ocean wrapped in a hug. He says the sea, like a patient teacher, whispers lesson after lesson. Those lessons are written in foam, carried to shore in gentle waves. You imagine foam as a soft blanket, cushioning your thoughts. He pulls out a cracked tin of oil, handing it to you as a gift. The oil smells like fish, barnacles, and distant winter storms. You hold the tin, feeling the weight of stories in your palm. The old fisherman turns, waving goodbye, leaving the kettle silent. You turn back, the kettle's sigh lingering in the air like mist. The old kettle's steam curls around your hand as you breathe in. You close your eyes, listening for the rhythm of the tide. It's a steady drum, beating like a heartbeat that never stops. You feel the pulse beneath your palm, a gentle reassurance. The old fisherman's story had become a lull, a soft lullaby. Its steam breathes legends into the air, a living memory. You watch the horizon, watching shadows dance beneath the early sun. A gull glides past, silent over sea, a messenger in the wind. The old fisherman's voice shifts to a slower rhythm, reminiscent of a lull. You feel your own pulse slow, matching the ocean's heartbeat. You hear the kettle as a gentle giant, guarding the village. Its presence comforts you, anchoring your thoughts, steady as a lighthouse. The old fisherman chuckles, thinking of times he was a boy, fishing with nothing but hope. He lifts a small, cracked wooden boat model, showing it as an antique. The model glows in the light, a reminder of resilience. You pause, feeling a memory of your own childhood fishing. The kettle emits a low chime, as if applauding your reminiscence. The old fisherman smiles, grateful for the shared moment of silence. You feel the kettle's steam, soothing as a blanket over the sea. The tide whispers, "Keep going, little one," as the waves tickle your toes. You feel a gentle pull in your ears, the sound of a lull. The kettle sighs, echoing the rhythm of the deep blue. You close your eyes, letting the story dissolve into sleep. The old fisherman's voice fades, replaced by the kettle's steady hum. You feel a deep breath, a calm exhale, a lullaby that settles within. The kettle's steam curls, framing your vision like a silver veil. You sense the village sleeping, their light dim, like a star behind clouds. The kettle's hum deepens, a lullaby guiding you to rest. You breathe slowly, each inhale drawing you closer to the tide's memory. The sound of the kettle is a tide's whisper that steadies your mind. It feels like a safety rope, tying your thoughts to a calm shore. You let the kettle's voice guide you like a fisherman's compass. Your eyelids grow heavy, each blink a wave rolling in. You hear the sea's heartbeat, constant drum under the sky. The kettle's chime rings, a lull that carries you toward dreams. You feel your body sink, the warmth of steam wrapping you. The old fisherman's voice fades into a distant memory of salt. You inhale, the scent of seaweed, rain, and old pine. The kettle hums a gentle lull, telling a secret dream. You feel weightless, drifting between clouds and tide. The kettle's steam forms a mist, swirling around your head. It feels like a gentle breath on your temple, soothing. You let the breeze carry you, a lull of the sea. The old fisherman smiles, his face creased like a weathered map. He thinks of ages, seasons, tides, and the calm that follows. You feel the kettle's breath, a soft tide that steadies your heart. The silence deepens, the world muted, only the kettle humming. You close your eyes, letting the story seep into your dreams. The kettle, a companion, sings a lull that never ends. You drift deeper, the tide's lull guiding you onward. The old fisherman's voice lingers, a whisper of salt and memory. You feel your body relax, like a boat settling in calm water. The kettle's hum merges with the waves, a single soothing tone. You inhale the scent of brine curling around each breath. You exhale, releasing all tension like a wave washing ashore. The kettle sighs, a final note before the night deepens. You feel safe, like a child snuggled under a blanket. The tide's lull hums, a lullaby that embraces your sleep. Now, the kettle whispers again, a gentle command to rest. You surrender fully, letting the sea carry you into dreams. The old fisherman smiles bright, his story, now an eternal tide. The kettle hums softly, the final lull before the dawn. You hear the kettle's breath, a promise of calm tomorrow. You close your eyes entirely, letting your heart sink with the tide. And then the kettle disappears, leaving only the sigh of the sea. You hear nothing but the rhythm of wind and waves, a perfect lull. Your mind drifts, the light dissolving. As you fall deeper into sleep, the kettle's absence feels like a gentle goodbye, a promise to return. You imagine it whispering once more when the sun rises, bringing calm again. It will be there, a steady breath as the harbor awakens. Until then, you rest, the kettle's lull still singing in your ears. You drift toward night, the harbor still calm, the tide, a soft lull. The kettle's story lingers, a gentle reminder that sleep is a tide. You feel the rhythm, the quiet that settles deep inside. Each breath echoes the sea's lull, a whisper that keeps time. You drift like a log, gently rocked by the world's calm. The old fisherman's presence fades, but its warmth lingers. You remember the kettle's steam, a soft lullaby, gentle as a sigh. The harbor's night is quiet, the sea a blanket of sound. You breathe in, letting the quiet fill your chest slowly. You exhale, the day's worries drifting away like clouds. The kettle's whisper remains a steady pulse under the stars. You feel safe, as if the sea itself is holding your hand. Your mind eases, the last fragment of stress, unwinding like a rope. You slip into a deep sleep, the kettle's lull as your pillow. The harbor hums, the waves tickle the night sky with soft lights. The stars glitter, a constellation of dreams just for you. You open no eyes. You let the night carry you, the kettle's soft breath whispering you to rest. You step onto the pier, feeling the salty breeze tickle your ankles. The tide laps softly against the wooden boards. Your feet are the only sound. Fish line the pier like silver ribbons, shimmering beneath the rising sun. You watch each glittering body move, one after another, a living parade. A kettle on the lower rail whispers, its breath a tiny lullaby. Its gentle hiss harmonizes with the waves, a soothing soundtrack for early explorers. Historians still argue whether the sound of bells marked seafaring milestones. The kettle sighs, and the room fills with the scent of fresh bread. You close your eyelids, giving the aroma solace. The kettle's glow shifts, turning amber, breathing soft light. You hear the kettle whisper. It echoes through the harbor with every wave. The world around you dissolves, leaving only steam and sun. The kettle glows, releasing whispers of ancient bread. You inhale the steam tastes of yeast, salt, and horizons. A child laughs beyond the pier, his giggle mixes with kettle's song. The kettle turns on its whistle, a gentle invitation. You feel the warmth, like sunrise over a calm sea. Historians still argue whether the taste of herbs marked the birth of cuisines. A local murmur rises. Old fishermen's stories mingle with the breeze. The kettle whistles its tune, a lullaby crafted by time. You imagine bread rising like the tide itself. The sky blushes amber, an evening of promise. You feel the harbor's pulse, steady and comforting. The kettle hums, an ever-present lullaby. You lie back, letting steam curl around your ankles. The wind stirs, blending aromas with each sigh. The kettle's glow becomes brighter, shimmering like a lantern. You watch the waves, each crest a verse of soft music. The harbor breathes its heart beating in the night. You let the kettle's whisper carry you to a quiet place. Historians still argue whether the sea's salt was first used in kitchens. You taste the steam on your lips, a gentle reminder. The kettle's hiss acts like a soothing lull. You close your eyes, surrendering to the moment. The harbor quiets. You feel the world settle. The kettle's glow softens like a warm blanket. Historians still argue whether the kettle's whistle guided navigation. You feel the river of steam enveloping your senses. The sky becomes a tapestry painted by dawn's early light. You smile, an ember of forgotten laughter. The kettle hums, matching the heartbeat of the harbor. You inhale, salty air filling each corner. You exhale, letting the day dissolve. The kettle's steam curls over your head. You feel the kettle's presence, anchoring your thoughts. A distant gull calls, echoing across the water. The kettle whispers again, like a soft friend. You feel the warmth, stitching your day together. Historians still argue whether the kettle's steam had medicinal power. You recall the quirky tale, bread bargained to a mischievous spirit. The harbor sighs, its sound a lullaby. The kettle's glow guides the night's soft tide. You walk the pier, letting salt erase old worries. The steam trails, an invisible ribbon. You pause, listening to the kettle's subtle tick. The harbor hums steady under the rising sun. You feel the kettle, constant companion. You remember the old man who said the kettle sang his lull. The harbor lights grow brighter, promise night will return. You smile, ready for the next cycle of dreams. The kettle's hum fades into a whispering wind. You inhale, air holding scent of old wood. You exhale, releasing the day's small worries. The kettle's echo softens, becoming a lull of quiet. You lie back, watching the sky paint hues of blush. The harbor sings, each wave a note in gentle hymn. You lean into rhythm, letting world ease the weight. Each breath feels like a tide lifting you into silence. The kettle keeps whispering, never pausing, steady companion. You close your eyes. Harbors hush, your only companion. Your mind drifts to a forgotten dream of sea and steam. You sink deeper, kettle remains, a soft star in night sea. Wind brushes the rafters, carrying salt spray toward your sleeping face. The kettle cracks at dawn, small echoes ripple like broken seashells. You feel the first light, an old lighthouse flicker against the horizon. The harbor hums softly, a gentle prelude to the day's adventures. You sip the kettle's steam, each swirl whispers a secret lullaby. A gull calls, a sharp note that reminds you it's morning, not midnight. You smile, this breakfast routine is richer than any internet meme. Remember the quirky tale of Breton fishermen who traded a kelp kite for a loaf of bread. Historians still argue whether wind could have powered ancient sails earlier than documented. The iron bridge across the River Severn was lifted into place in 1779, a milestone of engineering. You chuckle because the sound of a wooden kettle is more soothing than a brass trumpet. Wind whispers through the eaves, each gust a soft percussion on the roof tiles. The kettle sputters like a contented cat. It finds rhythm in the breeze. You close your eyes, letting the sea's perfume wrap around your thoughts. Below, a fisherman raises his nets, each cast a deliberate dance with fate. The kettle's hiss becomes a lull, softly rocking the shore's rhythm. You hear the distant bells of the church bell tower, an old, resonant reminder. The wind pulls the sails, yet today they remain furled for caution. You laugh, kettles don't sail, but they do make great storytellers. The sky turns a pale peach, a gentle sunrise painting clouds. Wind carries scent of seaweed, tangy, salty, but comforting. You smile, such simplicity feels like a warm hug. You hear the kettle's gentle crack, a punctuation mark in dawn. Wind swirls, making circles that dance on the horizon. You imagine each circle a breath of the universe. The kettle's tone deepens like an ancient drum in the wind. You feel a tremor soft, like a lull of a sleeping whale. Wind whistles, every gust a note of promise. You taste the air fresh, mineral, and slightly sweet. The kettle's steam curls like shy ribbons, wrapping you in calm. You hear the gentle slap of waves, pale and rhythmic. Wind plays a game of tag, running between the sails. You notice the gulls, forming a line like a semaphore flag. The kettle's whisper becomes a promise, restful nights await. You recall the quirky story of a fisherman who traded a jar for a kettle. Wind rustles like pages in a weathered book. The harbor's silence is golden, a pause before the day takes shape. You feel the kettle's warmth, steady, like a reliable friend. Wind brushes your hair soft, silver, almost magical. You laugh because the sea has a better punchline than comedians. The kettle's sigh is the world's lull, soothing you inwardly. You picture the tide rolling like a giant blue quilt across the shore. Wind creates music, each gust a note in the harbor symphony. The kettle hums, a gentle heartbeat, syncing with the world's breath. You hear a distant bell, an old church calling the faithful. Wind flickers like lanterns in a sea of darkness. The kettle's light flickers, creating a story on the walls. You feel the sea's heartbeat, steady, rhythmic, and reassuring. Wind whispers, reminding you that calm is just a breath away. You close your eyes, letting the hush of waves soothe. The kettle steams soft as a cloud wraps around your skull. Wind shuffles leaves, creating a gentle drum of nature. You smile like a child, feeling the world at its best. Wind carries a story of ancient times when sea turtles were abundant. You picture old sailors trading recipes with waves. The kettle whispers, offering a promise of rest. Wind's breath is a lullaby for the restless hearts. You feel the kettle's steady rhythm like a metronome for sleep. Wind lifts like a gentle hand guiding you toward calm. You hear the distant splash of a swimmer, soft, patient, and rhythmic. The kettle's steam drifts like a secret message to the sky. Wind whispers, reminding you of waves that have never been seen. You inhale, letting the salty air fill your lungs. Wind plays, each gust a note, each lull a promise. You feel the world turning, breathing, and singing. The kettle's whisper is a lull soft and constant. Wind curls, creating a gentle spiral around the sea. You laugh. Perhaps the sea's laugh is louder than yours. The harbor glistens like a field of tiny silver stars. Wind rustles soft and steady like a lullaby of the sea. The kettle warms like a small sun in your palm. Wind lifts the flag, its frill dancing with waves. You hear the distant rooster, and early birds claim to the sky. Wind hums, stirring the sea's secrets quietly. You feel the kettle steady, unwavering, and patient. Wind carries sound, soft laughter from children building sandcastles. The kettle's drip echoes, simple, yet profound. You think perhaps the sea teaches patience. Wind pulls the curtain, softly revealing the sun. The kettle releases steam, like confetti of gentle clouds. You feel the breeze cool, refreshing, and comforting. Wind whispers, reminding you that life's rhythm feels like breathing. You inhale, letting the world breathe slowly with you. Wind folds into clouds, then into dreams. The kettle's music is a promise, gentle, unhurried, and infinite. You smile like a cat that found a warm spot. Wind gathers, clouds dancing atop hills beyond the horizon. Historians still argue whether the harbor's layout mirrored ancient trade routes. You notice the gulls performing a silent ballet. Wind brushes the hull like a gentle tap on a drum. The kettle sighs, an invitation to dream. You feel the rhythm soft, deep, and steady. Wind carries whisper of distant fires, smoldering stories. The kettle light flickers like a heart in the night. You close your eyes, letting the sea breathe. Wind wraps like a blanket of soft words. The kettle's steam sighs, soft melody to calm. You feel the world soft like a cloud. Wind hums an ode to the village's timeless rhythm. You imagine each breath a note in this lullaby. Wind carries a song about stars and the sea. The kettle's glow softening like the setting sun. You hear the gentle thrum of boats, soft lull in the distance. Wind lifts, soft curls of steam. The kettle whispers of peace. You smile, still at this moment of calm. Wind carries soft notes of laughter from children. The harbor settles quiet as a lull. You feel the water's rhythm steady, rhythmic, reassuring. Wind whispers like a lullaby for lost souls. The kettle sighs, soft as a whispered wish. You inhale deep, calm, serene. Wind gathers, murmur of a day ending. The kettle glows, soft lantern for the night. You feel the world warm, welcoming, and still. Wind hums, pulsing like a heart in the dark. The kettle's breath, gentle wind, soft rhythm. You close your eyes, letting the hush of waves lull. Wind lulls, every breath in peace. You feel the tide rising, falling, repeating. Wind carries a lullaby of old salt breezes. The kettle sighs soft, calming, eternal. You smile like a child embracing a new adventure. Wind whispers, reminding you that you are part of this calm. The harbor dreams of boats, gulls, and quiet nights. Wind carries soft notes of peace. The kettle glows like a star in the sea. You feel the world soft, serene, and still. Wind whispers soft as a child's hush. The kettle sighs, an invitation to dream forever. The kettle sighs soft as a whispered wish. Children dart between nets, giggling as waves tickle their ankles. Their laughter rings thin, crisp over the salt air. The kettle joins, rattling gently, aligning with each giggle. You feel the rhythm, heart pumping faster, but still mellow. The water splash sounds like tiny drums on a beach. You inhale deep, salt smelling like adventure and possibility. A child throws a handful of seaweed seed and dances around the pier. The kettle's chiming feels like applause for this small, green ballet. You feel the rhythm spread through the soles of your shoes. A gull calls once more, louder than before. Its cry echoes over the harbor, mingling with distant fishermen jokes. The kettle rattles, aligning with the bird's notes, forming a symphony. You inhale, noticing the scent of brine and freshly baked bread. Children's laughter mingles with the kettle's quiet music, creating a blanket. You pause, allowing the warmth of the moment to settle. The sky shifts from pink to a deeper twilight blue. A breeze tickles the kettle, producing a soft, metallic sigh. You feel the echo of the sound as it slides into your thoughts. The children shout again, laughing at a secret play that only they hear. You smile again, hearing the world whisper in sync with the kettle. Historians still argue whether wind could have powered ancient sails earlier than documented. The debate lingers like the scent of sea salt after rain. The kettle's tick grows louder, keeping pace with the children's chatter. You hear a faint clatter, as if pots on distant balconies. It blends with the lullaby, adding depth to the scene. The children keep running, their bodies light, almost like ghosts. Their footsteps echo softly in the water's shallow embrace. You watch them for a moment, feeling an almost mystical sense of togetherness. The kettle's steam rises slowly, painting faint lavender halos in the air. You feel the warmth spread, soothing your thoughts into a lull. Kids pause, then dive back into the sea, chasing waves. The kettle continues, filling space with its calm, rhythmic heartbeat. You hear the soft sigh of an old boat creaking in the distance. It feels like an ancient lullaby carried across time. The scene feels almost cinematic, as if life is a gentle film. You notice the colors shifting the sky, the waves, the seaweed. Each hue seems to dance with the kettle's soft rhythm. You feel an urge to stay here forever, beyond the horizon. The children giggle again, their laughter like tiny bells. Their mouths form the shape of little boats, traveling across the water. You smile, recalling a childhood memory of building forts in the dunes. The kettle's sound swells slightly, like a crowd that cheers softly. You hear the distant gulls singing a lullaby of the sea. The air fills with salt, the sound, and a hint of citrus soap. You exhale gently, letting the calm settle like a soft blanket. A gentle ripple moves across the water, leaving a ripple of light. You feel the surface pulse, echoing the kettle's steady rhythm. The children chase a shadow, which falls on the shoreline. They reach for it, only to find it melts into the sand. You chuckle, knowing that moments fade like seashells on the shore. The kettle's final hiss blends with the quiet rustle of the harbor. You feel a sense of completion, like the day has wrapped itself. As the sky deepens, light fades to a gentle amber. The horizon blurs, the world hums in a single soft beat. You hear the kettle's music, a lullaby that matches your breathing. A gentle sigh escapes your lips, the day settling into peace. The waves kiss the shore, their rhythm matching the kettle's last note. You feel that warmth you've carried throughout the day. The kettle's music fades, leaving only the memory of the sound. Children drift toward the houses, their footsteps a soft drum. The harbor settles into darkness, save for a lone lantern. Its glow flickers, as if breathing, matching your heart's slow rhythm. You hear the final whistling of the wind, a whisper of a promise. The day gives way to night, gentle and patient. You close your eyes, feeling a tranquil tide of calm. The kettle's hum merges with the night's lull. Your breathing slows, matching the rhythm of the harbor. You feel the seas whisper against your cheek, a gentle hand. The night breathes, a soft, infinite song. You rest, feeling the world wrap around you in comfort. The kettle's final beat lingers, a promise of tomorrow. You hear the soft rhythm of the sea, a lullaby that keeps you safe. You feel the wind's touch on your cheek, gentle and reassuring. The harbor remains calm, a timeless witness to your rest. You let the night's song guide you to a dreamscape. Each breath draws you closer to slumber, soft and deep. The story lingers, like a faint scent on a breeze. You imagine the children's laughter as a distant lullaby. The kettle's hum becomes a gentle, endless echo. You feel all worries drift away, like seashells on the shore. You smile gently, feeling grateful for this peaceful harbor. The night embraces you like a warm, quiet blanket. Your eyelids flutter, closing to the rhythm of the tide. The sea breathes softly, keeping time with your heartbeat. You feel the harbor's lull, steady, patient, and unhurried. The kettle's final sigh resonates through the night air. You trust in the slow calm that surrounds you. Your thoughts dissolve into the gentle sea breeze. You are cradled by the harbor, safe and serene. The story ends, but the lull remains, a promise of rest. You drift into a tranquil sleep, where dreams sail gently. The kettle continues to hum a quiet lull in your dreams. You wake later, refreshed, your heart beating steady and calm. You remember the gentle whisper of wind, the child's laughter, the kettle. Your day feels like a storybook, soft and bright. You open your eyes, smile, and reach for the kettle. The kettle's hum welcomes you back, promising endless calm. You thank the harbor for its timeless lull and leave. The village waves goodbye, a gentle sigh of adventure. The day turns to memory, and the kettle's song remains. You walk home, feeling light, ready for tomorrow's adventures. Every step echoes the kettle's gentle rhythm, steady as the tide. You pause at the harbor's edge, breathing in the salt. The wind carries memories of distant shores, whispering of adventure. You smile, feeling the kettle's song inside your chest. The kettle's echo settles, a cradle of calm in your heart. You hear a gull cry, a sweet note of freedom. The horizon glows softly, promising tomorrow's bright adventure. You let the day's calm linger as you step into daylight. The kettle's laughter echoes, reminding you that calm can be found. You open the front door, the kettle's soft hum still playing. The day ends, but the harbor's lull continues, patient and gentle. The day ends, but the harbor's lull continues, patient and gentle. You step onto the crumbling stone path, feeling each uneven surface beneath your feet. Every stone whispers stories, old and weather-worn, that echo through the salty air. You can almost hear the kettle humming a quiet refrain, telling you to trust history. A breeze sweeps past, carrying the scent of seaweed and distant bakery bread. You pause, letting the fragrance settle into your lungs like a soft blanket. The path stretches between the pier and the old wooden cottages, winding slowly. You hear footsteps echo behind you, as if the stones themselves are keeping time. Historians still argue whether these stones were laid by monks or merchants. In the distance, a gull calls, its voice sharp, almost impatient. You chuckle at the gull, thinking it might be after a breakfast sandwich. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. It's a joke you learned on a trip to the Gulf, and it still makes you smile. You laugh, hearing the absurdity of it, and the sound blends with the kettle's hum. The kettle, perched on a wooden post nearby, sighs gently as you approach. Its whistle is low, almost like a breathing lullaby for the weary. You hear the whisper in the kettle's voice. Feel history in each step. You feel the gravity of that command, as if the stone path itself is a teacher. You walk, feeling each stone shift beneath your weight, a rhythm formed by centuries. You remember the first printed book in the region, a fact that gives the place depth. The book was printed during the reign of a 19th century king who loved maritime tales. Some villagers claim that the stones hum when the moon is full, a quirky notion. You tilt your head, wondering if you can hear it tonight. The path curves slightly, winding under a low pergola of ivy vines. You catch a glimpse of a moth darting across the stone, a tiny dancer in the dark. The kettle's sound fades just enough to let the night birds chatter. You pause, listening for more than just birds. The distant ship engine, a low hum, a sudden gust of wind rattles the wooden plank overhead, a soft, metallic chime. The sound seems to match the kettle's slow rhythm, like a duet. You breathe in, feeling the salt and dampness saturate your senses. You exhale slowly, letting the air leave your body like a sigh. A small fox darts across the path, startling you with its quick motion. You laugh, thinking the fox just wanted to remind you of the path's hidden surprises. The fox disappears, and you continue, following the faint sound of water. Water nearby, perhaps a trickle or a distant tide, creates a watery lull. You feel the coldness of the stone under your boots, a contrast to warm breath. You note the small moss patches, green and vibrant against the gray. The kettle's whistle grows softer, as if acknowledging your progress. You think of your childhood, running through fields, and your heart lightens. You hear an old man's voice somewhere in the background, humming a lullaby. The lullaby is simple, almost like a lull that could lull a sea creature. You imagine the sea creature, maybe a dolphin, listening to your thoughts. You feel a connection between the path and the ocean that spans centuries. The stones at the start of the path are smooth, worn by countless footsteps. You trace the worn edges with your fingers, feeling the memory of each hand. Your mind drifts to the idea of time bending on a worn stone. You wonder what your own future steps could say to the path if it had ears. You smile at that thought, feeling amused by the absurdity of it. You hear a faint rustle, perhaps leaves trembling in the wind. Leaves crunch softly, adding a different texture to the path's sound. You pick up a smooth pebble near the edge, letting it roll in your hand. The pebble is cold, a reminder of how days can change. You place the pebble back, feeling an almost ritualistic comfort. Another gull appears, this one landing near the path's stone. The gull flutters away, leaving a lingering note that rings in your head. You think about how the kettle's breath feels like a gentle, steady pulse. You walk forward, feeling the rhythm, the hum, and the whisper combine. The path dips slightly, a hidden slope, almost like a secret that only the stones know. You lift your foot, hearing the subtle click on the stone's surface. You pause as the sound becomes a lull that invites deeper breathing. Your mind relaxes, letting the path tell its old tale one stone at a time. The kettle's sigh becomes almost a mantra for your mind. You let your thoughts sink in, feeling how the sea and the stone connect. The air now smells of wood smoke, a distant fire burning in a cottage. You imagine someone making tea, the kettle's steam rising like a ghost. The path ahead veers away from the pier toward the quiet courtyard. You turn, following its gentle curve, stepping into a new quiet zone. In the courtyard, old cobblestones reflect a faint glow from lanterns. Lanterns flicker lazily, their light dancing across the cobbles. The kettle's whistle joins the lantern glow, forming a subtle chorus. You feel the world slowing, the stones guiding you in gentle harmony. You see a small garden beside the path, herbs sprouting from cracks. You inhale the scent of oregano, rosemary, and thyme, the air thick with flavor. You notice a small wooden box, half buried in soil, its lid slightly ajar. It sits like a secret waiting for a curious soul. You walk around it, feeling the texture between your fingertips. The kettle's hum seems to respond, as if the box listens. You wonder if the box hides a relic, a story from before. On a nearby bench, you sit for a moment, just breathing. You let the kettle's rhythm sync with your heartbeat, a living metronome. You feel the ancient stone beneath you, as if it's humming with centuries. The path ahead is shaded by tall oaks, their leaves filtering sunlight. You notice a bird nesting in one of the branches, its feathers glossy. It flutters down, dropping a feather onto the path, almost like a gift. You pause, catching the feather, feeling its smoothness. You let the feather rest against your palm, a symbol of nature's kindness. The kettle, closer now, releases a low, comforting sound. It seems to say, let the stone take you, but keep your heart close. You feel the warm breath of the kettle, like a hand that steadies you. A faint drizzle begins, sprinkling tiny drops on the stone. The drops tap in rhythm with the kettle's quiet song. You cover your ears, letting the rain paint a new melody. The path feels slick, but your shoes grip firmly, steady in each step. You imagine the rain as a gentle curtain, hiding the world. You feel a sense of peace that deepens in the presence of rain and stone. You walk on, hearing the kettle's hum intensify slightly, as if it enjoys the wetness. The sound seems to remind you of a warm bath after a strenuous day. You glance up to the sky, clouds rolling in, darkening the horizon. You smile, thinking the clouds bring rain to the thirsty earth. The kettle's whistle now carries a slightly higher pitch, a joyous note. You pause again, feeling the sound lift you like a small kite. You remember how childhood played with kites, letting wind carry them. You recall how life can feel like a kite dancing on winds of change. The path curves into a stone archway, ancient and carved with vines. You step under the arch, feeling a quiet shift in space. The arch seems to frame a moment of silence, a pause in the story. In your mind, you imagine the ancient Romans passing beneath, their sandals clacking. A historian might say, the arch marks the old Roman road. You feel the weight of those footsteps echoing within the stone. The kettle's voice is steady, steady like a tide, pulling your feet toward calm. You feel the sound guiding you toward a final rest point. It is a small courtyard with a stone table, its surface weathered by time. You sit at the edge, feeling the stone cradle your body. You close your eyes briefly, letting the hum wash over you. You feel the heat of the kettle's breath, gentle and comforting. You notice a silver bell hung on the arch, chiming softly in the wind. Its sound complements the kettle, forming a peaceful duet. You hear the bell's toll echoing in a faraway village, like a distant heart. You consider that these sounds might remind you of home. You imagine yourself in a different place, yet the hum stays connected. You think of a childhood memory of a grandmother's quilt. She would stitch with love, like the stones stitched the path. Each thread held a story, like each stone holds a memory. You imagine your own story weaving in or out, a living tapestry. The path now leads toward a small wooden bridge over a stream. You step onto the bridge, feeling it creak softly underfoot. The bridge's wood smells like pine, earthy and inviting. The kettle's whisper becomes gentle, a lullaby on the wind. You hear the water below, clear and cold, a mirror for your thoughts. You pause, feeling your breath meet with the cool stream air. The stone path returns, guiding you back toward the cottages. You walk back, feeling the warmth from the hearth within each stone. You sense the path's heartbeat, the steady hum of the kettle inside. You see the cottage door glowing, a welcoming sign. You step closer, feeling the familiarity of a homecoming. You hear the kettle calling again, soft and final in the night. Its voice seems to say, feel history in each step, but rest soon. You feel a gentle pull of stillness pulling your shoulders, relaxing them. You notice a small hand reaching from the doorway, an elderly figure beckoning. That figure, perhaps an old fisherman, nods with a gentle smile. You sense that the kettle has spoken your name, and you answer with your laugh. You walk into the cottage, feeling the warmth of the hearth rising. The kettle sits on a mantel, breathing slowly, its whistle at a lull. You close the door, letting the night silence fill your thoughts. You hear the door creak as it closes, sealing the day. You feel the quiet settle in, like a blanket over a tired traveler. The kettle's hum whispers a final melody, deep and content. You lay back on the low chair by the fire, feeling the stone path's memory. You think of how the stones led you here, gently, patiently. You feel the steady pulse of the kettle aligning with your own pulse. You breathe in the scent of wood smoke, let it carry your cares away. You exhale, letting go of 1,000 worries. The kettle's whisper drifts, a lull for your mind and body as the night deepens. You smile, knowing that the stone path will wait for tomorrow. You feel the stone's old story, warm and tender, guiding you into sleep. You let the kettle's breath wash over you, a soothing, steady tide. You close your eyes, hearing the final quiet hum of that stone path. You open your eyes to the bustling market stalls, their colors spilling like a sunrise over salt water. The air tastes faintly of baked bread, seasoned with thyme and a hint of citrus. Creaking wooden cart wheels roll softly, each cart carrying a story in its wooden belly. A gull darts overhead, squinting at the scattering of fish glints on the stalls. You feel the rhythm of the market, a pulse that syncs with your own breathing. The kettle sits on a low cart, steam curling like shy ghosts above it. Its whistle is a soft lull, a counterpoint to the chatter of traders. You approach, hearing the kettle breathe tea, a gentle sigh that calms restless thoughts. Its vapor rises slowly, curling into a fragrant mist that swirls over your cheeks. You take a cup, the metal humming under the quiet hum of the market. The tea tastes like sea foam, a subtle salt that tingles at the back of your tongue. Around you, vendors hawk their wares with exaggerated gestures, almost theatrical. One lady calls out, fresh oysters, crispy shallots, buy now or never. Her voice is bright, a sharp contrast to the kettle's low, soothing tone. The scent of onions hangs heavy, inviting you to taste a dish later. A boy nearby pulls a plastic bag of oranges, grinning like a child in a dream. He tosses a handful of coins into a wooden box, laughing at the clinking. Kids love that trick, he says, pointing at the coin jar. You chuckle, feeling the absurdity of a world built on small joys. The kettle sighs again, as if applauding the simple humor that surrounds it. A middle-aged man with a weathered straw hat sells homemade jam. Try the strawberry, it's got the power to cure bad days, he boasts. He pats the jar, and a golden hue spills from its glass. You feel a warmth rising in your chest, a gentle reminder that hope can be edible. The kettle's whistle brightens, its steam forming a whimsical shape of a dolphin. You think of ocean waves and the soft sway of a lighthouse. A woman wearing a blue veil offers fresh lozenges, claiming they were made from seaweed. She says, "They keep your voice clear when you sing in the storm." Her smile is crooked but inviting, like a weathered postcard from a distant shore. One trader, older, places a bundle of herbs on his stall, smelling of rosemary and bay leaves. "You can brew tea that smells like the day you first met someone special," he murmurs. He slides the bundle into a wooden box, and you feel a faint fragrance of nostalgia. The kettle's steam spirals upward, carrying scents of pepper and juniper. You inhale, feeling your thoughts slide into a calm, echoing tide of peace. A quiet corner of the market hosts a small stage where an elderly man plays a flute. His playing is a melodic hum, looping like a lullaby for weary bodies. You imagine the flute as a small flame, flickering against the cool harbor air. The kettle's whistling softens, listening to the ancient music like a long-lived lover. You close your eyes briefly, letting the sounds wash over your mind. As you open them again, a small wooden box with a faded blue ribbon catches your eye. Its lid creaks when you lift it, opening to reveal a handwritten note. The note reads, "To the wanderer who listens, a secret brew awaits. Sip it under moonlight." You laugh softly, realizing the note is both a playful prank and a sweet invitation. The kettle glows, its steam now a translucent veil that swirls above the tea. You feel its warmth seep into your palm, comforting like a wrapped blanket. A vendor with a bearded face offers saffron-infused rice, his laugh bubbling like a pot. "You can taste a piece of summer," he says, tossing a pinch of spice into the air. You watch as the saffron threads catch the sun, turning golden. The kettle's whistle deepens, taking on a hushed, husky depth that reminds you of old sea shanties. You think of the ancient market's origins. The first recorded market in Brittany dates back to the 12th century. You feel the weight of history in this humble, fragrant space, a living museum. Nearby, a small stall selling seashells displays a peculiar set of dried seaweed. They call it invisible tea, and it supposedly makes your dreams taste of dragons. The vendor chuckles at the eccentric claim, and the phrase sticks like a playful tattoo. You grin, letting a strange curiosity curl inside you. The kettle sighs, and the steam paints a faint silhouette of a dragon over the cup. You inhale the scent of the hidden brew, imagining how it might alter your dreams. Historians still argue whether the dragon's breath truly enhances night visions or simply delights the mind. Your thoughts drift toward the market's quiet corners, each stone echoing past footsteps. The kettle emits a gentle pulse, its rhythm syncing with your pulse, soft and steady. You imagine the market as a living organism, breathing through its people and their stories. A woman with a red scarf offers a basket of roasted chestnuts. Their caramelized gold she whispers, letting the scent float to your nose. The chestnuts melt in your mouth, offering a crunchy, buttery bite that comforts. You pause, feeling the chew dissolve into the background hum of the kettle. You notice a young girl selling handmade seashell necklaces, each shell shaped like a tiny lighthouse. She nods at you with bright eyes, offering one for free. The necklace's shell feels cool, as if it holds a piece of the ocean. You feel the kettle's steam brush against your ear, whispering gentle words. The market's music shifts, a group of locals playing a tune on a tin flute. The notes drift like soft feathers, settling on the edges of your thoughts. You let the music wash over, feeling calmness ripple across your shoulders. The kettle produces a steady hum, as if reciting a lull as you sip tea. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the kettle's breath fill your mind. A vendor, with a crooked smile, offers a handful of starfruit, bright and fragrant. You taste the galaxy when you bite, he says, almost conspiratorially. You bite the fruit, and the flavor is a mixture of space and summer, light and sweet. Your mind drifts toward the endless horizon where the sun kisses the sea. The kettle's steam curls, forming shapes that look like tiny boats. You imagine those boats bobbing on a tea-colored sea, safe and peaceful. A cart wheels past, carrying a bundle of fresh cabbage, its green leaves crisp. The vendor shouts, "Cabbage, fresh from the river, you won't find greener." He pats the leaves, and they release a sharp, fresh scent that sharpens your senses. You watch the market's rhythm, a quiet orchestration of life and trade. The kettle emits a soft chime, resonating like a tiny bell within a stormy night. You savor the moment, feeling a sense of belonging even in the bustle. The scent of coffee curls through the air, a warm invitation from a nearby stall. A man sits at a wooden table, steam rising like a calm sea from his cup. He glances at you, nodding politely, and whispers, "Relax." The kettle does the rest. You inhale, feeling your shoulders loosen, the stress of the day evaporating. The kettle's voice deepens again, a gentle hum that steadies your breathing. You notice a small stall with a vintage record player, spinning a soft jazz groove. The music intertwines with the kettle's whisper, forming a sweet, rhythmic lullaby. You let the breeze carry a fragment of the sea, mixing with the jazz, creating a unique harmony. A vendor with a sun-burned face offers a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. "You'll feel the sunrise," he says, his voice low and melodic. You take a sip, and the bright orange floods your senses with light. The kettle's steam now shapes a small heart, curling like a sigh. You pause, feeling the warmth of the kettle around your fingertips. A boy tugs at his mother's hand, pointing at a stall filled with handmade clay figurines. They look like miniature fishermen, braced against a stormed tide. He laughs, and the mother shrugs, saying, "Every figurine has a story." You imagine each figurine's tale, perhaps the adventure of a lonely sailor. The kettle produces a faint echo, the sound a soft pulse that invites you to stay. You feel the market's atmosphere wrap around you like a soft blanket, warm and inviting. A woman in a flowing dress sells scented candles, their wax melting into a fragrant puddle. You can light your mind's fire, she assures you, her voice soft, almost a whisper. You watch the wax, letting its scent mingle with the kettle's steam. Your breathing deepens, aligning with the kettle's gentle rhythm. The market's noise recedes into a distant hum, but the kettle remains steady. You feel the edges of your consciousness ease into a deeper, more relaxed state. A bell rattle sounds from beneath a cart as a street vendor plays a soft snare. The rhythm is simple, yet it syncs with your heart's steady beat. The kettle's steam rises like a choir of tiny feathers, floating above the tea. You sip, feeling the warmth seep into your bones, calm and comforting. You hear a soft chuckle from a nearby stall, a girl trading seashell bracelets. She says, "Every shell holds a promise," her words drifting like salty wind. You smile, letting your thoughts drift to the day's memories and future dreams. The kettle hums, its voice a lull that reminds you of a quiet night's hush. You feel the market's energy settle around you, a tranquil aura. A vendor offers a spoonful of honey, golden and sticky, to sweeten your tea. He whispers, "Taste the sweetness of calm." Your cup tastes richer, the honey blending with the tea's gentle salt. The kettle's steam, now warm and fragrant, lifts in a gentle swirl. You take a deep breath and let the scent fill your mind. You hear a distant drumbeat, a low and steady rhythm from the other side of the market. It echoes the kettle's pulse, forming a subtle symphony of sound. You imagine the drum as a tidal wave, beating in harmony with the sea. You take another sip of tea, feeling its tea's body wrap around you. The kettle's murmur deepens, the sound like a lullaby that guides thoughts gently. A vendor with a laugh sells fresh pears, shiny and sweet. He says, "They're as bright as a new horizon," and his voice crackles like a small fire. You taste the pear, noticing its crispness and faint, peppery perfume. The kettle's steam turns into a faint rainbow, a delicate arc above your cup. You feel the warmth rising in your hands, the market's magic swirling gently. The market remains alive, every stall a story, every breath a new chapter. A small child, holding a crayon and a chalk, draws on a chalkboard, outlining a bright sun. The chalk marks are crisp, reflecting the market's sparkling light. The child looks up, eyes wide with wonder, and gestures at the kettle. You listen, feeling the kettle's whisper blend with the child's laughter. The kettle hums louder, like a drumbeat that brings steady calm. You feel your body sink into the seat of the stall's wooden chair, relaxed. As you sit, you notice a subtle breeze, carrying the scents of seaweed and citrus. You let the breeze coat your skin, a gentle reminder of warmth and renewal. The kettle's steam glides like a gentle river, merging with the fresh air. You exhale slowly, letting the worries melt like salt into water. You notice a vendor in a straw hat, holding a basket of fresh fish. He calls out fresh cod, fresh cod. Taste the sea's embrace. You walk over, feeling the salty tang in the air, the ocean's embrace. The kettle's murmur remains steady, a constant companion through bustling life. The market's music changes, a soft guitar playing a lullaby for night travelers. Its rhythm syncs with the kettle's breath, calming your mind. You stand, feeling the floor's warmth under your feet, a subtle vibration. The kettle's steam rises to form a small boat, bobbing in a gentle sea. You listen to the kettle's soft voice, telling stories of waves and winds. You are soothed by the market's endless stories, each whisper like a friendly breeze. The kettle's hum is a gentle lull, a calm lullaby that invites the night to enter. You feel your body sink deeper into ease, like a boat slowly floating into stillness. You hear a quiet murmur from a nearby stall where a man offers handmade soaps. He says, "Soothe your soul in a bubble." You smile, feeling delight, and the market's charm deepens. The kettle's steam now curls into shapes of tiny waves, curling close to the cup. You feel the warmth brush against your face, a gentle hug of steam. As you sip, you notice the tea's flavor shifting. It tastes like sea air and gentle dawn. You inhale, feeling your mind loosen as the kettle's lull fills the space. A vendor with an ear of wheat holds a basket of fresh bread, crusty and warm. The bread smells like the sea and a crackling fire, comforting. You watch the vendor, feeling content at this small moment. The kettle's hum deepens into a lull that guides your thoughts gently. The market's air is thick with aromas. The kettles steam a soft melody. You feel the steady breath of the kettle synchronizing with your pulse. You hear a gentle crackle from a nearby stall, the sound reminiscent of fire. The crackle echoes the kettle's murmur, soft, steady, comforting. You inhale the scent of wood smoke and fresh tea, letting it settle. The kettle's steam rises, forming a tiny feather that drifts above the cup. You feel your breathing soften, matching the kettle's gentle rhythm. A woman offers fresh apricots, juicy and sweet, her laughter bright. The apricot's scent is like sunshine on damp stone, gentle yet lively. You take a bite, and the fruit explodes with sweet citrus. The kettle's whistling deepens, a lullaby for those wandering heartbeats. You let the sound wrap around your mind, a blanket of calm. You notice a bell over a stall that rings once and then fades. The bell's tone matches the kettle's rhythm, a subtle harmony. You sip your tea, each sip a small wave that carries you deeper. The kettle's steam now forms a small lighthouse, pointing toward calm. You feel the market's energy settle around you, a warm blanket of peace. A vendor with a friendly face offers a jar of honey, glossy and golden. He says, "Taste the sweetness of the sun." You sip honey slowly, letting it melt on your tongue like sunrise. The kettle sighs, its steam a soft wave against your shoulder. You feel calm, your breathing slowly sinking with its pulse. The market's noise hums softly, a background harmony that calms your mind. You close your eyes, feeling the kettle's breath wrap around you like a warm blanket. You let the steam swirl around you, a gentle tide, inviting calm to take hold. A vendor with a smile shows you a small glass of sparkling water, bubbles dancing. You watch the bubbles rise, tiny lanterns in a dark sea. The kettle's steam becomes a faint glow, matching the sparkling water. You sip, feeling coolness on your tongue, a refreshing hush. The kettle murmurs, its sound gentle, as if whispering a secret. You let the market's rhythm lull you deeper, each breath aligning with steam. A man wearing a linen shirt offers a handful of walnuts, toasted to perfection. The nuts crack, releasing a nutty aroma that mingles with the tea. You taste one, feeling the crunch and the warmth. The kettle's steam curls around the nutshell, turning it into a tiny star. You feel a sense of wonder, the market a place where small miracles happen. The kettle's hum is steady, a lull that softens your mind like rain on a rough surface. You feel the market's pulse, rhythmic, soothing, a comforting tune. A child with a small painted kite, bright and fragile, points up and giggles. The kite resembles waves, reflecting the sky's endlessness. You watch the kite, feeling your breath expand with its flight. The kettle's steam rises, forming a shape of a wave. You watch, feeling calm as your thoughts float on the steam. The market's noise fades into a background hum, but the kettle keeps humming. You feel you can stay here, in a bubble of calm, for as long as you like. A woman carries a basket of fresh figs, their skins soft and sweet. She offers one, and its flavor bursts with gentle sweetness. The kettle's murmur deepens, a lullaby that invites your thoughts. You inhale, letting the scent of fruit mingle with the tea. You exhale slowly, feeling your body unwind with each breath. The kettle's steam becomes a tiny boat sailing across your cup. You watch, feeling your mind calm, each wave a gentle lull. You note the market's subtle shifts, each stall a new song. You feel the steady rhythm of the kettle guiding you toward peaceful repose. A vendor stands near a sign, "Tea from the sea," a playful nod to the kettle. He offers a cup of tea, its steam swirling like a tiny galaxy. You drink, letting the flavor of sea and spice mingle. The kettle sighs again, a hush that soothes like a velvet blanket. You feel a sense of belonging, the market's warmth a comforting embrace. The market noise continues, with vendors calling, customers laughing, all in sync. The kettle's melody remains steady, a calm anchor amid the flow. You lie on a wooden bench amid the stalls, feeling the gentle pressure of the earth. The kettle's steam rises overhead, touching your forehead like a warm hand. You lean back, feeling the world settle. The kettle's hum is a steady rhythm, a lull that carries you gently. You let your mind drift, riding the steam into a calm sea. Each breath aligns with the kettle's pulse, your thoughts sliding like leaves. You feel the market's energy flow through you, each wave gentle. The kettle's steam glides, turning into a quiet star, a reminder of calm. You notice a bell over a stall, its tone a soft counterpoint to the kettle. The bell rings softly, its sound harmonizing with the kettle's hum. You breathe, letting the sounds wrap you in peaceful silence. You taste a drop of honey from the jar, feeling it melt on your tongue. The candle from a vendor softly burns, casting gentle light. Its glow mixes with the kettle's steam, forming a warm tableau. You listen to the market's hum, a gentle lull that invites you to relax. The kettle's whistle softens, its tone a sigh that pulls your breath deeper. You feel your shoulders loosen, the weight of the day melting into steam. The market's rhythm continues, steady and calm. A little girl offers a small painted spoon, a gift of warmth. You take it, feeling the shape, the cool wood against your palm. The kettle's voice stays gentle, a lull that continues the calm. You sit, breathing slowly, feeling the world fade around you into soft sound. You hear a distant call of a seagull, a brief note of life. The kettle's steam becomes a gentle wave, a lull that carries calm. The market's energy hums around you, inviting peace. You feel the kettle's breath settle, a comforting embrace of steam. You let your mind drift, letting the kettle's hum guide you into deep rest. You notice a subtle shift in the market's sound, the lull growing stronger. The kettle's whisper deepens, soothing every part of your awareness. You feel ready, the market's magic wrapping around you. You continue to breathe, each inhalation a gentle wave, each exhalation a calm ripple. The kettle's steam climbs, shaping a tiny boat that sails toward your thoughts. You let the image settle, quieting every nervous flutter. You lie in this calm, a gentle space that feels like a harbor. The kettle's lull is steady, a soothing tide that flows into your sleep. You feel the market's last breath, a soft breath that invites restful dreams. Your body relaxes, your mind easing into the sound of the kettle's whisper. You notice the final steam curling up, a delicate promise of calm. You close your mind, letting the kettle's gentle hum soothe you to sleep. The moon hangs low, a silver eye over the harbor, its light rippling on water. Lanterns sway gently, their shadows dancing like shy cats in twilight. You feel a gentle breeze, carrying salt and distant laughter from the tavern. Your journey begins as the kettle on your shoulder starts to hum. Its glow casts soft triangles across your palm, a tiny guiding light. You hear the clink of old brass, the sound of waves against a pier. A night traveler passes by, eyes bright with wonder and weary curiosity. Your kettle whispers, "Follow the lanterns, they'll lead you where you need to go." You nod, letting the light warm the chill in your veins. The lanterns flicker, their flames dancing like tiny stars in a darkened sky. You notice a small silver tag on one. Its inscription is faint, almost a promise. Around you, fishmongers lean over their stalls, still bustling in midnight hours. The scent of roasted cod drifts between the stalls, mingling with seaweed. You pause to taste a morsel, salty and fresh, like the ocean sigh. Your kettle hums louder, as if listening to the rhythm of your pulse. You smile at the old man on the pier, his hat tilted against the wind. He offers a cracked compass that glows faintly in the lantern light. You accept it, feeling the faint thrum of its needle pointing true north. The street beside you turns into a tunnel of golden lanterns, each one a tiny beacon. The moon's reflection shimmers across the water, a silver ribbon leading onward. You move with the lanterns, their light guiding you down a cobblestone path. A faint music, almost a lullaby, starts to weave from a nearby lute. You hear a whisper. There are lanterns that light up at full moon every year. You recall the mainstream fact that the town's first lantern festival began in the year 1286. People still remember the night the lanterns first lit, a spectacle for sailors. A fringe tidbit lingers. Some believe the lanterns were enchanted by a forgotten sea witch. The light seems to pulse with an ancient heartbeat under the moon's watch. Historians still argue whether lanterns were purely decorative or served as secret navigation aids. You breathe, letting the silence fill your mind with soft, rhythmic echoes, the sound of distant waves, like distant drums, offers a steady pulse for your feet. A traveler speaks of a story where lanterns guided a lost sailor to a hidden cove. You lean closer to the speaker, hearing the rustle of parchment in the wind. The story hints at a forgotten map etched beneath the lantern's golden glow. You feel a sense of adventure rise, like steam from an empty kettle. You hear a child's laughter far below, echoing through the alley into the night. A lantern higher up flares, its flame flickering, as if answering the child's call. Your kettle glows brighter, as if to say, "Carry on, wanderer." You continue moving, following the path of fire like a pilgrim in twilight. You come upon a small island, its shore littered with smooth stones. A lantern there hangs from a low branch, its light steady, almost patient. An old sailor stands at the shore, eyes on the horizon, the moon his companion. He whispers about the legend that every lantern holds a wish in its flame. You feel that whisper settle, like a blanket on your shoulders. The moonlight casts a halo over the sea, turning the water into a liquid mirror. You pause, letting your breath cool in the quiet night air. Your kettle's hum syncs with the gentle lapping of waves against the rocks. A sudden breeze carries a scent of pine and salt, a reminder of faraway horizons. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the sound of lanterns lull you. The night travelers around you hum softly, voices merging into a low choir. Each lantern's flame flickers like a pulse in your chest, steady and warm. You feel drawn toward the largest lantern, its light blazing against the darkness. The lantern's flame appears to dance, almost like a playful fire sprite. You notice a small carved stone at the base, etched with old runic symbols. The symbols glow faintly, the light painting them in amber against the night. You trace them with your fingertips, feeling a gentle warmth seep through the stone. Your kettle hums again, resonating with the ancient symbols in the lantern. You remember that the town's oldest stone lantern was made from repurposed cargo crates. That detail reminds you of how sailors turned humble tools into protective charms. The lantern shines on, illuminating the path toward a hidden courtyard. You feel the path pulse under your feet, the stones vibrating like small drums. You step forward, your kettles glow steady behind you like a silent guardian. An old woman with a shawl appears, her face creased by many moons. She offers a small lantern, the flames small but incredibly bright. She says, "Carry this when traveling. It will keep your path clear." Your heart quickens, the promise of clarity resonating deep inside. Your kettle sighs in approval, sending a gentle wave of steam over you. You continue, the lantern's light flickering like a friend at your shoulder. The night grows deeper, the moon casting a pale glow onto the wooden dock. You hear distant voices chanting a night prayer, resonating with the sea itself. The chanting rises and falls like breathing, guiding your thoughts. You step into a small courtyard, stone walls tall, lanterns hanging from branches. The courtyard feels like a secret garden, each lantern a blooming light. You sit on a bench, letting the cool stone relax your muscles. Your kettle rests beside you, its steam curling, forming miniature shapes. You see a tiny heart shape float among the steam, a gesture of warmth. The night carries a faint scent of lavender and sea salt, soothing your senses. You inhale deeply, feeling the lavender calm your mind, the sea salt ground you. A distant cat hisses, its eyes reflecting the lantern flames as it sneaks away. You smile, the light casting soft spots on the cat's fur. You hear a trickle of water nearby, a small spring under the fountain. The water bubbles, bright and clear, its sound blending with the lantern's glow. You feel the rhythm of the fountain, the lanterns, and your breathing sync. Your kettle emits a mild hum, as if nodding in agreement. You think about how the town's oldest lighthouse was lit by kerosene, not candles. The history of light in the town, from candles to lanterns, shows progress. You recall that there is an old folktale about a lantern that never dimmed. That tale hints at a mysterious keeper of moonlight, guarding lost sailors. You wonder whether it is real or a simple myth passed through generations. Your kettle's glow remains steady, like a promise from the night. You hear laughter coming from beyond, a group of travelers gathered around a fire. Their voices share tales of the sea, of storms and calm, stitched like a tapestry. You listen, the fire's heat warming your back, the lanterns casting gentle shadows. The moon hangs high, the lanterns flicker like tiny fireflies against the gloom. You feel a calm settle, like a blanket of quiet over your thoughts. You notice a hand from the group extend a small lantern, its flame steady. They say, "Take this lantern. It will guide you even when the light goes dark." You accept the lantern, its flame steady against the cold night air. Your heart beats slow, the lantern's glow reflecting on your eyes. The night passes gently, with waves singing lullabies to those who listen. You feel the lantern glow become a beacon, pulling you toward the next story. You remember your kettle, still humming softly like a lullaby. Its steam now forms a small boat drifting across the cup's surface. You watch, feeling the boat's journey like your own inner voyage. The sea beyond is calm, a mirror reflecting the lantern's steady pulse. You sigh, the sound soft, echoing with the hum of lanterns. The night deepens, the moon's silver light becoming a blanket over the harbor. You feel the quiet vibrations of the lanterns, like a gentle drum in your chest. You see the lantern flames forming shapes, a heart, a star, a small whale. You laugh, a light sound that rises briefly above the night air. You realize that laughter is a form of light, a warm ember in the cold. A whisper floats. The world is brighter when lanterns shine at night. Your kettle nods, emitting a soft, almost audible nod. You feel satisfied, the sense of journey turning into a quiet home. A small voice inside you says, "You can walk further." Your lantern guides you. You step forward cautiously, but confidently, following the lantern's steady glow. The path bends, revealing a hidden cove lined with stone pillars. The pillars stand tall, their surfaces etched with ancient symbols. Your kettle hums gently, acknowledging the ancient art that surrounds you. You realize that the symbols are more than decoration. They are maps. Historians still argue whether these maps were meant for navigation or ritual. You let the idea sit in your mind, the notion drifting like smoke. The moon's reflection flickers over the water, creating a path of light. You step into the cove, the lantern's flame flickering like a lantern in a dream. You feel a sense of awe, as if stepping into a storybook. You notice a small, hidden lantern hanging from the top of a pillar. Its light is ancient, steady, a watchful eye for those who follow. Your kettle glows beside you, steady, guiding you deeper into the cove. You hear the sound of waves against stone, a subtle rhythm. The rhythm matches the heartbeats of those who had walked here before. You feel the weight of history settle around you, calm and soothing. The night air tastes of salt and old tailies, a fragrant reminder. You breathe in, let the scent fill your lungs, then exhale slowly. Your kettle hums softly, as if telling you a secret through vibration. A distant light flickers, a lantern on the far side of the cove. You feel drawn to that light, a beacon of curiosity. Your feet feel light, moving almost without thought. You step closer, guided by the lantern's glow. You find an old boat, half buried in sand, its hull weathered to the wind. It stands like a skeleton, waiting for the call of new stories. The lanterns flicker and dance, as if celebrating the boat's presence. You touch the boat's hull, feeling the rough carved wood. Your kettle's steam rises, forming tiny waves over the boat's deck. You hear the whisper of wind, carrying old tailies from the sea. The wind speaks in a language only boats and fish understand. You feel the boat's ancient heart resonating with the lantern's beat. The night's hush deepens, the lantern's glow blending with the ocean's pulse. You feel safe, as if the lantern watches over all travelers. You remember a rumor that lanterns once guided lost mariners to hidden islands. The rumor suggests that some were built from starlight itself. You chuckle at the odd notion, the idea almost too wild. Your kettle sighs, the hum growing louder in agreement. The night grows still, stars twinkling like tiny lanterns in the sky. You look up, seeing a bright constellation shaped like a lantern itself. You feel a gentle warmth, like a hug from the universe. You settle into the boat's creek, letting the lanterns above your head glow. You smile, feeling small, but connected to the story that surrounds you. The lanterns seem to pulse in sync with your heart. You hear the sea's lullaby, a low moan that calms every part of you. You let the lullaby rise, filling your mind with soft, dreamlike images. You feel your eyelids grow heavy, the lantern glow dimming gently. Your kettle breathes, a gentle exhalation of steam. You imagine the sea, the lanterns, the boat, all merging into one. You feel the weight of the day release, like a tide pushing away. You hear a whisper that fades with the night, a soft closure. You feel the promise of the lanterns, safe passage, gentle guidance, endless light. The night ends with a quiet breath, a final ember of flame dimming. You lay your head against the boat's worn wood, ready for sleep. The world hushes around you, the lanterns glowing like sleeping stars. Your kettle's hum becomes a lullaby, a quiet tide on the horizon. You feel your mind slip, drifting deeper toward the dream ocean. You hear the first low rumble of distant thunder, a subtle warning that the weather is shifting. The wind grows restless, carrying a scent of rain that feels like a gentle prelude. A cloud rolls across the sky, thickening like a blanket of unanswered questions. You, the steady kettle on your shoulder, sense the change in the air. Its lid rattles softly, as if whispering, "Brace for what's coming." You smile at the kettle's tiny tremor, thinking it might be anxious about the storm. A bird, perhaps a gull, flies past, scattering leaves in a tiny whirlwind. The harbor lights blink in sync, each pulse a tiny heartbeat of the village. Your mind drifts to the memory of clouds you once saw over Paris in 1900. A fact appears: Paris hosted the 1900 Olympics, a modern event that inspired many. That same year, rain fell in a gentle rhythm that helped seed the city's gardens. You hum a tune that matches the rising wind, light and teasing. Your kettle shivers, and you chuckle. Even the kettle can't stay still. A crackling sound emerges, not of thunder, but of waves lapping under moonlight. You lean closer, the sound growing louder, a steady drum of tide and storm. The kettle releases a soft puff of steam, forming a tiny cloud around it. You breathe deeply, inhaling the salty air, feeling every molecule breathe with you. The sky darkens further, a blanket of gray covering the sleepy village. A hush settles not from the village, but from the wind holding its breath. You sense the storm's weight, pressing down like a blanket on your shoulders. Your kettle quivers, its surface flashing tiny lights in sync with the sky. You think of the first recorded hurricane in the Caribbean in 1495. The memory surfaces of how the islanders prepared, stacking pots and nets. You laugh softly. Hurricane 1495. That's like ancient history for an everyday kettle. The wind picks up, a gust that rattles windows, a lullaby of chaos. Your kettle's tiny vibrations grow louder, urging you to move closer to a safe spot. You imagine the kettle is a tiny conductor, guiding you with gentle pressure. A sound emerges from the distance, an old ship horn in distress, faint yet unmistakable. The village lights flicker, synchronized with the storm's rhythm, each a tiny sentinel. The kettle emits a low note, a hum that feels like a lullaby from the sea. You feel the pull of the storm's gravity, a gentle tug toward deeper calm. Your mind wanders, thinking of how the storm has shaped coastal towns for centuries. You recall a quirky tidbit. Some say sea salt crystals carry ancient prayers from the deep. These crystals supposedly whisper to those who listen in the quiet before a storm. The storm's breath intensifies, a steady hiss that reminds you of old tales. Your kettle trembles, its tiny flame, if any, flickering like a candle. You whisper to the kettle, "Don't panic, just roll with the wave." The wind becomes a chorus, a layered voice that feels like a choir of wind, rain, and sea. You watch clouds swirl, coalescing into darker, more ominous shapes. You remember the fact that the Battle of Waterloo occurred in 1815, an event that survived storms. That historical moment is a reminder of how humans endure and move forward. The kettle's voice grows louder, more urgent, echoing the storm's pounding drums. You feel it urging you to pause, to listen, to find a quiet in the chaos. You hear the hiss of rain against the old stone wall of the harbor. The storm's sound blends with the heartbeat of your own pulse, a rhythmic duet. You feel the kettle's vibration, a tiny drum that syncs with your breathing. You take a deep breath, inhaling the smell of wet earth, of ozone, of salt. You exhale slowly, releasing tension, feeling the kettle's warmth steady against your palm. The wind starts to howl, a long note that sounds like a guitar string being plucked. You imagine the sea as a gigantic instrument, playing music that calms the soul. You picture the storm as a creature, softly breathing, not angrily roaring. Your kettle, sensing the mood, shifts its hum to a comforting rhythm. You remember a fringe idea. Some believe that storms draw power from the moon's magnetism. It's a curious theory that links lunar cycles to atmospheric turbulence. The wind howls louder, a reminder that even a gentle storm can be intense. Your mind flickers to the fact that ancient sailors used orbs of light for navigation. Those lights floated on the water, a compass for the dark, guiding them home. You think of your kettle as a modern lantern, providing calm in unpredictable weather. The storm's roar grows, a layered roar that blends thunder, rain, and sea. Your kettle's flame dances, a steady partner in the symphony of elements. You feel the weight of the cloud behemoth, but the kettle remains your anchor. You lean against the railing, feeling the wind's pressure on the rail. Your kettle vibrates like a drum in a marching band, steady and rhythmic. You notice a small child in the distance, clutched to a parent like a lifebuoy. Their laughter feels like a tiny bell, adding to the song of the storm. The kettle offers a soothing hum, urging the small heart to remain calm. You watch the cloud move, and a memory surfaces, one of a storm that lifted a town. You recall that the storm lifted an entire village, shifting houses like wind-blown leaves. The thought lifts your mind's sails, giving you hope, light, even in darkness. The wind begins to let up, the thunder rolling away like distant steps. You feel your kettle settle, its vibrations slow but steady, a gentle lull. The village lights blink in unison, a rhythm that feels like a lullaby. You find yourself listening, as if to a song without words, pure sound. The storm begins to thin, the clouds retreating like shy actors. The air cools slightly, the scent of rain fresh, a clean wash on your skin. You smile, feeling the kettle's warmth against your hand, a small comfort in vastness. The wind whispers secrets into the night, a gentle conversation between earth and sky. You sense the kettle's vibrations echo the rain's rhythm, a partnership of peace. Historians still argue whether the storm's origin was purely atmospheric or supernatural. Some claim that the sky itself plays a trick with our senses, a weather illusion. Others say that storms are born from a celestial dance, a cosmic performance. You accept both ideas, knowing that a good story can have many endings. The sky begins to clear, revealing a speckled ribbon of the moon. The calm settles in, a gentle pause after a chaotic concert. You observe the light of the moon, a silver coin hung in the night. Your kettle, humming low, feels content as the storm subsides to a lull. You breathe, inhaling the smell of sea air, the promise of calm after the storm. The wind is a little quieter, a gentle sigh that soothes the nervous mind. You feel the kettle's vibration, soft as a heartbeat, echoing in your chest. You let the moment sink in, a quiet pause between two storms. The village shimmers under lanterns, their glow like fireflies in the night. You turn your gaze to the horizon, where the sea meets a sky of bruised blues. The storm's memory lingers like a faint scent of salt, a reminder of resilience. You feel your kettle glow like a small sun, a steady source of reassurance. You remember that the first ship to cross the Atlantic, the Mayflower, faced storms in 1620. The story of its voyage lives in the sea's ancient waves. The storm gives you a chance to reflect, to notice how everything is connected. You realize that the kettle is a tiny lighthouse, guiding thoughts in stormy sea. The wind's hiss softens, settling into a gentle hum. You take a deep breath, letting your chest rise. Feel the rhythm of the waves. You feel the kettle's vibrational pulse, a comforting metronome for your heart. You listen to the steady beat of the rain, a metronome of nature's own design. The storm's roar has faded, leaving behind a calm that feels like a blanket. You feel your body relax, the tension melting into the night air. Your kettle hums softly, a reminder that even small things can maintain peace. The sea offers a lullaby, a soft wave of music played across the water. You are invited to rest, to let the gentle wind carry your thoughts to sleep. You nod, feeling the urge to rest grow into an embrace. The kettle hums, a lullaby for your wandering mind. You feel the storm's residue, a gentle wind stirring the leaves of your thoughts. You allow the kettle's warmth to seep into your fingertips. The lullaby of the sea, wind, and kettle fills your ears like soft music. You feel your eyelids grow heavy, the light of the night dimming softly. You imagine the kettle as a tiny star, humming lullabies into your dreams. You close your eyes, savoring the gentle rhythm that encourages rest. You feel the storm's memory dimming, the bright hum of the kettle softening. You are guided toward a quiet, a peaceful hush that whispers, "Rest now." You settle behind the kettle, feeling gentle vibrations across your skin. You allow the waves of calm to carry you, like a ship on a gentle tide. You hear the small hum of the kettle, as if it's singing a lullaby to your mind. Your body relaxes further, a calm tide of sleep washing over you. You feel the kettle's steady hum, a beacon amid the quiet night. You breathe in, feeling content, the rest of the world fading into soft silence. You let the calm wash over you, a warm blanket at sea. You are guided not by force, but by the quiet, whispering wind and the kettle's glow. You sense the storm's energy, now quiet, but still humming in the memory. You keep the kettle near, its gentle hum a lullaby against the night. You close your eyes again, letting the rhythm of the sea lull you in. Your thoughts quiet up, like a calm before a new dawn, ready to rest. The kettle's hum lingers, a gentle thread, tying you back to earth. You feel the night settle, a gentle hush that offers peace. The storm's last echo fades, a faint sigh in the distance. You feel a wave of calm wash over you, the kettle steady as a lantern. You are ready, the mind settled, as a calm sea under dawn's early light. You breathe, and the wind, the kettle, the sea, each a lullaby, each a friend. Rain patters roof, rhythm steady and calm. Kettle hums, mirroring each drop's soft kiss. You lean against the weathered railing, letting the sound wash over your senses. The roof becomes a percussion studio, each drop a drumbeat of nature. Your kettle answers with a soft sigh, a counterpoint to the rain's drum. You notice the water pooling at the eaves, sparkling like a field of tiny mirrors. Those mirrors catch the late afternoon light, painting rainbows across the floor. You feel the kettle's breath warm against your palm, a steady companion. The room hums quietly, a lullaby that seems to know your thoughts. You wonder if the kettle is aging faster with each drip, like a tiny metronome. If it is, then every drip marks a passing heartbeat of this rainy afternoon. You laugh softly, the sound mixing with the steady pitter-patter that surrounds you. The kettle's light flickers, a tiny lantern guiding you through the dimness. Outside, the wind brushes the windows, a sigh that feels like a gentle exhale. You picture a fleet of boats, each a whisper on the sea, following a path of rain. This path leads to an old harbor where fishermen trade stories for shelter. You sense the kettle's hum deepen, matching the weight of those tailies. The rain stops for a moment, the silence holding its breath like a pause. You close your eyes, letting the silence speak in colors only sound can paint. A faint scent of petrichor slips through, smelling like freshly turned earth. You think of how rain restores life, how it quenches the stubborn thirst of stone. Your kettle emits a gentle ripple, as if it could share that ancient promise. The world seems to tilt slowly, folding the horizon like a well-rolled blanket. You feel the steady vibration in your chest, a reminder of the kettle's gentle pulse. You hear a distant bell, the church's echo, counting time for the storm. It rings in time with the kettle's beat, a duet of shelter and heat. Your mind drifts, and the kettle's whisper grows softer, as if it wants you to relax like a sail. You notice a faint flicker of the kettle's flame, dancing in rhythm with your breath. The flame seems to breathe, a tiny heart beating in quiet. Your eyes close deeper, the world folding into silence. The sound of the kettle is the only thing preventing the wind from stealing your thoughts. You lie back, feeling the floor's pressure, the room's coolness settling around you. The sky is a soft blue, with distant stars beginning to twinkle. You imagine the stars as tiny kettles simmering over cosmic fires. You hear the night insects, a background hum of peaceful insects. Your body settles into the mattress, every muscle relieved from the day's tension. The kettle's low tone hums a lullaby that keeps the night safe. You let the slow cadence of the storm soothe you, ready to drift. The next breath brings you closer to sleep, deep and quiet. You feel the world gently exhaling, its secrets now wrapped in sleep's blanket. You surrender to the quiet. The kettles whisper your only lull. The sea sounds muffled, its waves a distant lullaby. The final note fades, leaving you floating on quiet. Your thoughts drift like gulls over the harbor, light on the water. Each gull carries a story of rain and resilience. You feel the kettle's heat like a friendly hand. A gentle breeze enters, carrying the scent of seaweed. Your mind eases, releasing the weight of the day. You realize the storm left your heart lighter. A tiny chime rings in the kettle's pot each time the steam rises. The chime sounds soft, like a lullaby note. Your brain feels calm, like a lake after rain. Your muscles unwind, one by one, following the rhythm. The kettle's hum continues, a guardian of quiet. Outside, the sky shows the first star. You think of the time when sailors used stars to navigate. Your mind conjures images of a lighthouse casting light. Those lights guided many sailors to safety. You remember a story about a missing sailor who found solace in a kettle's heat. Such tales remind you that warmth exists even in storms. The kettle's flame flickers, showing loyalty. Your breath slows to a gentle rhythm. The rain's whisper softens to a lull. You feel the earth's pulse beneath. You sense a connection to the village's past. The kettle whispers a song from long years. You hear the echo of laughter from childhood kitchens. These memories warm your heart. The storm continues, but it feels like a companion now. You trust the kettle as a guardian. The rain falls slower, like a meditation. You inhale, letting each breath carry water away. Your mind becomes a sponge, soaking calm. Soft waves beat against the dock, steady. Your body feels like a boat in calm waters. Each heartbeat syncs with the rhythm of water. You close your eyes and listen. The kettle murmurs, a steady tide of sound. Your thoughts become calm, as if washed. You feel your body sinking into the mattress. The calm settles into every cell in your body. You are ready to sleep. The kettle's glow whispers of night skies painted with stories. You feel the world turning, slow and gentle. The water outside whispers lullabies to the moon. Your skin tingles as the heat seeps into bones. Each breath you take is a step towards dream. Your mind drifts to a place where rain is sweet. The kettle continues, a faithful guardian. Night deepens, but warmth stays. Your body feels grounded like stone. Sleep approaches, gentle as a river. Silence settles around the cottage, and the fire crackles softly beside the kettle. The kettle, glowing amber, sighs as it simmers tea, inviting you to unwind. You lean against the wooden beam, feeling the heat pulse against your skin. The firelight flickers, painting soft shadows over the worn boards inside the cottage. Your fingers curl around the kettle's handle, feeling the gentle warmth seep through metal. You hear the kettle's small whistle, a soft lullaby that hums beside the roaring hearth. Remember that peculiar old tale about the candle that never melted if you whispered a lullaby. This story, though whimsical, mirrors the kettle's gentle invitation to relax. You close your eyes, allowing the subtle hum to wash over your thoughts like a gentle tide. Some say cats can turn a hearth's fire into a portal to the moon. The firelight dances across the ceiling, creating a kaleidoscope of orange and amber. Your mind drifts to the medieval taverns where patrons gathered, sharing tales over flickering flames. Historians still argue whether the firelight shaped early domestic rituals, and you feel the debate simmer. The kettle's steam curls upward, like mist rising from a quiet pond. It carries the scent of simmering herbs, a whisper of chamomile and lavender. The cottage's walls, patched with old shingles, echo the soft hiss of the fire. You inhale and exhale slowly, matching rhythm to the kettle's steady breathing. A small wooden spoon rests on the stove, its handle worn from years of stirring. You pick it up, feeling the roughness of the wood against your thumb. The sound of the spoon tapping the pot creates a rhythm that matches the flicker. You chuckle softly, imagining the spoon as a tiny metronome in a silent concert. The fire crackles, each pop a small applause for the kettle's humble performance. You think about how this cottage's chimney once helped sailors navigate by reflecting starlight. It is a quirky old story, but the chimney did indeed guide ships in foggy nights. The legend grew, and locals still whisper that the chimney is haunted by a polite ghost. Back to the fire, you feel its heat wrapping your shoulders like a soft blanket. The kettle emits a low, soothing vibration, resonating with the rhythm of your heart. You notice a small flicker of light dancing on the walls, a miniature aurora. It feels as if the fire itself breathes, exhaling warmth and calm into the room. You lean deeper into the wooden chair, its polished surface warm under the firelight. You sip the tea, tasting the subtle sweetness of honey that leans into the heat. The aroma carries memories of your grandmother's kitchen, a place always smelling of cinnamon. You imagine you are wrapped in an invisible blanket of cinnamon spices. Your breathing slows, each inhale a gentle wave that pulls the steam into your lungs. You feel the subtle tug of the kettle's heat, a companion to your dreams. A faint crackle rises, echoing the slow tick of the wall clock. The seconds slip like soft beads, each one a promise to rest. You glance at the hearth, where embers glow like distant stars in the sky. The fire's gentle glow washes over the room, easing every tight corner of your body. You feel a sense of safety growing, a quiet trust that the fire will stay warm. Your mind wanders to the night sky, where countless unseen lights twinkle like kettles. A faint memory of a child laughing echoes, and you smile, feeling the warmth in your chest. The kettle whistles gently again, a soft reminder that time passes slowly. You settle into the chair, letting the firelight lull you into a gentle stupor. The cottage's walls breathe with each crack of the wood, keeping rhythm with your heart. You feel the pulse of the fire, a steady metronome under your ribs. The steam rises, forming soft clouds in the dim light. You inhale the scent of pine and earth and close your eyes again. The firelight flickers, making shadows dance across the old plaster. It seems to whisper stories of ancestors who once stood by firelit nights. You hear a distant bell, a soft reminder of the village's timekeepers. Its tone blends gently with the kettle's hum, creating a lull that curls around your mind. You taste the honey in the tea, feeling it melt like a sweet lullaby. The warmth spreads through your limbs like waves lapping at a slow shore. Your thoughts soften, letting the fire's glow seep into your dreams. The night deepens, and the cottage's heartbeat slows, matching your breathing. You feel the weight of the day melt away, replaced by a quiet calm. The kettle's steam curls higher, whispering that rest is near. A gentle hush fills the room, broken only by the occasional sigh of the fire. You sense yourself drifting, the firelight guiding you toward a soft, warm sleep. You breathe in the scent of cinnamon and pine, two fragrances soothing the mind. The kitchen's hum slows, becoming a gentle undertone to your calm. You close your eyes fully, the firelight melting your wakefulness into dreamscape. The cottage breathes together with you, a harmony of warm light and cool silence. You feel the pulse of the fire, a soft metronome that beats in rhythm with your heart. You notice the small sounds of the night, a chorus that plays in perfect harmony. In this serene place, you surrender to the gentle, warm glow of the fire. The fire's low hum soothes the edges of your consciousness, pulling you into a deep trance. Your eyelids grow heavy, each blink a step closer to silent sleep. The kettle sings a final, gentle note, echoing in the walls of the cottage. You surrender, the firelight guiding you into a night of uninterrupted, restful dreams. You float between fire and stars, the warm glow cushioning every breath. The lullaby of the kettle becomes a gentle tide, washing away the day's weight. You drift deeper, the firelight becoming a map, guiding dreams into unknown worlds. In the quiet hearth, you find a safe harbor, and the night embraces you. The fire crackles softly, a metronome marking the passage of quiet minutes. You feel the steady heat wrap around you like a protective bubble. A distant gull cries, its echo blending with the kettle's sigh. You smile, realizing the hearth's song mirrors the ocean's lull. The kettle's steam curls, forming delicate patterns like swirling seashells. You observe the flame, noting how it dances with your breathing rhythm. The firelight paints quiet murals across the walls, each a warm story. A gentle breeze wafts through cracked windows, carrying salt from the sea. You inhale the briny air, feeling it soothe the rough edges of your thoughts. The kettle hisses softly, a comforting counterpoint to the wind's whisper. You notice the walls' faint cracks, each a memory of seasons past. You remember a story told by your grandfather about a stormy night similar to this. He said the fire could calm the heart of the world. He added that the sound of kettle steam resembled a bird's midnight call. You pause, feeling connected to a lineage of comfort seekers. The firelight slows, echoing the lull of drifting tides. You lean further into the chair, surrendering to the present moment. The kettle's final whistle fades, the silence becoming golden in its depth. You allow the quiet to seep into every cell of your body. Your heart settles, matching the steady rhythm of the glowing stove. The night outside grows hushed, and the fire's glow protects the sanctity of this space. You feel the world outside shrinking, replaced by a safe, warm bubble. The fire and kettle become guardians against the unknown. You let the kettle's calm seep into your mind, filling gaps with gentle silence. As the night deepens, you sink further into the embrace of silence. Silence, heavy as a quilt, drapes the cottage in a gentle hush. You close your eyes, letting the day's clamor fall away like a dropped stone. The kettle's last whistle echoes, fading into a golden quiet that blankets the room. You feel a soft pulse in the hearth, an ancient heartbeat beneath the wood. Your breathing syncs with that rhythm, each inhale a ripple in calm water. The windows frame the sky, turning it into a watercolor of dusk. A faint breeze whispers through the cracks, carrying salt and memories alike. You picture gulls dancing on waves, their cries echoing past the village. The kettle sits on the stove, its metal body humming like a choir. You inhale the familiar scent of simmering herbs, chamomile, lavender, and a hint of tea. The scent feels like a lullaby made from leaves and kindness. Your fingers graze the kettle handle, a textured surface that feels like worn skin. The handle warms up slowly, matching the kettle's steady thrum. You think about the village's long history, a story that dates back centuries. Historically, the first ironclad warship, the USS Monitor, was launched in 1862. That same year, the village's fishermen celebrated a festival that remains a mystery. Some say Breton fishermen once traded seaweed tattoos for luck, a quirky old custom. Perhaps it's the salt that makes these tailies stick like salt to skin. You chuckle softly, imagining a fisherman with a seaweed mustache. The kettle steeps, each bubble a tiny drumbeat in the quiet. A single tap of a spoon against the pot echoes like distant thunder. You hear that sound and feel the room reverberate in soft bass. The fire crackles, the flames licking the floor in lazy arcs. It's like a gentle giant breathing through the cottage. You sip a tiny drop of tea, tasting the earth's green whisper. You feel the tea's warmth slide up your throat like a warm current. Your mind drifts to the horizon where waves kiss the night sky. The waves, in their eternal rhythm, seem to hum a lullaby the sea sings. You let that hum seep into your chest, settling like a blanket. The kettle's steam rises, forming clouds that look like tiny origami cranes. They flutter past the window, reminding you that the world is still alive. You feel the room tilt slightly, as if the ceiling is breathing with you. This gentle motion relaxes your shoulders, loosening the tight knot at your neck. Your head rests against the back of the chair, where the cushion still holds memory. Imagine the cushion as a small cloud cushioning your thoughts. You grin, thinking of that small cloud, then shift back to the present moment. The kettle's whistle, low and distant, seems to count the seconds. You notice each tick of time is a small drum in the background. You let the rhythm guide you, like a pilot steering through fog. Remember the story of the lighthouse that guided ships through fog using lights. That lighthouse's beacon, like the kettle's tone, is a promise of safe passage. You feel your eyelids grow heavier, like a feather on a breeze. You inhale slowly, then exhale, letting the breath become your companion. The house sighs, a soft exhale that blends with your own. You sense a calm tide rising inside, wrapping your mind. You lean in, listening to the quiet, which grows like a chorus. Around you, the world is quiet. Even the sea is breathing slowly. You smile at the absurdity of a kettle becoming a lullaby. Your laugh is soft, like a whisper through a window. The window reveals moonlight, pale and gentle, bathing the room in soft gold. You notice the shadows dance, each one moving like a slow waltz. The kitchen's quiet, combined with the kettle's hum, feels like a lullaby for your bones. Your body responds, muscles relaxing, like a cat stretching in late afternoon heat. You recall a myth that when you look down, fish will sing if you listen. You feel a playful curiosity in the silence, and that feels good. You picture fish with tiny voices, humming along to the kettle's tune. You let that image settle, as if a picture were drawn on your mind's canvas. The kettle's steam turns into a constellation of tiny silver clouds. Those clouds drift, echoing stars above, bringing a sense of distance. You wonder if that distance is the sea's way of saying it loves you. You smile, hearing the kettle again, whispering of ancient bread aromas. Remember the time when villagers stole bread from the baker to share. That act remains a legend, whispered when the kettle whistles in the night. You let the memory fade, like a dream in mid-sleep. You feel the kettle's warmth, a beacon of comfort in the stillness. A whisper of wind brushes the ceiling tiles, a lullaby from above. You imagine the wind singing, like a choir of old sailors. The scene feels so vivid, you can almost taste the salt in the air. You close the eyes further, letting the air become your lull. The kettle's breath rises, each puff filling the room with quiet. With each puff, you find yourself deeper in a soft dreamscape. The heat of the stove, like a friendly hand, keeps you from shivering. You feel the warmth settle, a blanket of gentle pressure. The kettle whistles once more, a soft syllable that signals transition. You think of a child listening to a bedtime story, eyes wide in wonder. That wonder lingers, a feeling that you carry deep within. You allow that wonder to float, drifting like a feathered balloon. The kettle's steam becomes a starship's thruster through calm space. You laugh quietly, picturing itself launching into the cosmos. You're amused, but the humor gently dissolves, leaving serenity. You drift, the room becoming a boat on a still sea. The boat glides, guided by the kettle's steady hum. You feel anchored, like a sailor in calm waters. The air thins as you sink deeper into the night's cradle. You let go of thoughts, each drifting like a leaf on waves. The kettle's hum deepens, matching your breathing's gentle pulse. You sense a quiet presence, an unseen friend guiding you. You lean closer, feeling the warmth of that presence. The presence, like a soft breeze, touches your skin with a sigh. You smile, knowing you are safe in this cocoon of sound. You close your eyes, letting the scent of the kettle fill your mind. You feel the kettle's steam like a gentle hand on your forehead. The warmth rises, like a sunrise hiding in the night. You imagine a sunrise inside the bowl, a golden glow on tea leaves. The scent of that sunrise pulls you into a dream of warmth. You feel the kettle's hum as a lull that wraps your body. You let that wrap carry you away from the world outside. The night outside remains quiet, a backdrop to your inner song. You think of the sea's lull, each wave a rhythmic note. You feel small and large, all part of the same endless story. Historiologists still argue whether the village's annual market was originally a pagan feast. The kettle's whistle grows softer, like a sigh between nights. You feel the hush expand, filling the corners of your mind. You imagine the kettle breathing like a sleepy dragon. The dragon's breath curls into the ceiling, creating a constellation of tiny stars. You sigh, knowing that some dragons enjoy tea, not fire. You let the thought settle, as if a gentle breeze had whispered the joke. The kettle answers with a tiny hiss, almost audible like a sigh. You close your eyes, letting the hiss blend with the soft crickets outside. The cricket's chorus matches the kettle's rhythm. Like an unseen choir, you feel a tug on your chest, akin to a lull's embrace. You notice the light flicker, as if the stars are blinking. You smile, imagining stars laughing at their own flicker. Your mind drifts to a myth of the moon stealing shadows. You imagine the moon as a gentle child, teasing the shadows with soft glow. The shadows play, dancing, as if at a midnight masquerade. You breathe, letting your body float with the dance of shadows. The kettle's steam curls around your shoulders, a silk blanket. You feel the silence, a lull that keeps time with your heart. You sense the world outside becomes a gentle echo. The echo resonates through the cottage, matching the kettle's steady tone. Moonlight curls over the harbor, painting the water in silver ink and quiet promises. You listen as the ocean sighs, a deep exhale that feels like an old friend. The kettle in the kitchen waits, its whistle soft, like a lullaby hidden behind curtains. You inhale the scent of sea salt and lavender, the air humming with nostalgia and hope. Your fingers trace the kettle's handle, remembering stories of men who boiled tidewater beside cliffs. You feel the heat radiating, a steady pulse that matches the rhythm of the sea. The moon's pale hush falls over everything, like a blanket of powdered sugar. You sit in the chair, hearing your heart tap in time with the waves. Soft creaks of the wooden planks echo across the room, a background score for your thoughts. You observe the kettle's steam, curling slowly like the arms of a sleepy dancer. The kettle seems to breathe, a little voice saying, "Let waves carry away restlessness." You nod, and the tide outside replies, swallowing the noise of your worries. A whisper of wind brushes the windowsill, inviting the moon's secrets to slip inside. You recall that one tale when fishermen traded seaweed for luck, now just a laughable myth. The story may be fringe, but the taste of salt on tongues still lingers. You hear the kettle's hiss, sounding like a tiny applause just for your ear. You chuckle, recalling a joke you heard about kettles that are better at karaoke than people. The humor fades, replaced by the deep, calming tide of the harbor's voice. You realize the waves' sigh is a lullaby older than the oldest known lighthouse. That lighthouse, first lit in 1709 on the rugged coast, has watched centuries of ships pass. You sit, feeling the rhythm of that light, steady beacon, steady comfort. Remember the fringe tidbit about dolphins whispering to the sea with songs that echo in the mind. No, that's not real, just a bedtime story. You smile, knowing the kettle's steam might mimic those whispered songs in the fog. The steam curls higher, a translucent braid that reaches the ceiling, inviting your thoughts to rise. This braid seems to be the moon's own breath, filtering through the night like a lull. Historians still argue whether the night watch of the harbor was originally a secret ceremony. You recall the quiet of the harbor, a place where every stone knows the tide. You close your eyes and listen to the sea's voice, a soft murmur like distant bells. The kettle's voice, a gentle murmur, says, "Let waves carry away restlessness." You breathe. The exhale feels like a tide pulling your thoughts away, leaving only calm. You taste the salt on your tongue, a mineral that tastes like memory and salt. The sea, a vast expanse, offers a mirror to your own depth, reflecting your quiet breathing. You feel the kettle's tiny vibration, a pulse like a heart that sinks with the tide. Your mind drifts to the horizon, where the sun kisses the water in a shy glow. You close the curtains, the night deepening, making the sounds of waves become a lullaby. You notice the light of the moon refracting through the glass, turning it into a silver lantern. The kettle emits a soft, almost sighing sound, like a polite apology to the night. You hum along, not for talent, but because the kettle's rhythm feels like a familiar song. The hiss of steam seems to dance with the wind, a duet that soothes your thoughts. You hear the water ripple under stones, a gentle percussion that syncs with your breath. You feel the kettle's warmth, a soft sun on your skin, comforting as a blanket. The harbor's breath becomes a lull that sways the room, like a small boat in gentle waves. You slide your hand along the polished wood, feeling the smooth curve and the river's melody. The kettle sighs again, as if thanking the night before letting you sleep. You smile, wondering if the kettle could ever learn a new tune. You consider that the kettle might hum as the moon changes phases, a tune that shifts like tides. The moon rises, silver on the horizon, pulling the sea into a crystal dance. You hear the kettle's faint whistle as it echoes the night sky, telling you to rest. The sound lingers, a mantra that whispers you are safe and calm. You feel your eyelids heavy, like they are made of feathered silk. You let the kettle's voice cradle you, a tender drum in the night's quiet. You close your eyes, feeling the water on your mind, soft and cool. You notice a faint glow on the stove, a reminder of the kettle's steady glow. This glow seems like a lighthouse in miniature, guiding your thoughts to calm shores. Your mind drifts to a myth of a sea that speaks when you listen close. The kettle's whistling becomes a lullaby of tides, a song you've never heard before. You remember the fringe tidbit. Some believe water spirits play music in waves. The laughter in your ear is just the kettle's echo, a soft giggle on the breeze. Historians still argue whether the villagers ever owned a library. Only oral stories left. You drift. The waves outside echo, like old lullabies replayed by a distant child. You feel the sound of the kettle's whistle deepen, a low note that feels like a lull. Every breath you take slows, as if the tide itself is breathing with you. You imagine the sea as a great white noise machine, calming your mind to sleep. The warm hum of the kettle feels like a hand on your chest, steady and constant. You notice a subtle shifting of the light, the moonlight turning to a gentle glow. Your body is relaxed, muscles loosened, your mind open to the night's song. You feel the kettle's breath as though it were a night lull, closing your inner door. The waves sigh, the wind whispers, the kettle sings, all in a tiny symphony. Your eyelids flutter less, each flutter a soft hush, a promise of rest. You drift further, the night's blanket thickening around you like a warm quilt. The kettle's final note is a whisper, a warm glow that disappears into darkness. The night wraps you completely, taking you to a quiet dreamscape of sea and fire. You feel the kettle's last breath, a light pulse that drifts with the tide. The harbor lights dim, each lantern turning down, mirroring your breathing pattern. You sense the kettle's gentle chime, like a distant church bell on rain. The water outside moves, a soft tide humming, a lull that feels like a heartbeat. You allow the rhythm to seep into your thoughts, a silver thread weaving through night. The breeze carries the scent of kelp, a faint metallic taste on the air. You inhale deep, drawing the ocean's energy into your lungs. The kettle's steam swirls, forming patterns like constellations that drift across the stove. You imagine each swirl is a story, a memory the sea keeps on silent nights. Your mind visits a lonely lighthouse keeper, telling tales of storms and distant horizons. The kettle sighs like a sigh of relief, easing the keeper's weary heart. You feel gratitude for the kettle, as if it were a guardian of dreams. You realize the world outside is not as loud as you believed. The waves whisper secrets, each roll a promise of renewal and calm. You smile, thinking of a future where the kettle plays a symphony for your bedroom. The kettle's voice is steady, a lull that keeps you from drifting too far. You hear the distant call of a gull, its cry blending with the kettle's tune. The sound feels like a lullaby written in salt and wind. You let yourself sink deeper, as if floating among the stars. Your eyelids grow heavier as the kettle's hum draws sleep close. You realize the sea is not a threat, but a cradle that sings lullabies. You think of the fringe tidbit about dolphins singing to the moon, a mythical lull. The kettle's final whistle feels like a closing chapter, gently sealing the night. You breathe in a slow rhythm, matching the tide's pulse, and exhale into calm. The wind outside whispers, a choir of voices that keep time with your heart. You feel the light of the moon, a silver arrow shooting through the clouds. Your thoughts become tides, ebbing gently, each wave a soft sigh. You let the kettle's murmur wrap around you, a bubble of contentment. The harbor's night grows deep, its silence as rich as a velvet night. The stars blink like fireflies, each one a heartbeat waiting for the tide. You listen, feeling a connection, the kettle's voice a thread in the fabric of sky. Your breath slows, Each inhale a promise, each exhale a release. You drift, the kettle's whisper guiding the final steps into dreamland. The kettle's hush feels like a soft hand across your throat, steady and supportive. You close your eyes, the world muffled, the sea a lull that covers you. The light fades, darkness envelops, yet the kettle's memory lingers in your heart. Your thoughts soften, like a feather falling onto a quiet pond. You hear, faint and distant, the kettle's final hum like a distant drum. The night settles, the harbor sleeping, and you follow its quiet rhythm. The last sound is a sigh, soft and gentle, sealing the calm. You rest, knowing the kettle will be ready, patient as ever, when sunrise breaks. The world outside stirs, but inside, you sleep beneath a silver blanket of night. You feel the last breeze, carrying whispers of sea and love. The kettle's silence is the lull that keeps you safe, a quiet promise. You allow yourself to surrender, the tide of your thoughts pulling softly. Your eyelids close, the world dissolves, and you drift into sleep's embrace. The night embraces you, the kettle a quiet companion in the quiet. You feel the sea's breath, a gentle wind that sways the room softly. You inhale calm, exhale release, and your mind drifts toward the horizon. The kettle's final exhalation is a lull that seals your night's dreamscape. You sleep, carried by the waves of thought, lulled by the kettle's quiet song. The horizon glows, your breathing slows. The kettle hum fades into memory. You rest, knowing the night is a soft cocoon that protects and comforts. The world outside whispers, but inside, you are cradled by the kettle's hush. You find peace with the sea's lull, the kettle's promise, and a quiet mind. The night deepens, the harbor a black ocean of stillness. You allow yourself to slip into sleep, the kettle's voice your comfort blanket. The last whisper of the kettle is a soft sigh, a promise of gentle dawn. The soft sigh of the kettle faded into the dawn, leaving only the hush of pine. You feel the scent rise, a green blanket that anchors the air. Pine needles release resin, a natural perfume that soothes the mind. You inhale, and memories of childhood camps fire up. The kettle blinks rhythmically, syncing with your breathing. It blinks like a star, slow, steady, comforting. You lean back, letting the pine fill the room with warmth. The pine scent touches the walls, a subtle, calming glow. You notice the light flicker on the kettle's brass base. It flickers in time with your pulse and the wind outside. You count slow breaths, 1, 2, 3, each aligning with the blink. The rhythm feels like a wave rocking a small boat. You smile, recalling a joke about pine trees that forget their own shade. Does a pine tree make a pun when it stands tall? You think. The joke lands, and you chuckle softly, hearing only the kettle. The kettle's glow steadies, like a lighthouse in a gentle storm. You remember a fact: Romans mixed pine resin with honey for wound care. That is a mainstream detail, linking past and present. You hear a whisper of wind through the cracks of the old cottage. The wind carries the scent of summer rain on pine. You feel the breath of the tree filling the room. Across the kitchen, the kettle's light pulses, inviting calm. You wonder if the pine might sing when the heat rises. That fringe tidbit claims pine sap can hum when exposed to steam. It sounds like a secret orchestra in your quiet. Historians still argue whether the pine scent was used in ancient mourning rituals. The question lingers, like a mist that clings to memory. You breathe in, feeling the pine release tiny crystals of scent. The crystals twinkle in the warm kitchen glow. Your mind relaxes, letting the scent weave stories of the sea. You think of gulls that glide above the harbor at sunrise. You laugh at the memory of the gulls doing a ridiculous salute. The kitchen remains a sanctuary where nothing can disturb the peace. You watch the kettle blink, its light matching your exhale. You feel the rhythm in your heart, a slow drum. Each third blink reminds you of the gentle tide. The tide that has carved these pine trees over centuries. The pine roots grip the earth, anchoring the whole scene. You see this as a metaphor for your own life, rooted in breath, rooted in scent, rooted in the present. The kettle continues its soft illumination. It reminds you that even a tiny device can keep you safe. You imagine the pine on the sea, a lighthouse for gulls. Each breath you take becomes a wave in a quiet sea. You feel the pine aroma mingle with the taste of sea salt. It mingles, creating a cocktail of calm. You notice a faint glow on the windowsill, the night behind it. The glow is like a dim lighthouse, guiding you to sleep. You realize the pine scent can serve as a breathing anchor. You count, feeling each inhale deepen the connection. You count, and each exhale lets go of all noise. You hear the kettle light flicker once more, a blink, a breath. Each blink is a quiet promise that you are not alone. You think of the myth that pine trees drink moonlight. It is a fringe tale, but it feels comforting. It hints at some ancient connection between trees and stars. The kettle blinks, and your mind follows the rhythm. You feel the rhythm move like a slow dance. You imagine dancing under a canopy of pine, a quiet ballet. You find it funny how the kettle seems to waver like a firefly. The light flickers like a tiny firefly that loves the dawn. You smile at the image, and your breathing becomes slower. You notice the pine scent has changed, deeper, steadier. It has a darker note, like a pine forest at twilight. The kettle's light remains constant, a reassuring counterpoint. You begin to think about how pine oils calm the nervous system. You learn that the scent reduces cortisol in small amounts. You take another deep breath, feeling more grounded. The breath is an anchor, the pine a cushion. You think how the sea's waves mirror your breath here. Each exhale is like a wave cresting, then receding. You imagine the sea inside you, calm, deep. The kettle blinks again, a slow heartbeat. You count the seconds between the blinks, aligning them. You notice your heart syncs with the pulses. You laugh at the thought that the kettle might be a heart monitor. The kettle might be an invisible assistant in your meditation. You feel the pine resin saturate the walls, subtle and sweet. The resin seems to pull the room into a forest. The room becomes a cabin by the sea. The quiet hum of the kettle adds to the ambient soundscape. You notice the kettle's light cast a warm halo on the kitchen tiles. That halo draws your eyes across the room in a gentle sweep. You breathe out slowly, letting go of tension. The pine scent thickens, but does not overwhelm. It stays balanced, like a fine spice in a stew. You recall that pine resin contains turpentine, a natural antiseptic. That historical practice began in ancient Rome, a mainstream fact. You hear your own laughter echo softly in the quiet. You count again, each breath a step closer to rest. You imagine the pine tree shedding leaves in autumn, quiet. Leaves fall, they settle, just like worries on the floor. The kettle blinks, its glow steady, patient. You feel a sense of patience that comes from many years of waiting. You think of fishermen waiting for early fog to clear. That sense of time aligns with the kettle's blink. You feel your eyelids grow heavier, like a curtain drawn. The pine scent drapes around your mind in a gentle blanket. You hear the kettle's light as one more lullaby. It hums a gentle, repetitive tune with each blink. The tune is soothing, like surf on a shore. You smile, picturing a tiny sea under the kitchen floor. You think of how the stove's heat is like a sunrise rising. The sunrise paints the pine needles gold. The light of the kettle changes as day becomes afternoon. You feel the room warm, the pine scent steady. The aroma continues to ground the space. You count a few more breaths, breathing slow to the rhythm. You find your body aligning with the pine scent, breathing, humming. You feel the kettle's light turning slightly amber. The amber hue resembles the late afternoon sun. You think of the pine as a guardian watching over the harbor. You laugh at the absurdity of attributing a sentinel to a tree. The kettle blinks, a reminder that something exists. You breathe in, letting the pine scent saturate your cell. You breathe out, letting go of all other thoughts. You notice the kettle's light now is gentle, almost like a lull. It is the kind of light that helps you drift. You sense the pine's resin dissolving into the air, creating a veil. That veil feels like a protective layer. You notice your mind drifting toward images of waves under pine branches. You think about the wind making music in the pine needles. It produces a rustle that feels like a whispered conversation. The kettle blinks once, a slow count of 1. You consider that the blink might be a timer for your breathing. You find it humorous that you're using a kettle as a meditation timer. You breathe in, feeling the pine scent deepen. You breathe out, releasing tension. You notice the light of the kettle brightening a little. You imagine the dawn slowly creeping across the harbor horizon. The harbor's calm stretches out into the early morning. You smile, the kettle's blinking steady against the brightening sky. You think of how pine roots grow over centuries. Steady, the roots anchor trees in storms, a metaphor for resilience. You feel a sense of anchoring for yourself, grounded. You breathe in, letting the pine resin wash over your thoughts. You breathe out, releasing clutter. You notice the light flickers like a candle in a soft drizzle. The light and scent combine to keep you soothed. You watch the kettle's light dim slightly as the sun rises higher. The pine shade also deepens, but remains soothing. You find your eyelids heavy, your mind slipping toward quiet. The kettle blinks slowly, one blink per exhale. You count the exhalations, each matches a blink. The counts feel like a lullaby in slow motion. You imagine the kitchen turning into a greenhouse on the sea. The greenhouse holds pine, scent, warmth. You laugh at the image of a sea greenhouse humming with calm. The kettle's light is constant, a beacon. You think of how a lighthouse shines through fog. The pine scent might be the fog's perfume. You feel the pine leaves release tiny oils when touched by heat. The heat from the kettle releases a faint, sweet aroma. You breathe in, filling your lungs with pine resin. You breathe out, letting the scent carry away any worry. You notice the kettles blink again, a steady pulse. The pulse feels like breathing on a quiet afternoon. You picture a scene where the harbor is calm and pine trees sway. The wind is soft, carrying hints of salt. You feel a sense of peace settle. You think about the history of pine as a protective herb for sailors. Sailors believed pine wards off scurvy and monsters. That historical fact links pine to adventure. You smile, remembering the quirky tidbit that pine sap can sing. The sing is more like a hum, a warm vibration. The kettle hums, echoing that pine hum. You count a few more breaths, each exhale aligning with the blink. You notice the light dims as the day warms. The light's lower intensity feels like a twilight lull. You imagine a small lighthouse with a pine light inside. It seems to keep the night away while still letting the day in. You laugh again at the idea of a pine light guiding sailors. It is like a tiny beacon for your own mind. You feel the pine scent still anchor you. It is a warm, grounding, soothing presence. You think of how the kettle's light is like a second sunrise. You take a long inhale, feeling the pine resin fill your chest. You exhale slowly, releasing tension. You hear the kettle blink, echoing your breath. You realize the rhythm of breaths and blinks are the same. You sit back, feeling the room breathe with you. The pine scent feels like a blanket of light. You smile, feeling the warmth of the kettle. You notice the kitchen slowly warming with the early sun. The pine scent seems to adjust, deepening slightly. You remember how pine resin was used in ancient baths. Ancient baths used it to calm bodies, a mainstream fact. You laugh at the absurdity of ancient bathers inhaling pine fumes. The laughter adds an extra layer of relaxation. You breathe in, feeling pine, sun, kettle together. You breathe out, letting worries drift like sea foam. You feel the kettle's light calm you like a soft rain. The light is steady, a promise of security. You think of how pine needles gather in a storm, protected. The needles protect the seeds, keep them safe. You feel that same protection in the warmth and scent. You notice the light flicker once, a soft pulse. The pulse feels like a heartbeat of the room. You decide to count breaths. 1, 2, 3, 4. The counting syncs with the blink. 1 per breath. It feels like a gentle meditation. You smile, feeling content. You hear the kettle again, its light steady. You see the pine scent swirling around the house. It is comforting, like a hug. You think of the idea that pine is alive, breathing. You find it funny that a plant could be a friend. The kettle becomes a companion in this quiet. You breathe in, feeling pine saturate the air. You breathe out, letting go of everything. You notice the light of the kettle dims slightly as the sun rises higher. The dimming light feels like an early sunrise. You remember the debate about whether the pine might have been used by sailors to ward off sea monsters. The question remains, a whisper in the wind. The kettle blinks, and you feel your mind slow. You feel the scent deep, like a forest valley. You see the light in the kettle glow, shining like a compass. You think of the way a compass points to north, steadiness inside. You laugh again, imagining a pine compass keeping you grounded. The laughter is gentle, a thread in your calm. You feel the kettle's light as a lull. You breathe deep, feeling the pine resin wrap around your chest. You exhale slowly, letting the air carry away the last worry. You feel the room warm and calm. You sense the pine scent is still strong, comforting. You think of how the pine aroma stays in your mind like a memory. You realize the kettle's blink is your breathing pattern. It becomes a rhythm you can trust. You feel the pine resin as small droplets of light on your skin. The light reflects faintly from the kettle's surface. You smile, feeling safe. You notice the day brightens gradually. The light in the room becomes full, like the sunrise breaking over the harbor. You hear the kettle blink once more, a soft pulse. You think of how the pine would have listened to waves. The pine whispers back to the sea. You laugh at the idea of trees and sea sharing a secret. It adds an extra layer of wonder. You breathe in, letting the pine resin fill your senses. You breathe out, feeling all tension left. You see the kettle's light fade gently, like a firefly blinking out. It feels like closing a book, the end of the day. You close your eyes, feeling the pine aroma soothe. You feel the kettle's blink sync with your heart. You feel calm, ready to rest. You are in a place where pine, kettle, and harbor meet. You accept the calm. You feel the night wind curl around the harbor like a gentle hand. It whispers softly, carrying tailies of waves that once rattled wooden decks. The kettle hums a low, steady note, almost like a lullaby of the sea. Your heartbeats start to match the low hum, sinking in quiet cooperation. You listen harder, and the wind steadies, as if learning a new rhythm. You notice the air grows cooler, the pine scent deepening. A single pine bark scent trickles into the harbor, filling the night. The kettle's glow steadies, a lantern drifting on a boat at sea. You realize this hum is a familiar echo of old fishermen's songs. A mainstream fact lingers in your mind. Sailors once carried lanterns that chimed with the wind. Those lanterns were small bell-shaped wind chimes built by Breton artisans. Their tones recorded currents, a living weather forecast for the voyage. You feel gratitude for that ingenious practice of turning breeze into music. A quirky tidbit appears next. Some say the wind carries scents of distant islands. The rumor claims the wind stitches fragrant trails across the ocean's breadth. That idea sounds like a story your grandmother might have told. You smile, feeling the wind's fragrance thread through the harbor. Historians still argue whether these wind chimes were purely decorative or a navigational tool. Some scholars claim the chime pitch predicted storms. Others think it marked time. The debate lingers, a gentle ripple in the still evening air. You lean back, letting the wind and hum become a single, calm pulse. The kettle continues humming, its low tone resonant with the harbor's heartbeat. You pause, thinking of a small island where gulls nest on stone slabs. Their cries add a faint harmony to the wind's soft whispers. The kettle's music seems to echo that distant gull sound. Your breathing deepens, matching the kettle's gentle beat. With each exhale, you release the day's remnants. The wind pulls faint notes from the pine and sea, forming a lull. You think about the old wind chimes again, now feeling their pulse inside. You notice a small fish swimming near the pier, its scales catching the lamplight. Its brief glint reminds you of the chime's subtle sparkle against the harbor. The kettle hum remains steady, an anchor for your thoughts. You feel the wind brushing over the wooden walls, a cool breeze. The night wind speaks of fog rolling in from the water's edge. Its voice is barely audible, yet it feels like a story from an old book. You picture the fog settling into the harbor like a blanket. The kettle hum steadies further, a soothing counterpoint to the mist. A mainstream fact surfaces. In medieval Breton ports, foghorns warned ships of cliffs. Those foghorns were simple reed instruments, blowing like a steady drum. Their beats were recorded in local annals as the sea's voice. You feel gratitude for the safety those ancient sounds provided. A fringe tidbit slips in. Some claim whales once taught fishermen how to hum with the wind. The rumor speaks of whales singing in tones that matched the wind's pulse. It sounds fanciful, yet intriguing, like a dream shared over a midnight meal. You chuckle softly, embracing the whimsy of the idea. Historians still argue whether those whale songs were a real phenomenon or folklore. Some marine biologists trace ancient whale calls, yet the exact patterns elude science. The debate flows quietly, merging with the wind's hushed sound. You find comfort in that uncertainty. Like the night embraces the harbor, the kettle's hum becomes a steady mantra, inviting a rhythm in your own heart. You let your breath sink with the echoing wind and humming metal. Your body relaxes, the tightness of the day loosening around your shoulders. The wind's whisper feels like a guide, soft and inviting. You feel the scent of pine drift across the harbor, mingling with salty air. That scent fills the space between the kettle's light and the wind's song. You close your eyes for a moment, feeling the aroma seep into your nerves. The smell anchors you, a memory of forests that never left the night. A mainstream detail settles in. The Breton region grew pine forests to supply barrels. Those barrels stored wine, preserving the sweet liquid on long voyages. Barrels were made of pine, a tree chosen for its strength and scent. You appreciate the practical elegance of this botanical choice. A quirky fact twirls about. It is believed that pine trees exhaled faint voices when wind blew. This pine singing is an old legend, though scientists have no data. It's a charming notion, a forest singing in the dark. You smile, feeling that gentle echo. Historians still argue whether the pine voice influenced maritime folklore. Some argue it shaped stories of ghost ships. Others dismiss it as myth. The discussion hums quietly like wind and kettle together. You find it soothing, a mix of science and magic. The wind becomes a whisper, the water a soft thud. You feel the rhythm steady, the kettle singing, the pine breathing. Your heart, once frantic, slows, following the quiet pulse. You accept the calm that settles over the harbor. The night deepens, the sky a blank canvas. A distant star flickers, indifferent to the sea's quiet life. The kettle's glow remains, a steady lighthouse beacon within the harbor. Its light guides the wind's song and your thoughts. You hear distant bells, perhaps the chimes from the old port chapel. Their resonance cuts through the wind, adding a hopeful note. The kettle hum synchronizes with the bell, a gentle chorus. You feel a sense of community, even alone in the night. A mainstream fact surfaces again. In Breton tradition, bells were used to ward off monsters. Those bells emitted sound believed to frighten sea spirits and monsters. The practice was woven into the collective folklore of the coast. You feel a protective sense in the wind and the humming kettle. A fringe tidbit floats. Some claim that under the moon, wind chimes can translate language. The idea that the wind's voice is a secret language is unsettling, yet alluring. You imagine a world where air carries stories from one shore to another. It adds a layer to the wind's gentle lull. Historians still argue whether this wind language had any practical use. Some suggest it guided sailors. Others claim it was pure myth. The debate lingers, a gentle echo behind the hum. You find the discussion an invitation to trust the wind. The kettle hum remains steady, a pulse within the harbor's heart. Your breathing, steady, matches the rhythm of the wind. You let your thoughts drift like the water under the moon. The wind's whisper grows deeper, a lull in the night. You recall a story. A Breton fisherman once caught his own boat, lost at sea. He described a wind that sang with him, guiding him home. That tale becomes part of the wind's song you now hear. You feel the sea's comforting voice around you. A mainstream fact surfaces. Early Breton fishermen carved their boats with wind vanes. These wind vanes were simple wooden discs, rotating with the breeze. They guided navigation, a practical device for sailors. You see the parallel to the kettles listening to wind. A quirky fact drifts in. It is rumored that pine bark can amplify sound. That bark may have made the old wind chimes louder on windy nights. Though science has no evidence, the idea feels right. You smile, thinking of wind beating against pine. Historians still argue whether pine bark truly affected sound projection. Some researchers tested bark in labs, others remain skeptical. The debate is quiet, like a hush in the harbor. You breathe, the wind continuing its soft song. The kettle hum deepens, a slow, continuous heartbeat. You sense the wind is guiding your thoughts, pulling them in. Your mind starts to feel less cluttered, less urgent. The night wind speaks of peace in each breath. A mainstream point settles. The Breton coast is one of the world's top wind energy regions. Local communities harness wind turbines to power villages. The wind has always been a vital resource for the island. You honor the wind's long partnership with the sea. A quirky claim surfaces. Some say wind turbines once served as sails for ancient ships. They imagined towering machines slicing through water like modern sails. The idea is fanciful, a leap of imagination. You chuckle, letting the absurdity drift away. Historians still argue whether sailors ever used wind turbines historically. Some say the concept existed in legend. Others deny any real use. The conversation lingers, echoing the wind's subtle murmur. You accept the uncertainty as a reminder of mystery. The kettle hum becomes a steady mantra guiding you. You let your breathing align with the wind's quiet melody. Your heart settles into a calm rhythm, syncing with the kettle. The night feels vast, yet intimately close. You glance at the harbor, the waves kiss the pier. Each ripple seems to echo the kettle's quiet tune. You feel the sea, the wind, the pine, the kettle a quartet. Together, they create a lullaby for the night. A mainstream fact is remembered. The Breton coastline is home to ancient dry stone walls. Those walls have stood for centuries, absorbing wind's whispers. They are a testament to human endurance and natural rhythm. You honor those stones that have weathered this wind. A fringe tidbit appears. Some claim dry stone walls can capture wind songs. They say stones reflect sound, turning wind breezes into melodies. While unproven, the notion paints the walls as living ears. You imagine the stones listening quietly. Historians still argue whether these walls recorded any audible data. Researchers debate whether stone acoustics produce discernible patterns. The debate is subtle, blending with the wind's flow. You find comfort in the unknown. The kettle hum remains constant, a lantern's steady glow. You listen, letting wind and heart beat in a serene duet. Your thoughts slow, like a tide retreating from the shore. The night feels like a gentle blanket over the harbor. You notice the wind's whisper now carries a scent of brine. The salt aroma mingles with pine, creating a complex fragrance. You inhale deeply, savoring the blended scent. Your body relaxes, the tension dissolving. A mainstream detail surfaces. Breton sailors once used saltpeter to preserve fish. That salt solution was essential for long voyages. The smell of salt remains a reminder of their resourcefulness. You appreciate the continuity between past and present. A quirky idea surfaces. Some believe salt can record sound frequencies. It is said that crystals of salt can vibrate with wind. Though it sounds like a myth, it feels oddly poetic. You smile, letting this idea drift. Historians still argue whether salt's acoustic properties were exploited. Some claim early mariners used salt to tune wind chimes. Others dismiss it as folklore. The debate hums quietly like the wind. The kettle's hum deepens, a calm pulse in the night. Your breath, slow, matches that steady sound. You feel the wind's voice, a lullaby from the sea. The night wraps around you, warm and secure. You think of a lantern hanging in the harbor's lantern house. Its light flickered in sync with the wind's soft breath. You imagine lanterns guiding fishermen home. The kettle hum feels like that same guiding light. A mainstream fact resonates. Lanterns were crucial for Breton ports. They lit the water, preventing ships from colliding in darkness. Their glow was a beacon of safety. You feel gratitude for that luminous tradition. A fringe tidbit enters. Some say lantern flames could read the wind's mood. They claimed the fire's flicker changed in response to breezes. A strange notion, yet intriguing. You chuckle quietly. Historians still argue whether lantern flames actually responded to wind. Experts debate the physics of flame flickering. The question lingers like a soft hiss. You feel peace in the mystery. The kettle hum is a steady soundtrack. You listen to the wind's lullaby, heart in sync. Your body relaxes, the edges of your thoughts blurring. You are part of a quiet, rhythmic flow. You let the wind carry memories across the harbor. Each gust seems to whisper a forgotten song. You imagine the wind as a storyteller, passing tales. The kettle hum confirms that rhythm. A mainstream detail returns. Early Breton stories mentioned wind spirits. These spirits were believed to guide souls in the sea. They were respected and feared in equal measure. You feel the ancient belief linger. A quirky claim surfaces. Some claim wind spirits liked to play pranks on passing ships. They would rustle nets or change course temporarily. While fanciful, the idea brings a playful image. You smile at the thought. Historians still argue whether these stories had any empirical basis. Some see them as moral tales, others as genuine beliefs. The debate softly hums next to your breathing. You find comfort in the dialogue. The kettle hum remains, a steady presence. You feel the wind's invitation to let go of worry. Your breath deepens, aligning with the soothing rhythm. You let the night carry you. You sense the harbor is a living entity at this hour. The wind, pine, kettle, and moon compose a choir. Their song is one of release and renewal. You embrace the harmony of it all. A mainstream fact shines. The sea's tides are driven by celestial mechanics. The moon pulls on the water, causing waves to rise and fall. You acknowledge the science behind the lull. The wind's hum becomes part of that cosmic dance. A fringe thought arises. Some say tides can echo the heartbeat of the planet. That echo might influence dreams and sleep patterns. It seems mystical, yet fits the context. You feel the idea settle around you. Historians still argue whether planetary tides truly affect human dreaming. Scientists weigh evidence, while dream researchers speculate. The debate hums with you. You feel at peace amid uncertainty. The kettle hum syncs with your heart, a gentle companion. You let the wind lull you deeper into tranquility. Your mind drifts like waves kissing the pier. You accept the calm that envelops the harbor. You close your eyes, feeling the kettle's pulse. The wind's whisper lingers in the space around you. The pine scent envelops your senses, a natural blanket. You feel safe, grounded at rest. You inhale, letting the night wind fill your lungs. You exhale, releasing day's residual friction. Each breath follows the kettle's steady song. The harbor hums a lullaby, silent and deep. A mainstream fact echoes. Breton fishermen once marked their boats with unique wind vane symbols. Those symbols guided them through fog and storm. You appreciate how they harnessed natural elements. They become part of the night's story. A quirky notion creeps. Some think those symbols were secret codes for treasure locations. They say sailors hid coins where symbols matched certain winds. It adds a hint of adventure to the calm evening. You chuckle quietly. Historians still argue whether such treasure codes existed. Some treasure hunters claim evidence, some dismiss it. The debate blends with nighttime calm. You feel content in the mystery. The kettle hum is steady, a constant in a fluid world. Your breathing sinks. You feel rhythm deep and true. You trust the wind's patience, the pine's steady scent. The night wraps tighter, soothing every thought. You imagine a future dawn breaking over the harbor. Its first rays will touch the kettle's glass. You feel anticipation, but it is gentle, not anxious. The kettle's glow will lift again. The wind continues singing, a low, soothing tone. It is a lull, not a roar, in your ears. You accept that gentle noise as a part of the night. The harbor listens with calm. Your head feels heavy, a gentle weight. The kettle hum anchors you, the wind guides. You let sleep come, slow and sweet. The night is a safe harbor. You realize the kettle's final hum is not a final, but a soft sigh. It marks the end of one cycle and a new one beginning. You breathe and feel that transition. The harbor breathes too, in tides and wind. The wind's whisper is the last of the night. You close your eyes fully, allowing the calm to envelop you. The kettle's hum settles, a lull in the dark. You are in a place where pine, kettle, harbor, wind all sleep. You accept the calm, dreams thread unseen veils rise soft, and the kettle hums its silver song. You feel the hush of the harbor settling like a blanket of memory. The kettle, a humble vessel, becomes a storyteller spun from quiet metal. Its warm glow pulls you deeper into a trance of gentle reverie. You breathe in the salty air, exhaling all that clung to your thoughts. The wind outside whispers, "Good night," as if it were a friend. It twirls around the kettles, making silver threads vibrate in tiny arcs. You hear a soft click. Your subconscious is tightening the dream's loom. That click is the kettle's subtle reminder that sleep is near. Your eyelids grow heavy, almost dancing to the rhythm you feel. The sound of water lapping at the pier becomes background music. You imagine the water singing in waves, each crest a note of lull. It's the ancient practice of using nature's chorus to lull sailors. Breton fishermen rang bells over kettles. Historians still argue whether those bells guided sailors or added flair. The kettle's hum seems like a soft voice telling you to let go. You feel it nudging your mind like a gentle pillow. The harbor's night air smells of tar and old cedar. You trace the scent, imagining each grain as a tiny drum. Your brain clicks the image into a melody that soothes. A feather falls from an unseen bird, fluttering its way into the dreamscape. It lands on the kettle's rim, whispering a playful joke. Even the kettle tried to joke, but forgot the punchline, classic kettle humor. A breeze stirs the steam, curling it into soft, floating ribbons. You inhale, breathing in the steam's silver whisper. You exhale, letting tension drain from your shoulders. The kettle's rhythm now matches the slow tick of your pulse. Your thoughts drift like lazy clouds over a moonlit sea. Every breath you take feels like a gentle tide pulling you inward. You notice a distant lantern flickering, its flame dancing to unseen music. The flame's tiny movement is a secret code written in light. You imagine the lantern guiding ships that would never see the shore again. A memory surfaces, a boy who sold lemonade on the pier's edge. He'd listen to the kettle, dreaming of distant lands. You wonder if his dreams carried back to the harbor, mingling with current whispers. The kettle's steam coils into slow shapes, like clouds turning into whales. You laugh softly. Whales would probably just nod at the kettle. It's a small joke, but the kettle keeps a smile hidden in its glaze. You notice then how the kettle's silver surface ripples with each breath. The ripples echo like distant bells, a soft percussion in the night. You think of those bells, of ships that sailed at dawn light. Each note is a promise kept by the night wind. You feel the promise tugging your heart into a calm ocean. The kettle's hum deepens, a lullaby for wandering souls. You realize dreams are like threads pulled by an unseen hand. The hand is the wind, the thread is your breath. Each exhale releases a thread, each inhale draws another. Soon, you feel the network of threads weaving a gentle cocoon. You wrap your mind around this cocoon, feeling snug as a small boat. The kettle's glow softens, turning your thoughts into mossy stones. You imagine those stones embedded in the harbor's ancient walls. Historic stone walls stand as timekeepers, recording breezes in silent cracks. You think of a Breton legend where stones sang at sunrise. The story says that sunrise whispers secrets into each stone. You feel that secret humming echo inside your chest. The wind outside whispers again, "Sleep, sleep, little one," like a lull. You let your feet lift off the cobblestones, floating on steam. Your stomach, once jostled by waves, now settles. You close your eyes to the world, feeling the kettle's song wrap around you. You slip gently into the harbor's sleep, a dream woven from water and steam. The kettle hums quietly, its melody fading like the tide. The final thought lingers. Wind, salt, steam, all sing your lull. The harbor's heartbeat slow, matching your own pulse. The kettle's glow dims to a gentle amber, like a friendly night star. You see the tiny specks of dust dancing in the glow like fireflies. The light shifts, painting the walls with shadows that waver. You notice the wind's breath is now a whispered wind chime. It sounds like a distant campfire, low and comforting. The kettle's steam begins to hiss softly, a gentle exhale. You hear it and imagine a tiny dragon breathing in and out. The dragon smiles in silence, approving your peaceful voyage. You feel the dragon's gentle smile radiate through the kettle. The warmth from the kettle seeps into the stones beneath the bridge. You imagine each stone humming a note of the sea's lullaby. The bridge creaks softly, a lullaby carried by the wind. You feel the vibration ripple through your feet and into your mind. The tension in your legs dissolves like soap in water. Your thoughts float on the wind, lighter than any feather. You notice a faint scent of cedar and rust in the air. It anchors you to the place, to the time, to the kettle. You let the scent guide you into deeper sleep. You feel your eyelids thicken, each one a curtain closing softly. The kettle's rhythm slows to a lullaby, a soothing lull. The wind outside whispers, "Close your eyes." The harbor drifts. You hear your own heart echoing the words, aligning with the tide. The dream begins in a swirl of steam, a silver web. It wraps around your head, a gentle blanket of mist. You feel the mist kiss your skin, dampening the world. The kettle's glow turns the mist into soft lanterns floating. You drift among them, a traveler in a sea of light. The lights hum, a low chorus of forgotten voices. You hear the kettle's final exhale, a gentle voice sighing. It signals the harbor is ready for a full night's rest. You sink deeper, your mind a quiet water tank. You feel the water settle around your thoughts, a gentle cradle. The kettle hums, now a mere echo, a gentle ghost. You hear it as a soft tick, a distant metronome. The metronome aligns with the lull, a perfect tune. You rest, safe in the harbor's embrace. You sense a warmth spreading through your limbs like tide. The wind's soft sigh carries you toward an unseen door. You are ready to step into the lull of the night. The last ember of the kettle's flame flickers, dimming. Its light becomes a distant star, a promise of tomorrow. You feel the harbor breathe, a giant organism in rest. You fall into a sleep deeper than the water below. The kettle's hum is your guide, a lighthouse of tranquility. You close your mind to the world, letting dreams unfold. You stay wrapped in the harbor's lull, safe and sound. The harbor's soft murmur reminds you of childhood rivers, gentle and endless. The kettle's last sigh drifts like a feather, settling by your side. You wake slowly, refreshed, as the dawn paints the sky. The harbor glows anew, ready to cradle tomorrow's stories. Some say silver threads in dreams were actually lost coins that once jingled in sailors' pockets. You step beyond the amber glow, feeling the tide whisper against your bare feet, soft as a lullaby. Each footfall mirrors the ocean's sigh, a rhythm older than any compass. You taste the brine with your fingertips, tasting stories that the waves carry. Remember the kettle that waited, patient, at the pier's edge, its steam still swirling. The tide draws closer, pulling you toward the water's gentle embrace. You feel the cool mist kiss your cheeks, a delicate hand reaching out. A low hum rises from the kettle, as if it were breathing with you. You sense the kettle's voice echoing, float into gentle sleep. At the same moment, the 98-year-old lighthouse flickers, its beam sweeping the horizon. You recall that the lighthouse was built when the village first welcomed steam-powered trawlers. You imagine the crews, their faces lit by lantern light, singing in low, resonant chords. Historians still argue whether the lighthouse's light guided ships or simply warned them of rocks. A curious rumor swirls among the villagers. The sea spirits giggle when you stir salt into the kettle. You shrug, half smiling, as the kettle lets out a soft chuckle, a hiss of approval. You hear the kettle crackle, like a comedian who forgot the punchline. That sound feels like a wind, tickling the hair of your inner ear. You feel the tide shift slightly, as if the sea is nodding in agreement. The water ripples, each wave like a whispered promise to the kettle's melody. You notice the steam curling upward, forming a spiral that mirrors the moon's own path. Your breathing slows, syncing with the rhythmic rise and fall of the tide. The kettle's sigh deepens, a gentle lull that feels like a blanket of starlight. You step closer to the shore, letting the cool spray kiss your neck. The breeze carries a faint scent of old cedar and damp stone, grounding you. You imagine the old ship's decks, polished by the sea, listening to the kettle's low tune. Your mind drifts, weaving the present with legends of bygone sailors. The tide retreats, pulling the water back as if to make space for quiet. You feel a gentle tug, a call from the deep that invites you to follow. You lean into the pull, letting your body follow the rhythm, as if dancing with waves. The kettle whispers, float into gentle sleep, its voice softening with each breath. You follow the tide, feeling its weight like a lullaby wrapped around your limbs. You imagine the water becoming a soft mattress, cushions made of foam and light. The kettle's steam rises, curling into tiny clouds that drift over the shore. All around, the world seems to hold its breath, waiting for your surrender. You let the waves gently rock you, each crest a note in a slow symphony. The kettle hums a lower note, a counterpoint to the ocean's higher waves. You feel the sound settle into your chest, resonating like stone drums. Sleep beckons, a soft current pulling the mind toward serenity. The tide's pull eases, as if the ocean itself sighs, releasing its grip. You feel a warmth spreading through your limbs, like a blanket of moonlit tide. The kettle glows brighter, a gentle amber fire, guiding your eyelids to close. You close your eyes, breathing slow, letting the tide take you into a dream. As the water lingers, it whispers words of forgotten lore, a lullaby of salt. You sense the tide singing you a hymn for rest, so soft it almost feels like a secret. You feel the kettle's flame flickering, a tiny sun dancing atop the water. The steam drifts upward, curling around your head like a halo of mist. Your thoughts slow, each one becoming a gentle ripple that fades as you drift. The tide calms, leaving a sweet, still ocean that feels like a quiet lull. You feel the kettle's final whistle, a soft exhale echoing through the night. It is the ocean's own sigh, a promise that peace is near. Your mind thinks the kettle might be a hidden espresso machine, only ever serving steam. You lie back, letting the water cradle you, a gentle cradle of salt and foam. Sleep settles, a warm tide wrapping around your body, a soft, slow hug. It feels like you are floating on a cloud of seaweed, the wind singing your lullaby. Under the moon's glow, the kettle's steam rises like a tiny mountain of vapor. You hear the distant gulls, their cries echoing as gentle percussion against the tide. The gulls seem to be practicing for the next seagull karaoke night. The kettle's soft hum finally settles, as if it too has fallen asleep. You feel your breathing even out, each inhale a wave, each exhale a retreat. The tide's rhythm matches your pulse, a duet of rest in the night. Your heart softens, as if the sea had become a gentle drummer for your soul. You let the kettle's voice guide you deeper, a soothing lull that holds you tight. You are drifting now, beyond the worries of the daylight world. The gentle tide turns, pulling every thought back toward the quiet of night. The kettle echoes, float into gentle sleep, its tones softening like a candle flame. You feel the sea sighing, as if whispering your name in salt air. The tide's embrace is a cocoon, soothing, secure, and unhurried. Your mind, once busy, becomes quiet, folding into the softest of blankets. You listen to the kettle's final breath, a gentle exhale that lingers. Sleep's weight settles over you, like a wave that never breaks. The tide, ever patient, carries you into a cradle of quiet, endless depth. You drift as the kettle's last whisper fades, the sea murmuring in the distance. The harbor rests, a gentle giant embracing the night, the kettle's echo trailing silently. You feel the final breath of the world, soft, like the tide's gentle sigh. The story ends with a promise that you will rise again, refreshed, ready. The kettle's light dimmed, the harbor breathes, and you drift into dreams, gently held. The tide settles, its hush turning around you like soft curtains pulled back. You lean against the wooden pier, feeling the cold stone beneath your palms. The kettle, still glowing faintly, exhales a slow breath of steam across the dock. Each puff drifts upward, curling into shapes that mimic the horizon's faint line. The sea's sound wraps around you, a gentle blanket of waves folding inward. You pause, listening to the low murmur that only the harbor can produce. It feels like the water is speaking in whispers that have traveled centuries. A historical fact weaves into the air. The harbor was first expanded in 1758. That year, the town welcomed new fishing fleets that expanded its depth. The expansion allowed larger boats, and with them came richer trade. Quirky rumors say early sailors carried seaweed talismans to ward off storms. They believed the plants whispered fortunes into the sails. The kettle's steam settles, a soft breath against the salt, tinged air. You feel the sound of the sea pressing gently against your chest. You taste the sea's salt on your lips, a memory of distant briny tides. The whisper rises again, deeper, as though from the depths below. It sounds like a lull that only the sea could compose. Historians still argue whether early harbor records were forged by sea traders. You inhale, letting the sound guide your breathing into a relaxed rhythm. Your pulse slows, sinking with each creak of the pier's wooden beams. The kettle's steam rises in waves, a breath of its own. The sound wraps tighter, forming a cocoon around your thoughts. Each gust feels like a hand turning the pages of a forgotten book. This book was once written by fishermen who sang as they worked. The words were carried on the wind, drifting into the night. You feel a sense of belonging, like a page in a living story. The sea's whisper grows, a soft chorus of distant bells. You hear a bell, low and resonant, calling you to rest. The kettle exhale echoes this bell, a low hum that soothes. The sound fades into a heartbeat, gentle and steady. Your fingers trace the kettle's rim, feeling its heat. The heat reminds you of childhood nights by the fireplace. There, the kettle was a friend, always breathing quietly. Now, the sea is your companion, the kettle your guide. The whispering tide drifts around the base of the pier. You feel the water's motion against your ankles, cool and calm. The sound becomes a lull, a song that drifts with the breeze. The breeze carries salt, wood, and the faint scent of lavender. You breathe it in, and it soothes your inner turmoil. The kettle's breath rises, each puff like a soft sigh. These sighs blend with the waves, forming a gentle lullaby. You start to notice tiny sounds, a crab scuttling, a gull calling distant. They all play roles in the soundscape that comforts you. You feel every note as a thread winding around your mind. In the quiet, you imagine a lighthouse glowing faintly. That lighthouse is built on a stone that has stood for centuries. The light guides weary travelers, reminding them of hope. You feel that hope settle in your lungs like a quiet song. The song is composed of sea whispers, kettle breath, and quiet waves. Each component invites you to let go of the day's noise. A light breeze lifts the kettle's steam further upward. It spirals, curling into something that looks almost like a dove. The image of a dove, a symbol of peace, comforts you. You let yourself drift along with that dove-shaped smoke. The sound continues, a whisper that wraps around your thoughts. It is a soft lull that keeps you anchored in the harbor. The harbor's sound is a lull that holds the memory of tides. You imagine your life as a tide, moving slowly. The kettle breathes, calm and slow, a steady pulse. You feel the pulse echoing in your ears, soft and slow. You close your hands to the kettle, feeling its cool metal. The coolness grounds you, reminding you that you are present. You focus on the sound. You're breathing a mirror of it. The sound wraps completely, like a cocoon of warmth. Each breath follows its contour, slow, deep, and rhythmic. You notice the sound of a distant storm, but the storm sound is gentle, like a lullaby of clouds. The kettle breathes in sync, matching the storm's rhythm. You let the storm lull you into the comfort of the harbor. The sound of waves grows louder, a rhythmic drum at night. You feel that drum inside your chest like a heartbeat. The kettle's whisper follows, a counterbeat of calm. The counterbeat soothes you, easing any tension. You feel the sea's gentle tug on your skin. The tug pulls you deeper into the harbor's embrace. The harbor's embrace is like a mother, gentle and protective. You feel safe in that embrace, your thoughts slowing more. The sound swells, then retreats, leaving calm after it. The calm is like a still pond reflecting the sky. The sky's reflection glints on the water, a mirror. You see your own reflection there, calm and clear. The reflection follows the sound, a gentle dance. You let the dance carry you to sleep. The sound of kettle breath fades into a whisper of sea dust. That dust smells of salt and cedar. The scent calms your senses, pulling you under. The harbor continues to breathe, slow and steady. Your mind follows the breathing rhythm, each exhale a wave. You notice how the sound feels like a soft tide. It carries you forward into peaceful darkness. The kettle's breath is the final thread, binding all. It wraps around you, pulling thoughts into hushed depths. You feel the echo of old creeks where fishermen once cast nets. The echo is gentle, like a lull that calls memory. You think of a boy who named a dolphin after the kettle. That boy was a legend, known for speaking to sea creatures. The dolphin answered with a song that matched the kettle's hum. The song and hum merge in the tide's whisper. You close your eyelids, breathing in the quiet sea air. The air fills your lungs, each breath a lullaby. You feel a warmth spread from chest to toes. The warmth is comfort, like a hearth in summer. A warm feeling drifts over the harbor, gentle. The harbor's sound carries this warm feeling outward. You feel the sound ripple into the distant horizon. A distant horizon glows with soft, amber light. The amber light lingers, fading into twilight. The twilight is a blanket of calm over the water. The kettle's breath continues, a quiet anchor in the sea. The kettle's breath continues, a quiet anchor in the sea. You feel the rhythmic hiss, as if the kettle is whispering secrets. The silver glow of moonlight paints the water like liquid silver. Your hands rest on the weathered railing, fingers tracing familiar grooves. A breeze carries salt, the scent of distant voyages. You realize the kettle is a gentle storyteller, not just a vessel. It breathes stories of fishermen, nets, and salt-kissed mornings. If the kettle could tweet, it would say, "Steaming ahead." You chuckle, the joke sinking into the quiet like a dropped stone. The night deepens, and the moon's silver hand stretches over the harbor. You notice a faint shimmer in the water, echoing the kettle's sigh. It's as if the sea itself takes a breath with you. You lower your gaze to the surface, watching waves lap the stones. A gull cries, its call cutting the soft hum of the night. The kettle's steam curls, forming shapes like sleepy clouds. You imagine each cloud a tiny boat, drifting toward an unknown horizon. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen you once laughed about. It seems oddly relevant, a reminder that odd smells linger. You breathe in the salt smell, and it feels like a promise. The kettle whispers softly, inviting deeper listening. You press your lips to the handle, feeling a gentle heat. The heat is not scorching. It's a warm hug from old brass. Historians still argue whether early harbor records were forged by sea traders. Some scholars lean toward authenticity, citing weathered parchment. Others suspect ink smudges from spilled wine. Regardless, the debate keeps our maritime past alive. You pause, letting the kettle's breath become a mantra. Your mind drifts to the town's 1914 oyster festival. It began as a humble gathering of gulls and crabs. Now, it is a gala drawing fishermen from distant coasts. You wonder if the kettle would host a dance in that night. It might dance, swirling steam in a slow waltz. You smile, picturing steam ribbons twirling like dancers. The kettle gives a steady pulse, like a drummer's hand. You inhale, breath syncing with the kettle's rhythm. Each exhale eases tension, letting it dissolve into water. The air thickens with steam, like a warm blanket. You think of a quirky tidbit about sea anemones. Some say they can predict tides by flickering. If that were true, the kettle might be a tide watcher. You laugh softly, the sound blending with night. The laughter echoes off the wooden hulls, a playful chime. The kettle glows, a lantern in an otherwise calm sea. Its light flickers, mimicking gentle waves. Even the gulls pause, listening to the kettle's whisper. They chirp in rhythm, forming a chorus with the wind. The chorus feels like a lullaby sung by the sea itself. You close your eyes, feeling the vibration of old stones. The stones hold stories of long ago, whispered by waves. You imagine each stone telling a different tale. They echo back, forming a symphony of silence. The kettle hums a melody that calms the mind. Your thoughts drift like fishing lines pulled by tide. You feel gratitude for this quiet, simple moment. Somewhere, a fisherman casts his net, whispering thanks. His breath mingles with the ocean, a shared sigh. You inhale, breathing in the salt and promise. The kettle whispers louder, coaxing you deeper. You feel the night grow heavier, a blanket of peace. The silver moon seems to hold your secret smile. You imagine the kettle as an old storyteller on a porch. It tells tales of long voyages, lost loves, and quiet nights. Each tale ends with a gentle sigh of steam. You laugh, then breathe, letting the sigh enter your chest. The chest pulses, matching the kettle's beat. A rhythm for sleep, a lull for the day. The kettle's breath is like a compass, pointing toward rest. You feel weight lift as the heat softens. You picture the sea's horizon as an endless horizon. It invites you to drift, unburdened by thoughts. You let the kettle guide your breathing. Your inhale pulls fresh salt-laced air. Your exhale releases tension, like smoke wafting up. The kettle's whistle is a lullaby you follow. You feel the rhythm in your pulse, heart, and hands. Your feet sink into the creak of wooden boards. The boards hum, a low vibration that steadies thoughts. You imagine the boards as an old lullaby, singing of safe harbors. You feel a safe place, anchored to the sea. The kettle sighs, a voice that promises calm. You let your thoughts drift like clouds. They drift, carrying light, heavy, bright, and dark. You smile as the kettle's steam curls again. The curl seems to form a tiny sailboat. You watch it float, a miniature voyager. The vessel moves with the rhythm of the tide. You feel the tide, a slow, reassuring heartbeat. The kettle's hum sinks, gentle as a lull. You inhale deeply, feel the sea's breath in your lungs. Your chest rises like a soft sail catching wind. You exhale, sending tension away like a drifting plank. The kettle exhales too, a comforting sigh. You hear the rhythm, the kettle as a silent guide. Its glow bathes the pier in silver light. The light flickers like distant lighthouse beams. You feel a sense of safety, deep as ancient trenches. You remember that strange superstition about moonlit salt crystals. Some say the crystals grant quiet nights to those who seek them. The kettle's whistle carries this promise, a quiet vow. You feel the promise settle inside your ribs. The rhythm of the sea tightens, coaxing sleep into view. Your body feels heavy, a buoyant weight. The kettle waits, patient, like an old friend. It breathes, exhaling, as if listening to your heart. You feel the connection tightening, anchoring your thoughts. The night deepens, a velvet blanket of stars. Each star is a note in the lullaby of the sky. You feel your eyelids heavy, a curtain closing. The kettle hums, a last breath before nightfall. You surrender, letting sleep cradle your senses. Your mind quiets, like a library after dusk. The sea sighs, a lull for all. You drift, riding on the kettle's soft tide. Your dream begins, a soft echo. The kettle kettle's final whisper lingers, a promise of tomorrow. You feel the harbor breathe, holding you like a mother. The night is calm, the sea a gentle lull. You close your eyes, and the world goes quiet. The last steam rises, dissolving into night air. You feel peace complete as the kettle keeps its hush. You notice faint ripples across the water, like distant thoughts. The ripples pulse, matching the kettle's quiet thrum. It feels like the sea is breathing with you. You inhale, allowing the breath to travel to your toes. Your toes curl, feeling the warmth of sea-stained sand. You exhale, letting the sand melt into the water. The kettle responds, steam curling like a comforting scarf. You feel the scarf embrace your skin. It whispers a lullaby, its notes floating in the dark. The dark is not empty, it hums gently. Like a choir of minnows, the sounds mingle. You hear them blending with the kettle's sigh. The scent of salt and cedar lingers, wrapping you. You notice a faint flicker of firefly light nearby. The fireflies dance in the night, tiny lanterns drifting. They add to the rhythm, a natural metronome. You become part of the dance, breathing in rhythm. The kettle's steam becomes a companion, whispering. You listen, feeling the world slow. Your thoughts soften, like foam on smooth stone. You trace the steam with your fingertips. It feels warm, like a hand on your shoulder. You imagine the kettle as a guardian of nights. It watches over the harbor, keeping secrets. A gentle breeze pushes a feather of salt across your face. The feather rustles softly, a delicate kiss. You feel the kiss as a promise of rest. The kettle's hum settles around you, a blanket. It feels both vast and intimate. You think of the moon, a silver mirror. The moon reflects light back to the kettle. Its glow shimmers like 1,000 tiny lanterns. You imagine the lanterns floating to the sea. They merge with waves, dissolving into silence. The silence is deep, resonant, comforting. You feel your breathing synchronize with the sea rhythm. It becomes a metronome, keeping you steady. The kettle remains steady, steadfast, unwavering. It whispers, close your eyes, listen deeper. You feel the call, a gentle invitation. Your eyelids flutter, softening against the night air. You close them fully, sealing the world. The kettle's hush washes over you like tide. Each breath becomes a wave, each moment a lull. You surrender, letting the harbor lull you. Your mind dissolves into waves of tranquility. Dreams begin to form, gentle and soft. You drift, carried by the kettle's gentle tide. The horizon fades, leaving only light. You feel infinite, calm, at peace. The kettle's steam lingers, a last blessing. You exhale, letting the night absorb your thoughts. You feel the harbor breathe, keeping you safe. You rise, the kettle's final breath marking the end. The hush thickens like a blanket over the harbor's cobblestones. You sense the tide's lull, a gentle pause between morning and night. The kettle glides quietly, its metal body humming the sea's soft rhythm. Your breath joins its melody. Each exhale a small wave. The water outside mirrors the misty sky, blurring horizon lines. A gull, circles lazily, its call echoing faintly against the walls. You notice a slight vibration through the stones, proof the kettle speaks. You close your eyes, allowing the kettle's hum to lull your thoughts. The tide settles deeper, pulling the harbor into crystalline stillness. You feel the stone floor vibrate like a drum, echoing a distant heart. Every breath you inhale carries salt, a faint reminder of the sea. The kettle's steam curls, forming tiny islands that drift between your fingers. You smile softly, a grin in moonlit water. The kettle whispers a secret. Let the water carry you. Your ears open to the hush, feeling the silence spread across the pier. A gentle wind brushes your cheek, carrying a faint scent of burnt rosemary. You remember the old merchant, his tales of distant islands, a phantom map, an ancient fact surfaces. In 1820, Breton fishermen first traded steam kettles for sea spoils. The kettle was once a prized possession, traded like a compass. You let history wash over you, a gentle tide of knowledge. You chuckle, thinking of a quirky tidbit. Villagers claimed kettles hummed when submerged in seaweed. Some say the humming predicts weather, a premonition of the storm. You press your hand against the kettle's rim, feeling a pulse. It is a soft thud, like a heartbeat, guiding the harbor through calm. Historians still argue whether the early Breton fishermen believed the kettle could predict storms. Some scholars lean toward authenticity, citing weathered logs from 1847. Others suspect the stories were folklore, a narrative to keep the youth quiet. In the end, the debate keeps the past alive and vibrant. You breathe, feeling the kettle's steam envelop your shoulders. A wave of calm rolls across your chest, flattening worry. The light from the kettle flickers like lanterns on a distant coast. The harbor glows, a mosaic of shadows on wet stone. You feel the shore breathe, slow and steady, breathing out. You close your eyes again, deeper into the stillness. The kettle whispers, "Relax, the tide will guide you home." The wind hums along the pier, a soft lullaby of waves. You sense a thread of sound connecting you to the endless horizon. Each note is a breath, each silence a pause in the ocean's song. You let your mind unclutter, release the weight of day. The kettle's glow steadies your thoughts, a soft, golden lantern. The tide's slow ascent fills the harbor with liquid gold. A small wave licks the pier, whispering secrets to the rocks. You feel the world shrink to a point of light, soft center. Your breathing syncs with the ocean, slow, rhythmic, calming. You imagine a story of a pirate who traded treasure for a steaming kettle. It is a myth, yet the kettle's echo feels true. You laugh softly, a sound absorbed by the night. The laughter rolls like a tiny wave over stone. You hear the kettle's whistle, a gentle chime. It invites you to rest, to let body and mind dissolve. The tide settles, closing the harbor on a quiet promise. The silence is thick, yet light, like a blanket of air. You exhale, letting tension escape into the sea. Your palms warm, absorbing the kettle's lingering heat. You feel the water around you, a subtle pulse beneath your feet. The harbor remembers you, echoing your presence in the wind. You wonder, what if the kettle holds a secret map? The map would lead to a treasure hidden beneath the sea. You imagine following the map, a quest guided by steam. But for now, you let the kettle lull deeper. The harbor breathes, a living organism in the night. Your mind quiets, hearing only the kettle's soft pulse. You drift, carried by the night's gentle current. You feel weight drop like a sack of seaweed. The kettle's steam forms a mist, a veil of twilight. It whispers, close your eyes, breathe with the tides. You inhale, tasting salt, exhale, releasing thoughts. Your heart slows, matching the tide's soft knock. You lie flat against the pier's stone, weight settled. The horizon whispers, a distant drum. You listen, hearing the world soften. The kettle's glow fades, a dim candle in the night, yet a sound lingers, steady as a heartbeat. You feel safe, as if wrapped in a warm blanket. The harbor sings, a lullaby of sea and stone. You hear the kettle, a distant friend humming. It is the last thread of the day, a promise of tomorrow. You breathe, the tide wrapping your consciousness. You close the last breath, trusting the sea's lull. You slip into dream, a soft current pulling gently. Your heart slows, synchronizing with the night's rhythm. The kettle's heat, a memory, keeps you warm. You surrender, letting tranquility envelope you fully. You feel a soft presence, the kettle's watchful gaze. You breathe, the night embracing you fully. The waves whisper lullabies, the harbor a lull of love. You close your eyes, the sea's song wrapping you tighter. You feel the harbor cradle you, tender as a mother's hand. The night ends, but the kettle's glow never truly fades. You trust the kettle's promise, a soft vow of peace. You glide into deep sleep, the harbor's lull a permanent lullaby. A distant lighthouse flickers, its beam a steady guardian over the harbor. You inhale the scent of briny air, the sky a deepened navy. The kettle's glow, now a lone star, guides your eyelids inward. You dream of waves, dancing to the kettle's tune. The dream feels like a soft blanket, covering all doubts. The harbor sounds shift, as if listening back. You feel the water pulse, a rhythm that syncs with your pulse. The kettle whistles softly, a lull that echoes through the dream. You let your awareness slip into darkness, guided by steady steam. Your body relaxes, each muscle releasing with each breath. The tides of sleep rise, carrying you farther into calm. You feel the sea's heartbeat, a drum in the dark. The kettle's final breath lingers, leaving a glow in your mind. You close your eyelids, the harbor's lull still humming. You slip into dream, a soft current pulling gently. Your heart slows, synchronizing with the night's rhythm. The kettle's heat, a memory, keeps you warm. You surrender, letting tranquility envelope you fully. You feel a soft presence, the kettle's watchful gaze. You breathe, the night embracing you fully. The waves whisper lullabies, the harbor a lull of love. You close your eyes, the sea's song wrapping you tighter. You feel the harbor cradle you, tender as a mother's hand. The night ends, but the kettle's glow never truly fades. You trust the kettle's promise, a soft vow of peace. You glide into deep sleep, the harbor's lull a permanent lullaby. Stars hum low, their song subtle, threading around the glassy sky. You feel each vibration, a faint pulse brushing your ankles. The kettle stands silent beside the pier, yet it seems aware. You chuckle. It knows all the lullabies the sea whispers tonight. A gentle breeze carries salt and rosemary. You inhale, imagining seaweed brushed against your tongue. You remember the old tale of the sea cave bells, though no one really likes them. Historians still argue whether the old bell truly counted tides. You lift a hand to the kettle, feeling the metal's warm thrum. An old sailor once remarked the kettle's steam smelled like oranges. Quirky tidbit. Some fishermen claim sea foam tastes like citrus if you stare. The night sky unfurls, stars blinking in their endless parade. You spot a familiar constellation, the Southern Cross, as if on cue. The kettle's tiny hiss blends with the breeze. You let the sound seep into your rib cage. You wonder if the kettle can tell you where dreams go. You smile. Maybe it will guide you to your favorite pizza place. The kettle responds with a soft clank, almost like a laugh. You hear the distant call of a gull, low and echoing. You feel the stone pier under your feet, cold and solid. You think of the 1909 wireless transmitter in Brest, a milestone in communication. You recall the story of how that transmitter first sent a message over the Atlantic. The kettle's steam spirals toward the sky, forming delicate shapes. You imagine it as a tiny comet trailing a path of sugar. The night deepens, and the sea calms into a quiet murmur. You feel your breathing sink, with the tides slow in and out. You sense a rhythm, a heartbeat shared with the coastline. You remember that old friend who liked to say the world was a kettle of coffee. You laugh, realizing his metaphor might have been a bit too literal. You breathe deeply, allowing the kettle's warmth to settle into your shoulders. You feel the faint glow of a distant lantern, a beacon of safety. You hear the faint creak of wood settling after a storm. You recall the story of a fisherman who traded a treasure for a steaming kettle. You joke, if only that kettle could brew coffee, I'd set sail. The kettle shudders softly, as if answering. You feel the wind's caress on your cheeks, salty and sweet. You notice tiny stars like a choir of fireflies. You feel your ears widen, picking up the quiet symphony of the night. You sense the kettle's pulse, aligning with your pulse. You remember that crocodile dung sunscreen you jokingly used once. You think, if that works, maybe I should try it. You laugh quietly at the absurdity. You feel the stone's imprint on your skin, cool and familiar. You inhale, tasting the night's wet air. You exhale, letting go of all the day's noise. You let the kettle's steam guide you into deeper calm. You imagine a floating island, a playground of dreams. You find reassurance in the kettle's steady whisk. You close your eyes, feeling every breath slow. You feel the stars as gentle hand shakes from the heavens. You feel the kettles humming as a lullaby composed by the sea. You taste wind, sweetened with the faint glow of lantern light. You consider the irony of a kettle dictating your dreams. You hear a faint whine, half inside and half outside of you. You pause, waiting for another wave of silence. You know the tide will soon rise again. You feel the rhythm build, ready to rise. You see the kettle's tiny glow, steady as a lighthouse. You imagine it as an ancient beacon, guiding lost ships. You feel a connection to all the sailors of old. You think of the 18th century fishermen, their boats creaking at night. You know they relied on the stars, not on GPS. You feel the sea's pull, deep and ancient. The kettle keeps humming with a gentle confidence. You hear the old folk song, sung in Breton, about a kettle that could speak. You imagine the notes weaving through the night. You feel the wind stirring the sea grass underfoot. You sense a presence, a guardian humming in the dark. You recall that old rumor about a kettle that could sense heartbreak. You wonder about its emotional capacity. You laugh, thinking it would probably just add more sugar. You feel the kettle's warmth rise, like a gentle sun. You feel the night wrapping around you, a cocoon of comfort. You pause, listening to the distant sound of a boat horn. You feel the horn's echo in the sea's lull. You sense the sea's memory, a story told with every wave. You let the kettle lead you into a soft meditation. You feel your toes relax, your arms rest. You know the tide will call again tomorrow. You feel a sense of gratitude toward this simple kettle. You remember your childhood dream of a floating village. You think of the time you built a raft from old logs. The kettle's steam drifts like a cloud of cotton candy. You see that cloud drifting over the horizon as an omen. You taste the salt on your lips, the promise of next dawn. You imagine the kettle as a friend, ready to listen. You feel the kettle's pulse like a patient heart. You hear a faint hiss, a whispered joke from the kettle. You smile, realizing how small life can be. You feel the ocean's breath on your face. You know your heart beats in time with the sea. You pause, feeling the kettle's soft murmur as your guide. The night stretches before you, endless and calm. You sense the stars turning like a slow carousel. You feel your mind drift, leaving the day behind. You feel the kettle offering a lull, gentle and steadfast. You hear a faint chuckle, as if the kettle is telling a secret joke. You laugh softly, grateful for the humor. You think of all the ways a kettle could help you sleep. You hear its whistle, a steady metronome. You feel the urge to close your eyes fully. You hear the sea and the kettle in one voice. You feel it sing you into dreams. You remember that time you got lost in a market, but a friendly kettle saved the day. You smile, thinking not that kind of kettle, though. You feel the warmth of a long-forgotten tea ceremony. You sense each bead of steam cooling on your skin. You feel the kettle's soft whistling, a promise of safety. You feel the world's noise fade to a single steady beat. You sit on the pier, listening to the sea and kettle. You feel the kettle's hum like a whispered prayer. You hear the tide's slow, patient counting. You feel the stone under your feet, firm and quiet. You let your breath merge with the quiet. You imagine the kettle as a lighthouse of calm, a beacon for restless hearts. You hear a distant gull cry and laugh at its small height. You feel the kettle's quiet presence guiding you. You know you are not alone in this wide world. You feel the kettle, the sea, the sky, all in harmony. You imagine the kettle as a traveler, drifting on the wind. The kettle's steady pulse echoes across the waves. You feel the sea's song lull you deeper into peace. You notice the candle on the fire's edge flicker. You sense the kettle's glow complementing that flicker. You think of the old fisherman's tales, the sea as a living storyteller. You feel the kettle's hum becoming part of the story. You inhale, let the breath deepen, and feel the kettle's warmth spread. You feel the air carry the scent of brine and salt water. You hear the kettle's rhythmic click, like a drummer keeping time. You feel each click echoing like a gentle tap on a drum. You think this is the world's quietest concert, played by water and metal. You feel the lullaby of the sea, the kettle, and the night. You remember the joke about how the kettle could outshine an alarm. You smile, letting that thought wash away. You feel the sense of belonging to the harbor. You feel the kettle's steady whisper, reminding you of simplicity. You feel grateful for this moment, unhurried and soft. You sense the tide rising again in the distance. You hear a distant horn, a farewell to the day. You feel the horizon change colors, the sun dipping below. You hear the kettle's whisper, close your eyes, listen deeper. You feel as if the kettle has spoken your truth. You feel the sea's breath, calming your thoughts. You feel your eyes becoming sleepy, heavy, but not yet closed. You feel the kettle's pulse in sync with your heartbeat. You sense every breath moving you toward a restful dream. You let your mind drift like a leaf on the tide. You imagine the kettle is a friendly dragon guarding your sleep. You laugh at the image, feeling lightness. You remember how a kettle can be comforting after a long day. The kettle's whisper stays gentle, a lull in the wind. You feel the night envelope you like a soft blanket. You keep breathing, matching the rhythm of the sea. You imagine the kettle as a friend, a quiet companion. You feel the world slipping away as the kettle hums. You imagine the kettle's steam blending with the moonlit fog. You feel the kettle's voice as a guiding star in the darkness. You sense the stars humming low, a subtle symphony for you. You close your eyelids, feeling the world quiet. You feel the kettle's hum becoming part of your heart's beat. You sense the sea's lullaby pulling you closer. You feel the kettle's whisper, subtle and soft, a final invitation to sleep. You feel wind curling through reeds, forming a tender braid across the marsh. The reeds lift gently, swaying as if answering an invisible lullaby. The kettle stands beside the reeds, its iron shell shimmering in the late light. You pause, listening to the wind's whisper as it twists the green strands. The reeds hum softly, each blade a tiny chorus in the still air. A gentle chill brushes your cheek, carrying the scent of damp earth and salt. You laugh at the absurdity of reeds dancing, imagining them wearing tiny hats. The kettle responds with a faint hiss, matching the reed's soft tempo. It seems to hum the same tune as the wind, though it has no voice. You feel a connection, as if the kettle and reeds are longtime friends. Every breath you take echoes through the reeds, amplifying the hush. The kettle's steam rises slow, forming waves that mimic tiny ripples in a pond. You watch the steam dance, wonder if it can carry your worries away. A breeze lifts a feather, then another, and the reeds greet them like choir members. You feel the music grow, a chorus composed purely by nature. The kettle, as if aware, adds a soft click that joins the harmony. You notice the sound trickles through your bones, settling like a warm blanket. The reeds sway in sync, and you realize you are part of this small world. You pause again, hearing a distant gull cry that echoes between the waves. The gull's cry stitches itself into the reed's lull and kettle's hiss. You imagine the wind carrying stories from ancient ports. Historians still argue whether the sea's tide could predict weather decades before satellites. You feel a gentle pull in your chest, inviting calm. You let your eyelids flutter, feeling the world shrink away. The wind's tune slows, turning into a slow, rhythmic pulse. You hear the reeds whisper back, in sync with your heartbeat. You feel the kettle humming like a lull you can't resist. You close your eyes fully, surrendering to the quiet atmosphere. You taste the salty air, the scent of the sea mixing with pine. You notice the wind's whisper turning into a soothing lull. The kettle's steam condenses, forming slow, delicate drops. You listen closely, hearing each drop tell its own tiny story. You feel the reeds breathing, like a living, pulsing organism. You imagine the wind is a hand, gently waving you towards sleep. You notice the kettle quiet, yet still alive with sound. You think of how long ago sailors used kettles to warm their hearts. You picture a Breton fisherman, his weathered hands kneading dough. He fills a pot, the steam curling toward the clouds above. In your mind, the kettle's hiss sounds like a story about distant ships. You hear a memory of a storm, the wind howling louder than thunder. The reeds sway slows, matching the hush of the evening. You watch the sky turn deeper, a blanket of cobalt spread across water. Your breath deepens, aligning with the rhythmic hiss of the kettle. You feel the night drawing closer, like a quiet blanket over a weary world. The wind's whisper becomes a lull that fills the marsh with comfort. The reeds bend slightly, as if nodding in approval. You imagine each reed holding a secret message from the waves. Your mind drifts, but never leaves this safe, watery sanctuary. You recall the earlier joke about the kettle's dreams of tea, and you smile. The kettle offers no reply, just a steady hum that comforts. You feel your eyelids grow heavier, the world narrowing to the sound of water. You listen to the wind again, hearing it swirl around the reeds like a gentle hand. Your breath slows, matching the rhythm of that wind, the reeds, the kettle. You picture a horizon where the sea meets sky, an endless, soothing line. Feel the sense of belonging as the wind, reeds, kettle, and you share a secret. You hear the kettle's hiss gently rise, like an unseen lullaby floating upward. You watch the winds dance, a quiet ballet across the marsh. You feel your thoughts dissolve, leaving only the present moment. You sense a gentle pull in the heart, a whisper of sleep beckoning. Your eyes, still heavy, close one by one, sealing the calm. You drift under waves of sound, the kettle's final note echoing in your ears. You feel the marsh breathe, the wind sigh, the reeds sing a final chorus. And in that quiet, you know the kettle will be waiting again at dawn. You imagine the next morning, the sky turning pink with sunrise. You hear a faint clink from the kettle's hinges, the promise of warm steam. You feel the kettle's metal heart beating gently, steady as a lullaby. You remember a myth that a kettle can sense the soul's tiredness. You wonder if that myth holds true or is just folklore. You think of the phrase. Historians still argue whether the sea's tide could predict weather decades before satellites. The wind whistles again, a reminder of the village's ancient song. The reeds sway, a gentle rhythm that echoes the heartbeat of the night. Your mind drifts, but the kettle's hum keeps you anchored. You feel relief, like a child finding a lost toy. You let the kettle's steam seep into your thoughts, turning them soft. You feel the world dim, leaving room for sleep's gentle lull. The wind curls around the reeds, shaping a lullaby of earth and sea. You listen, heart racing slow, pulse matching the rhythm of nature. The kettle offers a final sigh, a whisper that echoes in your ear. You let your breathing flow, calming your soul. You feel the reed's last breath, the sea's final chorus, and you slip into dreams. You close your eyes, feeling the night settle around you like a gentle blanket. You surrender to the hush, letting the kettle's lull guide you deeper. Your body drifts, each muscle relaxing under the lull's careful hand. You feel the winds whisper, a lullaby for the night sky. Your thoughts settle, the kettle's hum filling the silence like a soft drum. You slip deeper, the reeds and wind cradling you into sleep. You feel the earth breathing, the sea singing, and the kettle ticking on. You sleep, the world slipping away, leaving only the quiet. You dream of waves, of reeds, of a kettle that knows all secrets. When dawn arrives, the kettle will once more whisper to the wind. When dawn arrives, the kettle will once more whisper to the wind. Its hiss will echo new beginnings, a promise of warmth. You wake to soft steam and the calm of a fresh start. You remember the lull and smile, ready for another day. The tide rises, the kettle waits, the village breathes. You are a part of this slow dance, a ripple in the big ocean. The sound of the kettle stays, like a friend humming you to sleep. You continue to return, the kettle and wind in perfect harmony. Each night, its whisper guides you deeper into the gentle fold of dreams. You let it pull you in, following every soft note of steam. The world outside remains hushed, waiting for the next call of the kettle. You drift, as we do, into sleep, safe within this night's gentle veil. The curtain of steam closes, the kettle's song now a memory. You feel the silence fill the space, a gentle hush that lingers. You are cradled by the night, a soft blanket that never thins. Sleep calls you back, the kettle awaiting your return. The kettle's memory lingers, a sweet echo against the night. You breathe through the hour, feeling the rhythm of the waves. Each breath is a tide of quiet, pulling you deeper. You feel safe beneath the sky, the kettle your companion. You hear the wind sigh, its voice a lull like an old friend. A soft crackle of distant firewood reminds you of hearth. The kettle's hiss swells, a low harmony matching the fire's glow. Your eyelids grow heavier, the world slipping into mist. The night feels like a blanket sewn from firelight. You feel the warmth seep through your bones. The kettle whispers, "Keep calm, keep sound, keep breathing." The words melt, become a lull that floats beside you. The stars wink like distant lanterns, patient watchers of the sea. You see each one as a silver coin tossed into the dark. The kettle hums a low song, deep like the ocean's bed. You are carried by that depth, a traveler in soft midnight waves. The wind grows gentle, carrying whispers of distant cliffs. You feel the air hold stories of old, of ships lost. The kettle sighs, a sound that tastes like sea salt. You smile, the sound softening the ache of waking dreams. You close your eyes, letting the kettle guide your mind. Its rhythm becomes a metronome, a steady pulse of night. You feel the pulse move through you, calming. The world outside fades, leaving only breath and steam. The night keeps its stories, the kettle its secret tunes. You hear the kettle's final note, a lull in the dark. You are safe, a child in a warm, humming house. Sleep comes, a soft ocean tide of lull. The kettle speaks in a low murmur, a story of sea. The wind joins, a chorus of salt and foam. You drift deeper into a sea of dreams. You are enveloped, swallowed by night's gentle hands. The kettle's final note lingers, a sigh that seals the night. It is a lull that lasts until dawn. You are ready for sleep, for rest. The world hums, a lullaby that never ends. You breathe, following each note. Your body falls deeper, carried by quiet waves. The night offers a sigh, a breath away from sunrise. You feel the promise of a new day, warm. The kettle hums until the last breath of night. You are safe again, listening to its steady song. Your eyes close, the last sight a gentle glow. Your heartbeat slows, synchronizing with the kettle. Your thoughts dissolve, leaving only the present moment. You drift, the kettles whisper a steady lull. You remember the kettle's dreams of tea, and you smile. The kettle offers no reply, just a steady hum that comforts. You feel your eyelids grow heavier, the world narrowing to the sound of water. You listen to the wind again, hearing it swirl around the reeds like a gentle hand. Your breath slows, matching the rhythm of that wind, the reeds, the kettle. The wind continues its soft lull, an orchestra of unseen instruments. You surrender to the rhythm, letting each breath fade into the night. You feel the kettle's final note, a gentle breath, like a sigh of release. The steam hovers, a translucent curtain closing softly on your senses. You are in a place where dreams float on wind and water. You are at peace, breathing in the night's tender lull. The kettle, a faithful friend, waits for the next sunrise. You feel its presence like a warm hand on your shoulder. The world outside hums, but here, only the kettle speaks softly. You close your eyes one last time, letting the world dim. You fall into a sleep that feels like a boat floating on moonlit waters. The kettle hums gently, a lull that keeps you steady. Your dreams weave patterns of sea, steam, and quiet joy. You sleep, the world slipping away, leaving only the quiet. When dawn arrives, the kettle will once more whisper to the wind. Its hiss will echo new beginnings, a promise of warmth. You wake to soft steam and the calm of a fresh start. You remember the lull and smile, ready for another day. The tide rises, the kettle waits, the village breathes. You are a part of this slow dance, a ripple in the big ocean. The sound of the kettle stays, like a friend humming you to sleep. You continue to return, the kettle and wind in perfect harmony. Each night, its whisper guides you deeper into the gentle fold of dreams. You let it pull you in, following every soft note of steam. The world outside remains hushed, waiting for the next call of the kettle. You drift, as we do, into sleep, safe within this night's gentle veil. The curtain of steam closes, the kettle's song now a memory. You feel the silence fill the space, a gentle hush that lingers. You are cradled by the night, a soft blanket that never thins. Sleep calls you back, the kettle awaiting your return. The kettle's memory lingers, a sweet echo against the night. You breathe through the hour, feeling the rhythm of the waves. Each breath is a tide of quiet, pulling you deeper. You feel safe beneath the sky, the kettle your companion. You hear the wind sigh, its voice a lull like an old friend. A soft crackle of distant firewood reminds you of hearth. The kettle's hiss swells, a low harmony matching the fire's glow. Your eyelids grow heavier, the world slipping into mist. The night feels like a blanket sewn from firelight. You feel the warmth seep through your bones. The kettle whispers, "Keep calm, keep sound, keep breathing." The words melt, become a lull that floats beside you. The stars wink like distant lanterns, patient watchers of the sea. You see each one as a silver coin tossed into the dark. The kettle hums a low song, deep like the ocean's bed. You are carried by that depth, a traveler in soft midnight waves. The wind grows gentle, carrying whispers of distant cliffs. You feel the air hold stories of old, of ships lost. The kettle sighs, a sound that tastes like sea salt. You smile, the sound softening the ache of waking dreams. You close your eyes, letting the kettle guide your mind. Its rhythm becomes a metronome, a steady pulse of night. You feel the pulse move through you, calming. The world outside fades, leaving only breath and steam. The night keeps its stories, the kettle its secret tunes. You hear the kettle's final note, a lull in the dark. You are safe, a child in a warm, humming house. Sleep comes, a soft ocean tide of lull. The kettle speaks in a low murmur, a story of sea. The wind joins, a chorus of salt and foam. You drift deeper into a sea of dreams. You are enveloped, swallowed by night's gentle hands. The kettle's final note lingers, a sigh that seals the night. It is a lull that lasts until dawn. You are ready for sleep, for rest. The world hums, a lullaby that never ends. The kettle rests next to you, metal warm from the day. You hear the distant bells of a town, faint and soothing. The bells echo, matching the kettle's low rhythm. You feel the world sigh, ready for sleep. You imagine a ship drifting, the kettle a lantern on its deck. The lantern glows, steady through storm and calm. The kettle hums beside, a constant anchor. You drift closer, feeling the warmth of both. You think of nights past, when you needed such calm. The kettle had been there, offering steam like a friend. You feel gratitude, quiet and strong. You let the gratitude flow, a tide of warmth. You feel the world soften, a lull that gently cradles. The wind carries the kettle's tune to distant shores. You feel the night grow deeper, a slow, steady pulse. The world hums a lull that never ends. The kettle hums, a steady hum that comforts you. The kettle's story of sea fades with each breath. The night wraps you, a blanket of darkness. You feel safe, a child in a warm house. Sleep comes, soft as the tide. The kettle whispers a final note. The wind joins in a soft chorus. You drift into dreams. The world becomes a lullaby. The kettle's last humming fades. You feel the calm. The night deepens. You listen. You trust the kettle. You close. You sleep. But the first crack of dawn creeps over the harbor, painting the sky in soft pastel. The kettle sits beside the wooden pier, its metal shell catching the new light. You hear its quiet sigh, a breath of steam before the day begins today. The tide lingers on the sand, still wet from last night's rain. You step softly, hearing the waters ripple against the stones. Dawn climbs gradually, turning the harbor glassy as if it were made of liquid mercury. The kettle's handle warms, holding yesterday's memories like a secret chest. Its whistle cracks open, promising the day will wait, not rush. You inhale the cool morning air, filled with salt and distant smoke. The wind, playful, lifts the kettle's steam in wavy circles around your head. You smile, realizing the kettle is easier to listen to than a radio. It hums gently, a lullaby that knows your name from the night before. The harbor's silence invites you to close your eyes and take in the moment. You imagine the old stories that the sea has whispered to the town for centuries. A legend says a kettle that whistles at sunrise can ward off pirates. That quirky tale makes you chuckle because the town has no pirates now. You think the kettle might be a guardian, or maybe just a clever contrivance. The sun spills golden light across the water, turning waves into ribbons of amber. Historians still argue whether the original kettle's whistle was natural or intentional. The question sits like a stone in your pocket, waiting to be dropped. You recall the first lighthouse in Egypt, standing for 2,000 years. That ancient beacon guided ships across the Nile, a testament to human ingenuity. You hear the kettle tickle, like a small drum beneath the waves. The sound mingles with gull cries, forming a chorus of sea and metal. Your shoulders relax, the rhythm settling into your pulse. You feel the horizon blur, the water smoothing the edges of reality. The kettle releases a fine mist, cooling your forehead like a gentle caress. Every droplet sings a tiny note, a tiny lullaby of water and steam. You close your eyes, letting the steam mingle with your breath. The harbor feels like a cradle, rocking you between waking and sleeping. As the sun rises higher, the kettle keeps speaking, reassuring you like a friend. You imagine a tiny village inside your chest, people breathing in sync with the whistle. The kettle's sigh becomes a gentle tide, pulling you toward the shore of calm. You feel the rhythm match your heartbeat, each beat syncing with the steam's pulse. A breeze curls around the kettle's edges, stirring leaves of old oak trees. A gull lands on the rim, pecking at a grain of salt. You chuckle softly, aware that the kettle is a tiny universe in the harbor. The steam climbs, curling like clouds, just before a storm passes the horizon. You remember that old adage about frogs being better at predicting weather than scientists. That quirky tidbit makes you smile, because the kettle thinks it's a weather predictor. It feels like the kettle knows everything, that it's a small oracle of the sea. You listen, letting the sound carry you beyond the harbor's edge into a realm of quiet. The light dims, turning the sky into watercolor, the shore a horizon of possibilities. You realize your body is settling, every muscle folding into softness, like a borrowed blanket. The kettle remains, its steam swirling, like a breath of old songs. You feel the kettle whisper final lines, a lull that promises safe passage to sweet dreams. Each word tastes like honeyed rain and distant mountains, a comfort that makes you smile. The sound of the kettle fades into the background, leaving only the slow thrum of your heart. You sink deeper, guided by the rhythm, guided by the kettle, guided by the sea. The kettle whispers, "Tomorrow will be lighter. Rest now, for the sea never stops singing." The harbor sighs, the water drumming softly against the stones, as if listening. You close your eyes, feeling the warmth of the kettle against your chest. The kettle's steam curls around your ears, a final invitation to dream. You drift into a world where every wave is a lullaby and every breeze a sigh. You feel the kettle's presence like a lighthouse on a calm evening, steady and kind. The night embraces you like a hand that refuses to let go. You are calm, the kettle hums, breathing sync with your own rhythm. The harbor sleeps, the waves whispering secrets into the dark water. You think of the quirky story about a kettle that could sense weather and warn fishermen. History may claim that the first Breton kettle was forged from a discarded armory cannon. You smile at the absurdity, but it keeps you smiling all the while. The kettle sighs gently, as if ready to share a secret with the moon. The moon lifts, bathing the harbor in silver light, a gentle glow like a lull. You lie back, letting the scene settle like a blanket over tired skin. The kettle's hum fades, but its memory lingers, gentle as a promise. A final puff of steam rises, swirling into the starlit sky. You feel the kettle calling you to sleep, a quiet invitation you cannot resist. Your eyelids grow heavy, each blink drawing you closer to dreams. The kettle hums a final lull, as if promising that tomorrow will arrive bright. You surrender, feeling the world's edges soften, the harbor's heartbeat slowing. The sea sighs, and you are content. The night folds over you, a blanket of stars and old tailies. The kettle's last note drifts into the dark, leaving you safe. You slip away, cradled by the quiet harbor. The harbor breathes, the water whispers, and the kettle waits for tomorrow's sunrise. The ocean shivers, and you sense a heartbeat in distant waves. The kettle's steam curls like a question mark in the air. You wonder if the kettle has a name, perhaps Old Lull. Your mind drifts to nights when you first tasted salt on your tongue. The harbor remembers that salt taste is the memory of the sea's kiss. You laugh softly, imagining the kettle as a storyteller for a lonely child. Its voice echoes over cliffs, offering gentle advice to sailors. The kettle whispers, "Rest now, tomorrow's waves are kinder." You feel the world tilt, but the kettle keeps it steady. The night stretches, like an endless blanket that never loses warmth. The harbor sighs again, a final lull that says goodnight. You close your eyes, letting the kettle's rhythm guide you deeper. The light fades, leaving only the silver of the moon. The sea hums a lullaby, a song of tides and old bones. You notice the kettle's metal glimmer, reflecting midnight's tiny stars. The kettle's breath warms, like a hand around your neck. The harbor feels alive, breathing in synchrony with your heart. The kettle's whisper is a promise that tomorrow will carry new light. You feel your eyelids flutter, the moment hanging like a delicate feather. The world softens, turning into a watercolor of sleep. The kettle emits a gentle chiming, like a small bell in a quiet night. You breathe, inhaling the scent of seaweed and hope. The harbor's water mirrors your reflection, a reminder of continuity. The kettle's hiss echoes through every stone, soothing your inner world. You remember that peculiar festival when the villagers sang to calm waves. The kettle joins the chorus, its tune a gentle refrain of home. You let the melody wrap you like a soft hug. The harbor glows with a quiet, soothing brilliance. The night breathes slowly, each wave a whispered promise. The kettle sighs one last time, the sound of peace. Your mind floats, no thoughts, just the sea's deep lull. The harbor's rhythm syncs with your breathing, a gentle drum. You feel the night cradle you like an old friend. The kettle's steam forms a halo, a shimmering crown of hope. The harbor hums with the memory of ships long gone. The night's lullabies settle around you like petals in soft wind. The kettle whispers, "Sleep is a voyage, wake refreshed." The harbor's shadows dance, painting waves on the water's skin. You feel the gentle pull, a tide that pulls your mind too. The kettle's final note drifts, dissolving like mist at dawn. You sink deeper into the harbor's cradle, the sea's lullaby singing. The kettle's breath, a soft whisper, continues beneath your skin. You hear the water's pulse, a slow clock ticking night. The harbor's stones glisten, reflecting the moon's silver smile. You let the silence envelope you, a blanket of pure calm. The kettle murmurs again, a soothing call to the dreamscape. Each word feels like sand, gentle and cool against your skin. The harbor hums in harmony, the ocean's breathing a lull. You exhale, releasing tension you carried all day. Your body relaxes, all muscles surrendering to the sea's caress. The kettle's final note drifts through the air, soft and warm. You hear it echo against the wooden pier, a gentle lull. At twilight, the sky turns a bruised mauve that feels like lullabies. You breathe in the damp salt breeze, the kettle humming softly. The sea crests and breaks with a rhythm that whispers sleep. You feel your eyelids grow heavy as the kettle releases a final sigh. You feel the heat of the metal against the back of your neck. It's like a small lantern of comfort in the night. The kettle's whistle is a quiet promise of tomorrow's tide. Historians still argue whether the kettle's sound was invented by the villagers or the sea. You hear the faint metallic click that follows each puff. It's a rhythm that echoes in your bones, reminding you to breathe. Your body relaxes, each muscle surrendering to the sea's caress. Remember that frog adage. It said frogs could predict storms better than scientists. That quirky tidbit still tickles your mind like a gentle sea breeze. You laugh softly, the sound merging with the kettle's sigh. The kettle's steam forms a soft halo over your forehead. It's the harbor's way of saying, stay warm, sleep well. The waves continue their ancient rhythm, a timeless lullaby. The quiet is punctuated by a single gull's distant cry. You feel a sense of belonging, as if the sea embraces you. Your lungs fill with the salt, the kettle's note humming close. You hear the soft crackle, the kettle whispering a secret. It's a whisper that says tomorrow will be brighter. You know that the world will keep spinning, the kettle singing its song. At last, the night reaches its crescendo, a soft final sigh. The kettle's final note is warm, soft, and utterly unassuming. It lingers like a gentle kiss at the tip of your ear. You feel the world quiet around you, a subtle hush. The harbor's night wind softly whistles a lull. You let the wind blow around your hair, a silky curtain. The kettle's steam turns into a silver mist that dissolves. A gentle tide flows, pulling thoughts into relaxation. You hear the distant echo of the harbor bells. They ring softly, an ancient call to sleep that never ages. You let the rhythm guide you deeper into comfort. Your eyelids flutter slowly, a feather drifting down. The kettle's humming softens, turning into a lullaby of light. The harbor's lights fade, replaced by 1,000 tiny stars. You imagine each star as a tiny kettle singing in the sky. The sky above is a deep, velvety blanket. You feel your chest rise, breath sinking with the sea's lull. The kettle's final note is a promise of gentle peace. You surrender to the quiet, your mind turning like water. The world around you is soft and soundless. The harbor sleeps, and so do you, tucked in a blanket of waves. You recall the main street where children once chased fishing nets. The memory hums soft, a lullaby of joy. You laugh lightly, then close your eyes. The kettle's last exhale seems like a final hug. You feel the warmth wrap around like a cloud. You listen, feeling the world settle into nighttime. The tide's whisper is the last thing you hear. Your thoughts drift to the sea, to the kettle's song. And the night falls, soft, steady, and bright. You're in a cocoon of salt, steam, and lullabies. The kettle's final note is the thread that ties sleep. It keeps you calm even when the sea swells. You close your mind to a gentle wave of sound. The night is a gentle, rhythmic pulse. You drift, carried by the kettle's soft hum and the harbor's breath. The world fades, and rest becomes a tide that pulls you in. You surrender to the sea's lull, feeling the night swallow your worries. The kettle keeps singing, its voice a steady beacon. Its sound is softer than a lullaby, tighter than a promise. You close each eye, allowing the hush to envelop. The harbor's night wind drifts like a caress. Sinking into the rhythm, you let the kettle guide you inward. The final note lingers like a soft, echoing promise. You feel a sense of calm that has no origin, like a memory on the sea. You listen to the tide's soft hymn, the kettle's final whisper. It's a quiet promise that tomorrow will bring a new sunrise. You feel your breath slow, matching the river of stars. Each inhale steadies your thoughts. Each exhale releases the day. The kettle's steam drifts like a lullaby balloon in the evening. You smile, knowing that the night will return. The harbor's hush deepens like a gentle lull. The wind carries the scent of pine, of fresh, wet earth. You hear distant bells, low and rhythmic, a lull for the soul. You let your body melt into the night's texture. The kettle's note remains, a quiet fire that never burns. It glows like a lighthouse that never wavers. The harbor sings, the world stirs, then settles deep. You feel the night embrace, and the kettle hums a soft lull. The sea's breath follows, a rhythm of olden tides. You close your eyes, feeling the tide pull your mind to calm. The kettle's final whisper, a promise of tranquility, lingers gently. You feel the world shrink, leaving only soft waves. With each breath, a story unfolds. The harbor murmurs, the kettle sings, the night listens. You are one with the sea's gentle lull. Your heart beats slow, sync with the kettle. The night drifts, a blanket over your soul. You let yourself drift as the kettle hums a final chord. The harbor sighs. The kettle waits for tomorrow's dawn. Remember that quirky tale of the fisher who claimed the kettle sang to his heart. You chuckle, the sound matching the kettle's gentle rasp. You wonder if the kettle has a secret playlist hidden beneath its belly. Your mind relaxes, a wave of sleep rolling in. The kettle's note fades, but the peace stays. You drift into a dream, the harbor a soft echo. The kettle whispers, "Good night," and the sea agrees. You close your eyes, let the hush pull you deeper. The night keeps you in its gentle, velvety hold. The kettle's final note is the last ember, soft and steady. It lingers like a promise, a sigh that travels with the waves. You sense the world becoming a slow, rocking cradle. The sea's lull is the sweetest lullaby for a tired mind. You surrender to the night, one breath at a time. The kettle watches over you, a guardian in metal. The harbor's lull fills the air, turning silence into song. Your mind settles into a quiet ocean, a lake of dreams, and with that, the kettle's final note fades into the night, a soft, eternal lull. You step into the morning hush, first rays kiss the wooden walls. The kettle stirs on the sill, its glow a quiet promise of another day. You breathe in the scent of seaweed and freshly baked bread from the corner bakery. You lean against the railing, feeling the chill of dawn against your palm. The kettle crackles softly, a sound that seems to echo through memory. Historians still argue whether the kettle's sound was invented by the villagers or the sea. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. The strange recipe survived in old fishermen tales. You laugh, grateful for the tiny joy it brings. A gull lands beside you, its wings spread like a white flag. You hear the harbor's hum, every wave a gentle rhythm. The kettle glows brighter, reflecting clouds that drift lazily above. The quiet busyness of the scene is a lullaby that soothes your thoughts. A distant lighthouse blinks its warning, familiar, metallic. You sip a cup of coffee, black, strong, but not harsh. The kettle sighs. Its steam curls into a silver ribbon that arcs. You can almost taste the warmth of the sea on your tongue. The kettle's flame flickers like a steady heartbeat. An ancient sailor once told a tale of moonlit snails that warn of fog. You chuckle, amused by the tiny joy it brings. The kettle hums a low melody, matching the pulse of your breathing. You note the Roman aqueducts, channeling water for over 2 millennia. You imagine the villages past, each firelit evening drawing us closer. The kettle whispers, a soft chant that feels like guidance. You hear the pulse of community, steady rhythm of hope. The kettle's ember casts a soft glow across the room's walls. You feel the wind wrap around your palm, soft as a whispered secret. The kettle sighs once, a final note before rest. You breathe, letting the wind carry your worries away. The harbor awakens, fishermen pulling nets, families walking past. The kettle stands silent witness to the day's first bustle. You breathe with salt air. Every inhale fills your lungs. The kettle's voice is a steady backdrop, comforting without fuss. The kettle's glow shifts to a gentle amber, like a storybook glow. You imagine the village's past, every firelit evening drawing us closer. The kettle whispers, a soft chant that feels like guidance. You hear the pulse of community, steady rhythm of hope. The kettle's steam curls upward like a question mark in the sky. You exhale, letting the wind carry your worries away. The harbor's hum becomes a lull, like a blanket of clouds. You breathe, feeling each inhale soak the day's silence. The kettle's glow shifts to a gentle amber, like a storybook glow. You imagine the village's past, every firelit evening drawing us closer. The kettle whispers, a soft chant that feels like guidance. You hear the pulse of community, steady rhythm of hope. The kettle's steam curls upward like a question mark in the sky. You exhale, letting the wind carry your worries away. The harbor's hum becomes a lull, like a blanket of clouds. You breathe, feeling each inhale soak the day's silence. The kettle's ember casts a soft glow across the room's walls. You feel the wind wrap around your palm, soft as a whispered secret. The kettle sighs once, a final note before rest. You breathe, letting the wind carry your worries away. The kettle's glow shifts to a gentle amber, like a storybook glow. You imagine the village's past, every firelit evening drawing us closer. The kettle whispers, a soft chant that feels like guidance. You hear the pulse of community, steady rhythm of hope. The kettle's steam curls upward like a question mark in the sky. You exhale, letting the wind carry your worries away. The harbor's hum becomes a lull, like a blanket of clouds. You breathe, feeling each inhale soak the day's silence. The kettle's glow shifts to a gentle amber, like a storybook glow. You imagine the village's past, every firelit evening drawing us closer. The kettle whispers, a soft chant that feels like guidance. You hear the pulse of community, steady rhythm of hope. The kettle's steam curls upward like a question mark in the sky. You exhale, letting the wind carry your worries away. The harbor's hum becomes a lull, like a blanket of clouds. You breathe, feeling each inhale soak the day's silence. The kettle's glow shifts to a gentle amber, like a storybook glow. You imagine the village's past, every firelit evening drawing us closer. The kettle whispers, a soft chant that feels like guidance. You hear the pulse of community, steady rhythm of hope. The kettle's steam curls upward like a question mark in the sky. You exhale, letting the wind carry your worries away. The harbor's hum becomes a lull, like a blanket of clouds. You breathe, feeling each inhale soak the day's silence. The kettle's glow shifts to a gentle amber, like a storybook glow. You imagine the village's past, every firelit evening drawing us closer. The kettle whispers, a soft chant that feels like guidance. You hear the pulse of community, steady rhythm of hope. The kettle's steam curls upward like a question mark in the sky. You exhale, letting the wind carry your worries away. The harbor's hum becomes a lull, like a blanket of clouds. You breathe, feeling each inhale soak the day's silence. The kettle's glow shifts to a gentle amber, like a storybook glow. You imagine the village's past, every firelit evening drawing us closer. The kettle whispers, a soft chant that feels like guidance. You hear the pulse of community, steady rhythm of hope. The kettle's steam curls upward like a question mark in the sky. You exhale, letting the wind carry your worries away. The harbor's hum becomes a lull like a blanket of clouds. You breathe, feeling each inhale soak the day's silence. The kettle's glow shifts to a gentle amber, like a storybook glow. You imagine the village's past, every firelit evening drawing us closer. The kettle whispers, a soft chant that feels like guidance. You hear the pulse of community, steady rhythm of hope. The kettle's steam curls upward like a question mark in the sky. You exhale, letting the wind carry your worries away. The harbor's hum becomes a lull like a blanket of clouds. You breathe, feeling each inhale soak the day's silence. The kettle's glow is the steady heartbeat of this little village. You close your eyes, letting sound wrap around your mind. The world narrows, leaving only the kettle and sea wind. You surrender, feeling peace settle like a blanket over thought. The kettle's steam becomes fog, a veil over the horizon. You feel it brush your cheek, soft as a whispered secret. The kettle sighs once, a final note before rest. You breathe out, releasing all tension that clung to you. The harbor sleeps, its lights dimmed like lullaby stars. The kettle remains, steadfast sentinel against the dark. You feel the weight of the day melt into stillness. A quiet peace settles like a soft blanket over the sea. The kettle's glow persists, small against the vast sky. You smile, feeling gratitude for this simple moment. The harbor's quiet song lingers in your memory. As night folds, you stay awake to the kettle's final lull. Morning light bleeds gray through the shutters, pulling the village into fresh, hopeful rhythm. You stand by the pier, hearing the gentle splash of nets unspooling into the tide. The kettle sits on a low wooden table, its silver lid reflecting the first rays. A faint whistle drifts from the kettle, a promise of steam and savory morning tea. The air smells of salt, pine, and a hint of rosemary from the kitchen beyond. Today is harvest day, fresh hope rises, and the market stalls buzz with eager chatter. The smell of freshly cut corn spirals around the cobblestones, mingling with sea spray. You pause, letting the scent wrap around your thoughts like a soft quilt. Historians still argue whether the original village bell was crafted from recycled windmill parts. The thought lingers, a tiny absurdity against the backdrop of daily life. The kettle's steam begins to curl, forming a lazy, looping ribbon above. A fisherman near the dock waves a white flag, offering a hearty greeting. You laugh, grateful that the kettle's mundane rhythm offers deeper comfort than sirens. The sun climbs higher, painting the harbor in gold and bruising blue. The quiet murmur of the village feels like an intimate whisper from an old friend. The The kettle sighs, steam dripping like silver beads down the lid. Some say Breton fishermen once kept tiny glowing stones that claimed to guide lost boats. The idea feels like whimsical folklore, yet it sparks a gentle curiosity. You step closer to the kettle, feeling its warmth seep into the surface. The kettle warms your palm, the heat familiar like an old sweater. A gull circles overhead, its wings flapping like a metronome ticking time. The rhythmic beat of gulls aligns with the gentle hum of the kettle. You close your eyes briefly, letting the sounds drift into a slow melody. The village's heartbeat pulses through the cobblestone lanes. A market vendor shouts prices, calling out fresh lemons, fresh laughter. You raise a hand to hush the noise, finding peace in the pause. The kettle blinks on and off, a tiny lantern guiding early risers. The light shimmers, painting patterns on the walls that shift with the breeze. Each flicker feels like a gentle tapping, a reminder that time flows softly. The kettle's steam rises, tasting faintly of mint and honeyed tea. You sip a small cup, and the warmth spreads through the chest. The village breathes, and the sound of waves becomes a lullaby. The kettle settles into a steady rhythm, a metronomic hug to the day. The sky overhead turns a pale pink, the promise of a sunrise. The gentle hiss invites you to lean into the moment, to let go. You stretch, feeling the fibers of your body unwind into stillness. The kettle whispers secrets like old sea stories shared by firelight. Every note feels like a gentle nudge, urging you to relax. The wind blows through the fishing boats, stirring dreams of distant shores. You picture villagers stepping into the market, laughter echoing under the open sky. The kettle's steam curls upward, a silent tribute to the day's beginning. You hear a distant clang of a bell, signaling the next market hour. The sound feels like a subtle invitation to partake in community. The kettle sighs, its resonance matching the rhythm of the bustling quay. Roman aqueducts carried water for over 2,000 years, connecting distant peoples through stone channels. The kettle remains steady, a silent anchor amidst lively chatter. The market colors paint the town, bright blues, reds, vibrant greens. You walk past a stall with baskets of ripe figs, their sweetness sweet. The kettle hums, a low note that blends with the murmur of passing boats. Historians still argue whether the earliest village maps were drawn by moonlit sailors. That debate stirs, reminding you that history is not just facts, but stories. The kettle's glow softens, washing the wooden boards in mellow amber. A child runs past, cheeks flushed, chasing the steam spirals. You watch her joy, the kettle's steam folding around her laughter. The sound wraps around the child's breath like a lullaby for the soul. The kettle's hiss slows, mirroring the gentle decline of the sun. You feel the day stretch like a long sweater pulled tight. The market stalls begin to close, lights dimming like sleepy owls. The kettle rests on its side, steam now a soft whisper of its last song. You pause at the threshold, hearing the village's date-night breath. The sound of crickets rises, their tune joining the kettle's final note. You inhale deeply, the scent of pine and sea mingling. The kettle's final breath is a gentle sigh that lingers. The kettle's quiet fade feels like an invitation to rest. The village falls into a hush, the harbor dimming to amber glow. You sit back, allowing the kettle's warmth to cradle your thoughts. A gentle wind picks up, turning the kettle's steam into invisible ribbons. You listen to the silence, the subtle hum of the night. The kettle's final hiss is a whispered promise of tomorrow's sunrise. You feel the village's heart beating in slow rhythm, syncing with your breathing. The kettle is now silent, its job done, a day's final sentinel. The world outside is still, the market ghostly without its chatter. The kettle's memory lingers in the warm amber of your mind. You smile softly, hearing the distant church bells ring. The bells echo, a familiar tone that signals the closing of day. Historians still argue whether the bells were tuned by the village blacksmith or a wandering minstrel. That mystery keeps you smiling as you turn toward your small cottage. The cottage porch glows, a beacon of safety against the night. You step inside, the kettle's story settling like a blanket over the day. The kettle's heat trickles into the kitchen, keeping the small hearth alive. You stir a pot of porridge, its aroma blending with memory. The kettle's previous steam is now a memory, a gentle wave. You taste the porridge, sweet and comforting, echoing the village's harvest. The kettle's voice is silent, but its presence fills the room. The door creaks softly, the night outside carrying the scent of brine. You close the door, grateful for the kettle's steady companionship. The kettle rests, a quiet witness to the night's soft song. You look toward the window, stars twinkling like distant lanterns. The kettle's silence feels like an unspoken promise of a new day. The wind hums through the roof, a lullaby to the sleeping sea. You sigh, letting the breath of the village fill your lungs. The kettle's echo is still faint, lingering in the corners of the room. You lay down, letting the kettle's warmth cradle the night. The kettle's heat seeps into the mattress, a gentle wave of comfort. You close your eyes, your body relaxing into the hush. The kettle's low hiss is replaced by the distant sound of waves. You drift, feeling the rhythm of the sea guide you to dream. The kettle's story keeps you awake, the night's quiet guardian. You notice a faint scent of lavender, a lingering whisper from the garden. The breeze carries the scent, weaving into your dreams. The kettle's past is a gentle lull, a warm memory. The village's night is a blanket, folding gently over the world. You feel a deep calm, the kettle's influence still palpable. The waves crash lightly against the pier, a steady drum of nature. You feel the rhythm pull you deeper into rest. The kettle whisper echoes through the kitchen, a quiet final note. The kettle's presence is now a distant hum, a soft lull. You let your mind wander, remembering the kettle's warm glow. The kettle's story is woven into the village's soul, The village breathes, the night humming softly like a lullaby. The kettle's silent song lingers, a sweet memory in the night. You hear a distant owl call, a nocturnal refrain. The owl's echo sounds like a friendly bark of the sky. The kettle's past echoes, a warm whisper of yesterday. You feel the evening's weight lift, allowing the day to close in peace. The kettle's silence becomes almost music, a gentle refrain of the hearth. You smile, feeling a comfort that only old kettles bring. The world outside fades, replaced by the kettle's soft hum. You imagine a fresh day, fresh hope, rising like the first gull. The kettle's whisper stays, anchoring the village in twilight's gentle embrace. The night winds swell, stirring the leaves like sleepy lullabies. A lone gull cries past, a reminder that even birds need rest. You feel the cool air brush your cheeks, a gentle draft from the sea. The distant church bell rings again, a steady metronome in the dark. Its clang echoes through the cobblestones, a soft percussion on the village's heart. You pause, letting the rhythm settle, feeling the hush grow thicker. A small fire crackles nearby, its glow matching the kettle's quiet glow. The fire's smoke curls, tasting faintly of pine and old seaweed. You inhale the scent, tasting the memory of the day's last light. The kettle's whisper lingers, anchoring the village in twilight's gentle embrace. It seems almost absurd that such a humble pot could hold so much calm. But in Breton legend, a kettle can speak if you listen closely. Historians still argue whether the village's oldest map was drawn by moonlit sailors. That debate stirs, reminding you history is not merely dates, but stories. In the kitchen, a pot of honeyed tea steams, its aroma wrapping the room. You taste the sweetness, and it feels like a hug from a distant mother. The kettle's steam curls upwards, swirling like a lazy dancer. You chuckle softly. Kettles with personalities are rare, but this one is a showstopper. A sudden light flicker signals the street lamp's pulse, steady as the tide. You glance at the lamp. Its bulb is vintage, crafted from early 20th century glass. The lamp sheds a warm beige glow, painting the stones with soft gold. You walk toward the harbor, listening to the faint splash of waves. Your boots tap rhythmically on the worn path, each step a quiet metronome. A cat slinks beside you, tail flicking as if it held a secret. It stops, staring at the horizon, as if the sea offers it a joke. You laugh. Cat must think you're the one who brought the kettle's song. The wind carries a scent of citrus, perhaps from a nearby market stall. You remember the morning's harvest, the fruit still ripe and bright. The kettle's presence seems to keep the days calm in a pocket. You pause by a small pier, watching the water shiver with starlight. The moon hangs low, a gentle eye in a black sky. Its reflection paints waves with a silver sheen, each ripple a tiny lullaby. You sit on the wooden plank, feeling the cold beneath your skin. A crab scuttles across the boards, perhaps the old talking crustacean returned. It turns, eyes glinting like tiny lanterns. You grin at the absurdity, wondering if the crab tells the kettle's jokes. The village's silence deepens, every sound softened by the night's blanket. The kettle stands at the window, steam still rising like a ghostly mist. You imagine the kettle telling stories of fishermen, of storms, of saltwater laughter. You picture it speaking in that gentle, comforting pitch that soothes. The night stretches, but your mind feels calm, like a ship at anchor. The wind whistles through the rafters, singing an old Breton tune. Every note resonates with your own breathing, creating a slow, steady rhythm. You close your eyes, yes, you should, but you already know it. The tide lulls the whole village, washing away any restless thoughts. In your mind, the kettle whistles in a low, hypnotic drone. The kettle's whisper fades, but its memory lingers like a sweet aftertaste. A breeze carries a faint scent of lavender from the garden beyond. You smile, thinking of the lavender's soothing properties. The kettle's story feels like a lullaby, carrying you into sleep. You hear a soft click, perhaps a distant bell marking the hour. Its chime is gentle, like a soft laugh in the night. The village feels safe, wrapped in the warmth of home and hearth. The kettle's heat lingers in the corner, a quiet companion. You think of the quirky tidbit some Breton folk once used fermented seaweed to tint their hair. The idea strikes you as oddly fascinating, yet oddly normal. You wonder whether hair coloring was once a ritual. The kettle whispers a final note, then silences itself. The silence is deep, but comforting, like a friend who keeps you company. The night air hums softly, a background like a lullaby. The moon rises higher, offering a silver glow. You feel a sense of gratitude, as if the kettle is a silent mentor. The kettle's warmth is still faint, but it reminds you why sleep matters. In the distance, a small boat shimmers on the water, drifting with the tide. You imagine the sailors aboard, dreaming of land and of home. The kettle's story lingers, a steady rhythm that sinks your breaths. You notice a faint flicker of firefly lights in the yard. They dance, tiny lanterns in the night, a gentle reminder of life. You feel every beat of the kettle's former hum, soothing like a sleeping cat. The wind passes through the trees, rustling leaves like whispers. Each leaf's rustle echoes the kettle's former sigh. You think about the Eiffel Tower, completed in 1889, standing tall as a monument. The tower reminds you that history is built one story at a time, yet the kettle's simplicity shows history's quiet side, one quiet moment. You feel a tug at your sleeve, perhaps it's the cat, or your own imagination. You let the cat curl up beside you, purring softly. Its purr pairs with the hush of the night, a gentle chord. You chuckle, apparently even fish remember the kettle in their dreams. You feel the night settle, like a blanket over a sleepy child. The breeze carries a faint whisper from the ocean, waves gently caressing the shore. Your eyelids grow heavy, and you feel your body relax. The kettle's steam is gone, but the memory remains like a lullaby. You breathe in, letting the calm wash over you. You breathe out, releasing any lingering tension. The night continues soft and unhurried. The kettle's whisper becomes a memory in a gentle echo. It reminds you that each day ends with a quiet promise. The village sleeps, and the harbor lights dim. You watch the stars, each one a tiny lantern above. You wonder if the kettles all around the world do the same. The night sky feels expansive, a canvas for soft dreams. The moon's glow feels like a lull, a gentle hum of the universe. You think about the quirky tidbit again. Maybe the seaweed hair idea is true. The idea is simple, almost mundane, yet oddly charming. It reminds you that life is full of small, wonderful surprises. You hear the faint crackle of firewood, a comforting sound. The kettle's presence, though gone, leaves a lasting warmth. You smile, feeling reassured that even small things matter. The night air wraps around you like a shawl. The sound of wind in the eaves is a slow metronome. You lean into it, letting it guide your thoughts. Your mind settles like a tide, ebbing into rest. The kettle's story remains a quiet lull, a steady rhythm. You breathe in the scent of sea and pine. You breathe out, letting the day's rest settle. The night lulls you, a soft, steady pull toward sleep. You feel the kettle's faint echo in the corner, like a guardian's watch. The village is calm, all quiet for the night. You feel a sense of peace, like a ship anchored by a strong hand. The kettle's whisper becomes a memory, a lullaby that will return. You let the night carry you deeper into sleep. Your thoughts drift like the waves, gentle and steady. You feel a deep sense of gratitude for the quiet. The kettle story stays in the heart, a quiet lull that anchors the village. You dream, wrapped in the quiet of the harbor, the night, and the soft voice of a kettle. The night wind soft and steady whispers around your shoulder. It carries the scent of sea and pine, mingling with the lingering glow of a distant harbor softly near. A soft hush spreads over the village, turning the cobblestone streets into a gentle lullaby. Close your eyes and let the quiet cradle you toward sleep slowly. The kettle's whisper fades into memory, a soft echo that follows your breath. Your mind settles like a tide, easing every muscle, even toward relaxation. Listen to the distant church bell, its rhythm steady as a heartbeat in the dark. Each chime reminds you of a gentle promise that the day has closed with grace. The harbor lights dim, allowing the moon's silver glow to wash over the quiet waters. Feel the gentle draft against your skin, a cradle of cool night air softly. Let the rhythm of waves guide your thoughts, soft and steady. You breathe in the scent of sea and pine, breathing out tension deeply. The kettle's warmth lingers in memory, comforting like a friend beside you. The night hums a lullaby, a slow symphony of wind and whispering trees. Close your eyes again, surrendering to the gentle pull of quiet. Feel your body ease, as if a soft tide is carrying you toward dreams softly. The wind whispers lullabies through the reeds, each note a soft breath of deep hope. Feel the cool night wrap around you like a soft blanket spun from moonlight. Your eyelids flutter. Every heartbeat syncs with the rhythm of distant, slowly waves. A gentle hush falls, and the kettle's last echo settles into silence. Remember its steady cadence, the promise that each day ends in peace softly. Now breathe and let the night carry you to deep, quiet, softly dreams.